What are the top altcoins to have for 2025? In today's video, let's find out. I'm going to be showcasing my favorite altcoins, and I'm going to be categorizing these altcoins into several groups. And these groups are altcoins which I believe could either do a 10x, a 50x, a 75x, or even a 100x. However, keep in mind that these calculations are based off of the current circulating supply. I am not a financial advisor, and there's absolutely no guarantee that any of it is going to happen. But without further ado, let's first take a look at the 100x category. And a major reason why I think so, I think it's going to come down to the fact that Jasmy is fundamentally fantastic. Jasmy is focused on data democracy. And quite essentially what that means is that Jasmy is attempting to revolutionize the data storage market through decentralization. And now when I say this, some people, their main complaint about Jasmy is the fact that, oh, there's too many projects out there focused on decentralizing data storage. How is Jasmy going to have any long-term success? And for the people who may think this way, I will say this. If we take a look at this statistic right here, we will see that by 2030, the global data storage market size, according to Fortune Business Insights, is expected to be worth nearly $800 billion. I mean, that's crazy. And when a market size is expected to be that massive, that's what she said, I do believe that there is going to be room for everyone to eat. Because yes, Jasmy does have competitors. For example, Siacoin, Arweave, Storj, and many others. And that's just to name a few. But I do believe these projects, much like Jasmy, will still have room to succeed moving forward. Because think about this. In the world of cars, for instance, there are so many car brands out there. You take a look at Volvo, Mercedes, BMW, Tesla, Rivian. There's so many. The list goes on and on and on. But for instance, why is Volvo able to succeed? Volvo doesn't have 90% market share. And why is that? It's because the market size of the car market, it's so massive. To the point that a car brand just having a couple percent market share could already do absolutely amazing. In the world of car brands, a 90% market share, that'd be great, but it's not necessary to experience success, in my opinion. Much like in the world of projects that are focused on decentralizing data storage, because, yeah, sure, there's a lot of competitors out there, but I think a lot of them will have their own fans. They're going to have their own unique selling point, and naturally, some institutions will have preferences for certain decentralized data storage solutions. So I do believe that Jasmy still has a bright future ahead. So when people say, oh, Jasmy is caca, it has no future, too much competitors, I disagree. And why would it not? Think about this. Jasmy is the first ever legally compliant cryptocurrency in the country of Japan. I mean, just think about that. That's extremely difficult to get. A lot of good cryptocurrencies out there, they're struggling to even become legally compliant in Japan. Let alone if a project was, let's say, bad. There'd just be no way. But you take a look at Jasmy. Again, the first legally compliant cryptocurrency in the country of Japan. I mean, that's just amazing in my opinion. Carayo, porra. That, if anything, I think is a true testament as to just how special Jasmy is. And let's not forget, Jasmy, they have amazing leadership. For instance, we take a look at Hiroshi Harada, which is the CFO of Jasmy. He's a former employee at KPMG. And KPMG, by the way, is one of the big four accounting firms. So that's a big deal. And also, let's not forget about Kunitake Ando. When we take a look at Ando, he's the representative director of Jasmy, and he was the former president and COO of the Sony Corporation. So when you really think about that, the Jasmy team, it's top-notch, it's A+. Leadership is extremely important, not only just in the world of crypto projects, but even in the world of animals. Just think about this, right? If we take a look at the ant colony, who's the leader? It's the queen ant. The queen ant controls everything. As the old saying goes, the fish rots from the head down. Leadership is extremely important, and Jasmy, they have amazing leadership. And if Jasmy were to do a 100x from here, at that point, it would have a market cap of around $24.8 billion, which, by the way, isn't insane. This is over $60 billion less than Dogecoin's all-time high market cap. So just let that sink in, right? This market cap is not unrealistic in my opinion. Jasmy, in my opinion, could hypothetically do a 100x during the next bull run. Verasity has rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. If we take a look at Verasity, what is it, right? It is an open ledger ecosystem that aims to bring trust and transparency to digital advertising and payments. And most notably, when it comes to the Verasity ecosystem, there is something called VeraViews. And VeraViews is an open ledger advertising ecosystem that is built around Veracity's patented proof-of-view fraud identification technology. Veracity themselves claim that VeraViews is the most powerful, transparent, and auditable advertising ecosystem for preventing ad fraud based on open ledger principles. And personally speaking, I think that being focused on ad fraud is such a fantastic thing because as of right now, it's a major issue. That's what she said. If we take a look at this, according to an article by Forbes, they claim that according to a study done by Juniper Research, it is estimated that by 2028, over $170 billion will be wasted due to ad fraud. I mean, carajo, porra. I mean, man, that's totally unacceptable right there. Again, right? Ad fraud as of right now, it's a major issue. Again, that's what she said. Furthermore, when it comes to VeraViews, very amazingly, it currently has a setup time of only 5 minutes, and it even has an accuracy rate of over 97%. I mean, that's crazy right there. So not only, again, right, does VeraViews serve such an amazing purpose, but it's easy to set up and it's very reliable. I mean, it's fantastic in my opinion. And now with that being said, some people out there, especially those Veracity critics, they may say, oh, you know, the VRA token, it has no use case, it serves no purpose. But that couldn't be farther from the truth because the role for the VRA token within the VeraViews advertising stack is for funding ad campaigns. So again, right, when it comes to the VRA token, it serves such an amazing purpose. However, there's more because when it comes to the Veracity ecosystem, there's also something called the Vera Wallet. And when it comes to the Vera Wallet, even Veracity themselves claim that it is one of the most secure wallets in the crypto ecosystem, which is a very bold claim, but I won't dispute that because Veracity, it has rock solid fundamentals. However, with that being said, rewards can even be earned on the Vera Wallet through staking VRA tokens. Very impressively, by staking VRA tokens on the Vera Wallet, rewards can reach up to 15% per year. I mean, that's crazy. However, it doesn't end there because the Vera Wallet, very surprisingly, has over 300,000 users. I mean, that's insane. And also, Veracity has been awarded 6 patents so far. I mean, man, when it comes to Veracity from top to bottom, any way I view it, it's A+. And personally for me, when it comes to Veracity, I think it's clearly focused on the right market because if we take a look at this, according to Precedence Research, they predict that the global digital ad spending market size is expected to surpass $1 trillion by 2032. You know, there's a lot of potential there in digital ad spending, and I think Veracity understands this, and that is why I think they're focused on the right market. You know, I do think that moving forward, as the global digital ad spending market continues to grow, I think so will projects much like Veracity that are focused on that. Now, I want to take a look at VRA doing a 100x from here. You know, at that point, it would only have a market cap of around $5.3 billion. I mean, let that sink in. That's not too much to ask for in the world of cryptocurrencies, especially when I consider just how special Veracity is. I think that Casper is just a lot better than the competition. And why do I say this? Because Casper has been able to successfully solve the blockchain trilemma. And in case anyone is wondering, what is the blockchain trilemma? The blockchain trilemma is having decentralization, security, and scalability all at the same time. You know, many blockchains out there, they can't achieve this, but Casper can. That's how amazing Casper is. Furthermore, Casper is enterprise optimized. And I think this is a genius move because when you think about it, there are many statistics out there that show how the enterprise market is where a lot of the potential is at. Because if we take a look at this, currently 94% of Fortune 500 executives have already begun planning blockchain initiatives. In addition, 75% of global executives fear a loss of a competitive advantage if they do not adopt blockchain technology. You know, clearly, a lot of institutions out there are looking to get into blockchain technology. And here's the thing, by 2030, the global blockchain technology market is expected to be worth over $1.4 trillion. However, the majority of this growth right here is anticipated to be driven through enterprise adoption. So I think that, if anything, truly visualizes how enterprises, they are the real deal. You know, they can facilitate growth at such an insane level. You know, they have the capital, they have the volume, and they have the resources to facilitate growth, again, at such an insane level. And I think that Casper perfectly understands this. I think that Casper understands where a lot of the potential is at. Again, Casper, they're focused on enterprises, And once many large-scale enterprises start adopting Casper, there is really no telling how high Casper can go. You got to think about this, right? Dogecoin, largely driven through retail market, over $80 billion in market cap. So you got to think about what Casper could reach once it gains mass institutional adoption. I mean, man, really the sky's the limit at that point. I think that even $80 billion in terms of market cap could look so minuscule in the grand scheme of things, especially again, right, once Casper gains mass institutional adoption. However, when it comes to a project like Casper that's focused on enterprises, adoption for something like Casper, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in a week, in a month. It's going to take time. The retail market, they can easily latch onto things, right? They can just say, oh, wow, Dogecoin is popping off. Let's FOMO into that. Pepe, let's FOMO into that. All this type of stuff. But when it comes to enterprises, they take their time. They have a team. It's not like they're just making decisions out on a whim. It takes time for them to actually adopt something like Casper. So when it comes to Casper, I do believe that it's truly a sleeping giant. Right now, it's sleeping, but really in the future, it could really surprise a lot of people, in my opinion, because Casper, they're not focused on chasing trends. Casper, they're not focused on joining on the hype. That's not the case whatsoever. Casper, they're focused on anticipating trends, which is why they're focused on enterprises right now. You got to think about this, right? A lot of projects out there, they're not focused on enterprises. And I think this is a big mistake because, again, just like I mentioned earlier on in the video, enterprises, they have the potential to facilitate growth at such an insane level. And Casper, they're positioning themselves for a lot of long-term success because they are anticipating the wave, so to speak. Much like in real life, right? If we're going surfing, let's say, and we're on the board, we're waiting for that wave, we're putting ourselves in a prime position to catch that wave, then we're going to have a good time, right? But let's say the wave is 50 feet away and we're trying to chase it. There's no way we can swim faster than the waves in the ocean. That's just impossible. So when you think about it, Casper, they're not looking to join in on the hype later on once enterprises start adopting blockchain technology on a large scale. They're not just going to join in later on. They are focusing on it right now. So once enterprises start adopting blockchain technology, once they look into projects that are focused on enterprise adoption, at that point, Casper is just going to go along with the ride. I think that Casper is really positioning themselves for a lot of long-term success. And here's the thing, Casper, they have flexible deployment options. That's what she said. And no, I'm not talking about flexible deployment options in the boom in the bedroom. I'm not talking about that because I'm talking about the Casper network having flexible deployment options. For instance, Casper can easily transition between a private, a public, and a hybrid network, which is absolutely fantastic. A private network, for instance, could be useful for businesses in cases where they don't want their information to be public, right? Not all businesses want that. However, on the contrary, a hybrid solution could be that, let's say a business, they want some information to be private, but they want some other information to be public, which could be great for a business that may want that. In addition, when it comes to a public network, this, for instance, can be especially useful for in the case of governments, where let's say they do want their information to be public. They want their information to be out there. They want a level of transparency. And again, this is where the Casper network, in my opinion, truly beats out a lot of the competition. Flexible deployment options, that's absolutely fantastic. It caters to businesses of any shape and size, caters to their needs, and as well as even for governments as well, which I find very fantastic. Furthermore, Casper, they have an amazing staking ratio. Casper currently has a higher staking ratio than Cardano, Polkadot, Avalanche, Phantom, the Near Protocol, and even Polygon as well. I mean, caralho, porra. That's a little bit of Portuguese right there. Casper's staking ratio, it's really one of the best. And now, it's taking nothing away from the other blockchains that I just mentioned before, but the fact that Casper has a higher staking ratio than them, I think that truly speaks volumes. Now, we take a look at Casper doing a 100x from here. At that point, it would have a market cap of around $42 billion, which, by the way, is around the same market cap as what Shiba Inu had back in 2021. I don't think it's too much to ask for. And now, when I say all of this, some people, they may argue, Dog Elon Mars, the community is not that good. It doesn't have good fundamentals, but I disagree because if we take a look at Dog Elon Mars, it currently has a fast and growing community. For instance, it has over 140,000 holders. And while some people, they may think, it's not that impressive. In reality, it's very impressive because that's actually around the same as Pepe. And people always rave about, Pepe has such a strong community. It's so amazing. But why don't they say exactly the same thing about Dog Elon Mars? They have around the same amount of holders. I think some people, they don't understand this. I think Dog Elon Mars, it's so underrated. A lot of people just don't understand how special it is. Furthermore, on its Twitter page, or should I say X, they keep changing the names. Elon Musk, come on, man, just keep it Twitter. But yeah, besides that point, they have over 400,000 followers. I mean, it's insane. The community, again, it's growing at a very rapid pace. It's fantastic. And in addition, Dog Elon Mars is listed already in over 25 major exchanges. A lot of meme coins out there, they struggle to get listed in 5 exchanges. Over 10 is already unheard of in most cases, but over 25? I mean, man, that's insane. Dog Elon Mars, it's fantastic. It's absolutely amazing in my opinion. However, it doesn't end there because Dog Elon Mars, it has amazing statistics. Not too long ago, CertiK gave Dog Elon Mars a security score of over 70, putting it at the top 20 percentile. And no, I'm not talking about the top 20 percentile for meme coins. Oh no, this is top 20 percentile for cryptos just in general. I mean, that's how crazy Dog Elon Mars is, and crazy in a good way, of course, because that's a very mind-blowing statistic. CertiK also gave Dog Elon Mars a community trust score of over 90, and it also gave it a governance strength score of over 96. And Dog Elon Mars even had an operational resilience score of over 92. So when you think about it, Dog Elon Mars, it's very special. Community, it's massive. Clearly, a lot of people have great conviction for it. Listed in a lot of exchanges, and the statistics are fantastic. It has the stats to walk the talk, so to speak. It's not all hype. And we take a look at Dog Elon Mars doing a 100x from here. At that point, it would have a market cap of around $8.6 billion, which isn't insane. Dogecoin reached around $88 billion in terms of its all-time high market cap. Shiba Inu around $40 billion. So when I consider just how special Dog Elon Mars is, why is around $8.6 billion unrealistic? I don't think it's unrealistic whatsoever. Cody has rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals, because it is a highly scalable blockchain ecosystem that facilitates fast and secure transactions with very low fees. And in the world of blockchains, you want to be fast, much like Cody. But in real life, when it comes to matters in the boom boom in the bedroom, do you really want to be that fast? Now, that's a different question, because I don't know if anyone wants to be known as a single pump stunner. If you know, you know. But yeah, besides that point, Cody has built a base protocol called Trust Chain, which incentivizes good network behavior. And the goal of Cody is to quite essentially revolutionize traditional finance by eliminating intermediaries and empowering organizations to build their own stablecoins, digital currencies, and as well as payment solutions on top of their Trust Chain protocol. Cody, it's focused on payments. And I think this is a genius move because when we take a look at it, the payments market as of right now is valued at over $2 trillion. I mean, that's insane. And yeah, you heard that right. That's trillion with a T, much like thong, T, trillion. I mean, that's insane. That's bigger than some countries' GDP. I think Cody, it's clearly focused on the right market. I think it's focused on the right thing. And let's not forget, right? Cody, it's the issuer of DGED. And DGED, by the way, is a stable coin on Cardano. And I'm also very bullish on Cardano's native token called ADA. So if you love Cardano, go ahead and check out my Cardano videos out. But yeah, besides that point, the fact that Cody is the issuer of DGED, I think it's absolutely fantastic. And I think that truly speaks volumes as to just how special they really are. And here's the thing, when it comes to the payments market, yeah, it's very massive as of right now. That's what she said. But I think in the future, it can be even larger because if we take a look at this, according to Mordor Intelligence, and no, this is not some random Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings nonsense, it's actually a very reputable firm, and according to them, the global payments market size is expected to be worth over $4 trillion by 2028. I mean, that's crazy. I think that, if anything, really visualizes how Cody, it's focused on the right market. And again, right, I think that the market that they're focused on has insane potential. And I think that moving forward, as the payments market continues to grow, I think so will Cody. Now, we take a look at Cody doing a 100x from here. It would have a market cap of around $8.5 billion, which isn't too insane, in my opinion, especially when I consider how Cody is focused on the payments market. That market has a lot of potential, and I think Cody, they're focused on the right thing. Floki simply has rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. And why do I say this? Because I think that Floki is different from the majority of other meme coins that exist right now. A lot of meme coins out there, they exist, but they don't really have much of a use case. They have no utility. But when it comes to Floki, that's not the case. Because, for instance, they're focused on blockchain gaming, through something called Valhalla. In addition, they're also focused on DeFi with something called FlokiFi. And here's the crazy thing. The first utility product to launch under the FlokiFi umbrella is something called the FlokiFi Locker. And when it comes to the FlokiFi Locker, check this out right here, because on the FlokiFi Locker, 25% of transaction fees automatically does a transactional buy and burn of Floki tokens, making Floki perpetually deflationary. I mean, isn't that insane? In addition, Floki's even focused on prepaid cards as well. And on these prepaid cards, 1% of every transaction buys and burns Floki, making Floki even more deflationary. I mean, caralho, porra. That's a little bit of Portuguese right there. Shout out to Brazil. But yeah, besides that point, I mean, man, when it comes to Floki, it's fantastic. Floki, they're also focused on NFTs. They're also focused on charitable giving. As a matter of fact, back in 2022, Floki completed a monumental school project in the country of Nigeria, which I find very fantastic. In addition, they're even focused on crypto education as well. I mean, man, when it comes to Floki, I think they're focused on all the right markets. And I'm just not saying this because I'm a fan of Floki, but there's actually data that shows how Floki is focused on the right markets, because according to Grandview Research, the blockchain gaming market is expected to be worth over $300 billion by 2030. So clearly, being focused on Valhalla is an amazing thing. In addition, when it comes to decentralized finance, aka DeFi, according to Grandview Research, the DeFi market by 2030 is expected to be worth over $230 billion. So when it comes to FlokiFi, it's a genius move to even launch that in the first place. In addition, when we take a look at NFTs, the NFT market over the next 6 years also, yet again, according to Grandview Research, is expected to be worth over $211 billion. I mean, that's bigger than some countries' GDP. So when it comes to Floki, I think it's focused on all the right markets. And I think as these markets continue to grow moving forward, I think so will Floki. When people take a look at Floki, sometimes at a first glance, they may think, oh, it's just another meme coin. They think, oh, it has no utility, but that's simply not the case. Utility is very diverse. And I think that Floki is a different breed. It's completely different from the majority of the competition, in my opinion. Now, we take a look at Floki doing a 100x from here. It would have around a $28 billion market cap, around $60 billion less than Dogecoin's all-time high market cap. Don't think it's too insane of a goal, especially when I consider just how amazing the utility is when it comes to Floki. And I think the catalyst is the fact that Altura has rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. Because when we take a look at Altura, what is it, right? Altura combines all of the tools that developers need in order to integrate Web3 into their games. Altura makes it very easy to mint, integrate, update, and transfer blockchain-based assets in-game. And Altura does all of this so that developers can focus on what they love doing the most, which is, of course, right, making games. Not, when it comes to anyone, I suppose, right? Would they ever say, hey, man, it's much more fun making games as opposed to doing the boom boom in the bedroom? I mean, just think about that logically. So when it comes to Altura, I get it. They're trying to make the life of a game developer much easier and much more convenient. But come on, man. It's much more fun in the boom boom in the bedroom. We're getting a little off track here. But yeah, Altura's platform very amazingly supports multiple blockchains such as Ethereum, Polygon, the BNB Smart Chain, Phantom, and even Avalanche as well, which I find very fantastic, much like these biceps. They're very fantastic. Furthermore, Altura also offers smart NFT technology, which allows NFTs to be upgraded instantly and for free, which is very fantastic. Instantly and for free, that's what she said. Furthermore, developers can list their own games and NFTs on Altura's marketplace, which currently has thousands of daily active users. But if a developer, for whatever reason, doesn't want to do this, maybe if their girlfriend's, boyfriend's, grandma's nagging them or whatever like that, they can even launch their very own marketplace using Altura's white label solution. So anyways, take a look at it. I think that Altura is amazing. I mean, man, it's fantastic. And now here's the crazy thing, right? Ever since the inception of Altura, it has been able to attract over 300 developers. It has been able to also attract over 45,000 users on the Altura marketplace. And I think that right there is very impressive. I mean, God, over 45,000 users, that's almost as many NBA stars that Kim Kardashian I'm assuming, has hypothetically interacted with. I mean, come on, Kim. And now, personally speaking, I do think that Altura is focused on all of the right markets. And why do I say this? Because as we all know, Altura is heavily focused on NFTs and blockchain gaming. And when it comes to NFTs and blockchain gaming, the future potential of it, I think, is no joke. Because if we take a look at this, over the next 6 years, the NFT market, according to Grandview Research, is anticipated to exceed $200 billion. I mean, isn't that insane? Furthermore, also according to Grandview Research, they predict that the blockchain gaming market size by 2030 is expected to exceed $300 billion. I mean, that's bigger than some countries' GDP. That's insane. Altura, it's focused on all the right markets. Statistics are A+, and I think the utility is very strong. I mean, as a project, what more can you ask for, right? I think it ticks all the boxes. When it comes to ALU doing a 75x, why is this unrealistic? A lot of people like to think that, wow, this is so outlandish. I don't think so. Its market cap at that point would be around $2.8 billion. I mean, just imagine that. That is not too much to ask for in the world of cryptos. Again, right, they're heavily focused on NFTs, blockchain gaming. Man, I think this could very well be a target that ALU could easily reach, hypothetically speaking. I mean, the market cap of ALU as of right now is extremely low. I think it has so much room to grow. First of all, I think that ICP is very special. ICP is the native token of the Internet Computer Network. And when it comes to the Internet Computer, I think that it's trying to achieve something so amazing because the goal of the Internet Computer is to create a decentralized version of the Internet that is spread throughout thousands of computers around the world. And here's the thing, when it comes to the Internet right now, it could be argued as being highly centralized, controlled by big tech giants, and in my opinion, those are actually some major drawbacks. However, through the decentralization of the internet, there's going to be a lot more freedom, and as well as not being controlled by big tech giants. So really, any way I view it is that I think that there are a lot of benefits through the decentralization of the internet. And I think that's the way to go moving forward, in my opinion. And here's the crazy thing. The Internet Computer, as of right now, is actually the world's most productive blockchain, which is absolutely insane. And that's not a joke, by the way, because currently the Internet Computer processes upwards of 500 million transactions per day, while at the same time maintaining reduced energy consumption and cost. Clearly, the Internet Computer, it's the real deal, in my opinion. And here's something crazy. If we take a look at this, for $1 worth of smart contract data on the Internet Computer, you can get over 200 million bytes. However, when you compare this to Ethereum, on Ethereum, for $1 worth of smart contract data, you can only get 44 bytes, which I think is a complete joke. I mean, that's crazy, in my opinion. So, when you compare over 200 million bytes to just 44 bytes, that's a total night and day difference right there. That's like comparing a 12-inch bratwurst to a 5-inch one. You can't really compare the two. You know what? In the world of cryptos, size does matter. That's what she said. Furthermore, the average cost per instruction on the Internet Computer is over 40 million times less expensive than Ethereum. As I begin to explain more of these statistics, I think that Ethereum just sounds more and more like a joke, to be honest. In my opinion, Ethereum is a very archaic layer 1 blockchain. I think it's complete caca. And no, I'm not talking about the soccer player caca. I'm talking about the number 2 caca that actually reeks and stinks. The bathroom caca, if you know what I mean. And when it comes to Ethereum, also, something that I really don't like about it is that the gas fees are absolutely insane. They're not sustainable. If someone wants to send some ETH over to their baby mama, they're going to have to think twice about that. They're going to be a little bit angry, I would say. And that's why we see a lot of those Ethereum fanboys. They're always commenting on those ICP videos and saying, oh, wow, ICP sucks. Because I think, again, right, they can't really send some ETH over to their baby mama. They're a little bit frustrated. And also on top of that, Ethereum, it's not scalable, which I think is a major drawback. How is a layer 1 blockchain in 2023 not scalable? That's completely ridiculous. I think that the Internet Computer blows Ethereum completely out of the water. Now, when we take a look at ICP doing a 75x from here, at that point, it would have a market cap of around $460 billion, which to some people, they may think, wow, that's crazy, man. But you got to take this into consideration. Ethereum back in 2021 had an all-time high market cap of over $500 billion. This isn't too much to ask for, especially when I consider just how much better the Internet Computer is when compared to Ethereum. Moonriver has rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. Moonriver is an Ethereum-compatible blockchain environment on the Kusama network. Moonriver is intended to operate on Kusama as a parachain, which helps projects reach new users and markets through a multi-chain approach. Furthermore, I think that it should be noted how when it comes to Moonriver, it is quite essentially a canary network to Moonbeam. Usually new code will ship over to Moonriver first, and after the code has been tested under real economic conditions, it will then be shipped over to Moonbeam. However, I think that it should be noted how, let's say if a project wants to stay in Moonriver permanently, they can even do that as well. They don't have to eventually move on to Moonbeam later. Furthermore, when it comes to Moonriver, it is home to the most active DeFi ecosystem on Kusama, and it even allows ERC-721 NFT bridging. So I think that's very impressive. And now with that being said, I do want to talk about some crazy statistics for you. If we take a look at this, Moonriver currently has been able to facilitate over 30 million transactions, and it even has a block height of over 5 million. I mean, carajo, porra. That's ridiculous, man. And personally for me, something that really gets me enthusiastic about the future of Moonriver is the fact that on its ecosystem, we will find many amazing projects that are related to NFTs and DeFi. And when it comes to NFTs and DeFi, I know some critics out there, they may think, it has no future, but I disagree. Because according to Grandview Research, the NFT market over the next 6 years is anticipated to be worth over $211 billion. That's bigger than some countries' GDP. That's insane. In addition, yet again, according to Grandview Research, the DeFi market is expected to be worth over $230 billion by 2030. I mean, that's crazy as well. When you think about that, the NFT and DeFi market, yeah, sure, it may be down ever since 2021, but I think the best days are still ahead. It's much like in real life, right? Sometimes when we're down, when we're sad, when we're depressed, what do we have to do? We have to make it back up again. We have to prove the haters wrong. We can't just stay there. The comeback always has to be greater than the setback. Sometimes when we are so low, there is nowhere to go but back up again. And I think that exact same principle applies to the NFT and DeFi market. I think its future could look so bright. And I think that as it does grow moving forward, I think so will amazing projects, much like Moonriver, that do have many fantastic projects on its ecosystem that are related to NFTs and DeFi. Now we take a look at MOVR doing a 75x from here. At that point, it would have a market cap of around $14.5 billion, which isn't too much to ask for, especially when I consider just how special Moonriver is. When we take a look at Audius, what is it, right? It's a blockchain-based, decentralized music streaming platform. The way I view it is that Audius, it's like Spotify, but better. And why do I say that? Because unlike many centralized music streaming platforms out there, it actually heavily favors the creators, gives them a lot more control, and a lot more freedom as well, which I think is fantastic. Audius, it's extremely revolutionary. When artists upload content on Audius, they can produce immutable records for their work, which is secured by a decentralized network of nodes. Furthermore, developers can even also build their own apps on top of Audius, which I find very fantastic. And now more specifically, when it comes to audio, the native cryptocurrency of Audius, it could be used to secure the network, and it can also even act as a governance token. Furthermore, it can also give exclusive access to features and content, which I think is fantastic. So when people say, audio has no use case on Audius, I completely disagree. And now with that being said, when we take a look at Audius, it is currently being used by famous musicians such as Zedd, Skrillex, Deadmau5, or some people say Deadmau5. Who really cares about that? The only thing I know is that he dated Kat Von D, the tattoo artist. Other than that, I don't really like his music. But besides that point, it's still very amazing nonetheless that he is part of Audius, so to speak. Besides that point, it also includes Diplo, Aluna, and even a guy named MattOX as well. Now, MattOX, haven't heard about that guy, but he looks like he would play a very good Dracula. But yeah, besides that point, it doesn't end there because Audius even has investors such as Katy Perry, Nas, The Chainsmokers, Pusha T, and even Steve Aoki as well. Very fun fact, Steve Aoki's dad actually happens to be the founder of Benihana's. Audius currently has around 5 million unique users in this month alone, which is very fantastic. So when people say, Audius, it's done, like LeBron James past its prime, oh my goodness, all this type of nonsense, I completely disagree. Audius is doing very well as of right now. It's not done. It actually has a lot of activity on it. And personally for me, I think that Audius is focused on the right market because if we take a look at this, the music streaming service market size is expected to be worth over $118 billion by 2030. I mean, that's crazy right there. Some countries, be it not that many, actually don't even have a GDP that high. So the fact that the music streaming market size is expected to be that massive, that's what she said, I think is very bullish news for something like Audius. I think the future of Audius could look so bright. Audio doing a 50x from here, I don't think it's too outlandish. It would only have a market cap at that point of around $11 billion. Not too bad in my opinion, especially when I consider just how amazing Audius is. Again, right, it's focused on music streaming. Man, I think Audius is extremely revolutionary. I don't think this is an unrealistic goal. If we take a look at Wax, what is it, right? Wax is a purpose-built blockchain that was designed to help make e-commerce transactions faster, easier, and safer. The Wax blockchain utilizes a delegated proof-of-stake consensus mechanism, and it's even backwards compatible with EOS as well, which I find amazing. Wax so far has created various blockchain-based tools, which allows for decentralized applications, marketplaces, and NFTs to be built. And now I want to talk about something crazy. Wax themselves claim that they are the most proven Web3 ecosystem for gaming and NFTs, which I don't disagree with, by the way, because it has the numbers to showcase how it actually is. If we take a look at this, Wax, as of right now, is able to facilitate 23 million daily transactions. And what this means right here is that Wax executes more transactions and NFT drops than any other protocol. I mean, carajo, that's crazy. But it doesn't end there because Wax has over 700,000 daily active users. But there's more. That's what she said, because Wax is home to more top 10 blockchain games than anyone else. I mean, man, Wax, when it comes to the stats, it's almost like nothing else. It's insane in my opinion. And personally, in my opinion, I think that Wax is focused on the right markets moving forward because, for instance, when we take a look at NFTs, the NFT market by 2030, according to Grandview Research, is expected to be worth over $211 billion. So the future potential of NFTs, it's no joke. Despite it being down right now, I think it's going to make a massive comeback in the future. In addition, when we take a look at blockchain gaming, which Wax is also focused on, by 2030, also according to Grandview Research, its market size is predicted to reach over $300 billion. I mean, that's insane. So the two markets that Wax is heavily focused on, according to Grandview Research, combined is expected to have a market size of over $500 billion over the next 7 years. I mean, that's very crazy to even think about. That's bigger than some countries' GDP. It's very insane. I think as the blockchain gaming market and NFT market continues to grow moving forward, I think so will amazing projects much like Wax. Now we take a look at WaxP doing a 50x from here, around a $9.4 billion market cap. It's not insane, especially when I consider the markets that Wax is focused on. When we take a look at Zilliqa, it happens to be the world's first ever public blockchain to rely entirely on a sharded network. And what this means right here is that the network is split into multiple sections known as shards. And as a result of this, the workload on the network is distributed across these different shards. And through the utilization of sharding technology, Zilliqa is able to solve its scalability issue. Through sharding, the network has an increase in efficiency and as well as being very fast as well. And in the world of blockchain technology, you want to be fast. But in real life, when it comes to matters in the boom boom in the bedroom, do you really want to be a one-pump stunner? Do you really want to be that fast? I don't want to be known as a 1 second oil rigging machine. I don't want to be one-pump stunner. I want to be that 1 hour long. Oh yeah, but okay, we're getting off track here. Hashtag 1 hour long. However, it doesn't end there because Zilliqa on its network is currently able to facilitate over 50 million transactions. Carajo, that's crazy. And it even has over 4 million addresses as well. Oha, that's crazy in my opinion. And personally for me, I think that Zilliqa is a lot better than Ethereum because every time I make a video on Zilliqa, some random Ethereum fan, or should I say fanboy, they comment and they say, oh yeah, but Zilliqa, it's not as good as Ethereum. It's like, what are they on about? First of all, when it comes to the ecosystem, when it comes to the diversity of it, number of fans, number of holders, yes, Ethereum does beat out Zilliqa. But in terms of fundamentals, I disagree because when you take a look at it, Ethereum, it's not scalable as of right now, which is complete nonsense because even Ethereum's very own co-founder, who also happens to be the founder of Cardano, a guy by the name of Charles Hoskinson. But I like to call him Charles the Great, so I'm going to call him Charles the Great. According to the great Charles, he says that, or he at least predicts that it may take Ethereum up to 5 more years to become scalable. That is just way too long. That's what she said. That's complete nonsense. Zilliqa doesn't have to wait that long to become scalable. It's already scalable right now. And also, Ethereum gas fees, they're crazy, insane. However, you don't see any of that type of nonsense with Zilliqa. The way I view it is that Ethereum, it's like a 12-inch ding-dong or bratwurst. Yeah, sure, it's big, but if it's only going to work when the room is dark and when there's no one watching, what's the point in that? I would much rather prefer a 6-inch bratwurst that works at Walmart, Costco, Chipotle when you're waiting in line. It's going to work at Best Buy, going to work at Sizzler, Applebee's, Marie Callender's, you name it. I would much rather prefer a 6-inch bratwurst, in this case Zilliqa, over a 12-inch bratwurst that I think has some fundamental drawbacks, in this case Ethereum. 6-inch club all the way. Footlong sandwich, it's Subway, it's good, but when it comes to a bratwurst, we want one that's fundamentally sound, not compromised. Zilliqa is the winner here for me. And now I want to talk about something that really gets me enthusiastic about the future of Zilliqa, because on its ecosystem, we will find many amazing projects that are related to the metaverse and blockchain gaming. And I think all of this is amazing because according to McKinsey, a very reputable company, they predict that by 2030, the metaverse could reach $5 trillion in value. That's a crazy amount, bigger than a lot of countries' GDP. In addition, when we take a look at blockchain gaming, according to Grandview Research, its market size is anticipated to be worth over $300 billion by 2030. Over 300, that's crazy. Again, that's bigger than a lot of countries' GDP as well. And by the way, just on a side note, when it comes to the movie 300, it was an all-right movie. Didn't think it was as good as what a lot of people say. But yeah, besides that point, I now want to address the people that say that there's too many layer 1 blockchains out there. And for the people who say this, they seem to think that because there's a lot of blockchains out there, there's no room for Zilliqa. They say, there's like so many blockchains out there. Oh, how is Zilliqa going to succeed? And here's the thing. The blockchain technology market by 2030, it's expected to be worth over $1.4 trillion, which is a very crazy amount. And when a market is anticipated to be that massive, that's what she said, in the future, I think there's going to be room for everyone to eat. And what do I mean by this? Because, for example, we take a look at the world of cars, right? There's so many car brands out there. You take a look at Volvo, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, BMW. You take a look at Tesla, Rivian. Why are all of these car brands able to prosper? Why are a lot of these car brands able to hire thousands, if not in some cases, tens of thousands of employees and even more? Why are they able to do that? Why are they able to prosper? Why are they able to be profitable? And the reason for that is because the car market, it's insanely massive. There is room for everyone to eat. A car brand, it doesn't need 90% market share to be successful. That's not the case. That'd be great, but even just a couple percent would do absolute wonders. And I think that's very similar to in the world of blockchain technology because there's so many blockchains out there, right? That can't be denied. There's Ethereum, Solana, Avalanche, Arbitrum, you name it. There's so many out there. But I think that these blockchains, they don't have to fail in order for Zilliqa to succeed. That's not the case whatsoever. Zilliqa can succeed, but these other blockchains can as well. That's great for them. They can prosper. That's awesome. But Zilliqa, it still has room to prosper because, again, the global blockchain technology market, it's predicted to be so massive. So there's going to be room for everyone to eat. Having just a couple percent market share would do absolute wonders. At least that's the way I view it. We take a look at Zill doing a 50x from here, around a $17.6 billion market cap. Why is this unrealistic? I don't think it's unrealistic whatsoever. I think Zilliqa is one of the best blockchains out there. I think it's going to boil down to the fact that Games for a Living has fantastic, A+, rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. When we take a look at GFAL, it is the utility token that is used across the Games for a Living network and games. And when it comes to Games for a Living, I think they're clearly focused on the right market because when we take a look at blockchain gaming, by 2030, the blockchain gaming market is expected to be worth over $300 billion, according to Grandview Research. That's bigger than some countries' GDP. I think that blockchain gaming is going to be such a huge narrative moving forward, and I think that Games for a Living, they're entering at the perfect time. They're entering right now. And why do I think it's a perfect time? Because when I take a look at the competition, a lot of blockchain gaming projects out there, they're straight caca. They're very bad. They're absolute doo-doo. When it comes to blockchain gaming right now, I think the market is still relatively in its infancy phase. And I think that the best days are still ahead. So that's why I think it's such a perfect time for Games for a Living to enter right now. They're entering at a time where the market hasn't truly taken off yet, and when the competition is still relatively very bad. I think they are anticipating the wave later on, the wave being blockchain gaming, so then when the wave does come, they'll go along with the ride. And I think this is very similar to in real life. For instance, if I'm surfing, I have to put myself in a prime position to catch the wave. I have to put myself in a position in the ocean with my board, so then when the wave does come, I can go along with the ride. I'll have a good time. But let's say if someone is 50 feet away from that wave and they're saying, oh, wow, there's a wave, and now they're trying to chase it, then I think it's too little too late at that point. There's no way they can swim faster than the waves in the ocean. That's just not a possibility. I think it's much better anticipating a trend as opposed to chasing a trend. And I think that's why Games for a Living is putting themselves in a prime position for long-term success. They're putting themselves in a position to anticipate a trend moving forward. They're not in the business of chasing trends, and that's what I love about Games for a Living. And I also think that they're very revolutionary because a lot of blockchain gaming projects out there, they're focused on pumping out these bad quality blockchain games. But that is clearly not the case when it comes to Games for a Living, because for instance, we take a look at a game that they have out right now called Elemental Raiders. Now, when it comes to Elemental Raiders, the graphics, it's A+. It looks amazing. It looks like when people take a look at that, they want to play it. A lot of blockchain games out there, when you take a look at their games, no one really wants to play that, right? It's very lackluster. It has no redeeming qualities. I think that Games for a Living is revolutionizing the blockchain gaming market through amazing high quality and fun games, because I think that the key to blockchain gaming adoption moving forward is going to come down to the fact that the games have to be fun. If the games are not fun, people simply don't want to play it. Yeah, sure, if there's a play-to-earn aspect, they may play it for a couple months, but they may get bored. But in my opinion, in order to achieve long-term sustainable growth, the game again, right, it has to be fun, because there are so many games out there, right, that realistically people have no ability to earn any income from. For instance, we take a look at Batman. Batman, it's a wildly fun game. People love it. I love playing Batman, but it's around $60 to $70, and there's no play-to-earn aspect for it. The only way people can earn income by playing Batman is realistically, right? If let's say in most cases, they're a streamer, they're an influencer, so then they record their gameplay and they can get income from that. But if they're just playing in their living room or in their mom's basement or whatever, how can they earn income from that, right? But still, they're willing to pay around $60, $70. And why is that again? It's because the game is fun. And I think Games for a Living, they understand this, which is why their game, for instance, in the case of Elemental Raiders, it's fun. It's exciting. People want to play it. Play to earn aspect, that's just a bonus to play Elemental Raiders. I think Games for a Living, they understand the recipe for success. And why wouldn't they, right? Because they have an amazing team that understands how to make amazing quality games. For instance, when we take a look at the co-founder and current CEO of Games for a Living, it is a guy by the name of Manuel Sort. And when it comes to Manuel Sort, he actually happened to be the first ever vice president at Activision Blizzard King. And during his time there, he actually spearheaded projects much like Call of Duty Mobile and Action Toys. So he knows what he's doing. And no, I'm not talking about Boom Boom in the Bedroom toys again, right? I'm talking about the game Action Toys. If you know, you know. But yeah, besides that point, he clearly has an amazing resume and he knows how to make fantastic quality games. In addition, we take a look at the Chief Strategy Officer of Games for a Living. We take a look at Trip Hawkins, another team member of Games for a Living. He's the real deal because Trip Hawkins, he actually happened to be the founder of EA. And that's not a joke. EA, Electronic Arts. If you've heard the saying, EA Sports, it's in the game. Isn't that crazy? They have a member in their team that is a founder of EA. That's crazy. Caralho, porra, as they say in Portuguese, if you know what I mean. When you take a look at a lot of other blockchain gaming projects, their team is just complete caca. It's straight caca. But when it comes to Games for a Living, that's not the case. They don't have members from Chipotle running their team. A lot of other teams out there, it looks like they came straight out of Chipotle. I mean, come on. So when I take a look at Games for a Living, focus on the right markets. I take a look at how the team is fantastic. I mean, that right there, I think is a recipe for success. Fundamentally, it's also A+. I mean, what more can you ask for, right? When it comes to a blockchain gaming project, I think it's pretty much perfect. I think it ticks all the boxes. We take a look at GFAL doing a 50x from here. At that point, it would only have a market cap of around $2.6 billion. I mean, just let that sink in, right? That is how undervalued, in my opinion, GFAL is as of right now. Doing a 50x from here is already around a $2.6 billion market cap. I mean, it's insane to think about just how much room GFAL has to grow. If we take a look at Harmony, what is it, right? It is an open blockchain network that is fast, secure, highly scalable, and highly decentralized as well. Harmony's mainnet can run Ethereum applications while at the same time maintaining low cost and faster transaction speeds. And here's the thing. The Harmony platform also offers cross-chain bridges, which allows users to transfer crypto assets across multiple blockchains, such as, for instance, the BNB Smart Chain, Ethereum, Bitcoin, and many others. And very surprisingly, or should I say very fantastically, the Harmony network utilizes something called sharding technology. And what this means right here is that the network is split into multiple sections known as shards, and workload on the network is distributed across these different shards. And as a result of this, Harmony becomes highly scalable, it can process a high number of transactions, and it's highly efficient as well. I think Harmony, it's fantastic. However, it doesn't end there, because Harmony uses a consensus mechanism called EPOS, which by the way stands for Effective Proof of Stake. And this right here is actually very similar to the POS model. And POS, by the way, it doesn't stand for what you think it may stand for. It actually stands for Proof of Stake, aka POS model, Proof of Stake model. However, on the contrary, while most POS systems actually reward validators for staking more tokens, Harmony's EPOS, on the other hand, actually penalizes validators who stake too much on a single node. And the reason why they do this in the first place is because this encourages decentralization. Because as we all know, the more decentralized the network is, the less susceptible it is to hacks and potential attacks. It's just harder to attack overall. That's what she said. I think Harmony using the EPOS consensus mechanism, I think it's a genius move. But here's the thing. I now want to talk about some crazy and insane statistics about Harmony. And no, I'm not going to be mentioning Britney Spears at all. That's for a different video, because there's currently around 10,000 daily active wallets on Harmony, and it even has been able to process over 750 million transactions. I mean, carajo, porra. I mean, man, that's some insane statistics right there. By the way, shout out to Brazil, man. That's a little bit of Portuguese right there. We take a look at one doing a 50x from here, around an $8.8 billion market cap. Not too much to ask for, especially when I consider just how amazing Harmony is. I think it's going to boil down to the fact that the XDC network is fundamentally amazing. What it is that it is an open blockchain protocol that was purpose-built for global trade and finance. Furthermore, it utilizes the SynFin delegated proof-of-stake consensus mechanism. That right there is a mouthful. But yeah, besides that point, that's what she said. Its network is being powered by the XDC protocol. And very amazingly, the XDC protocol has the ability to be integrated into internal legacy systems, such as, for example, Swift payment databases. I mean, isn't that fantastic? And it can also even integrate data into the blockchain using the ISO 20022 Electronic Data Interchange Standard. And now when I say this, some people, they may be wondering, oh, who even uses ISO 20022? Is that a serial number for a used vibrator or used Broadwurst extender? What is that all about? That is actually not the case, because when it comes to that, it's currently being used by financial institutions from all around the world for inter-organizational data exchange. However, it doesn't end there, because when we take a look at the XDC network, it can currently facilitate over 2,000 transactions per second. I mean, carajo, porra, that's insane. Furthermore, on its network, it has an average fee that is 1.5 million times less expensive than Bitcoin and 1 million times less expensive than Ethereum, which I think is ridiculous. I mean, carajo, again, right? We got to do it twice. Shout out to Brazil. That's a little bit of Portuguese right there. But yeah, besides that point, I think that the XDC network is focused on the right market, because if we take a look at this, the global trade and finance market is expected to reach $5 trillion by 2028. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's bigger than a lot of countries' GDP. We take a look at XDC doing a 50x from here, having around a $30 billion market cap. Not too much to ask for, especially when I consider just how special XDC is. Myro is named after Raj Gokhal's dog. And now when I say Raj Gokhal, some people they may be thinking, oh, who is that? And Raj, he's no random Joe Schmo from Chipotle. That's not the case because he happens to be a very special individual. He's the co-founder of Solana. And this actually brings me to the topic of why I think Myro has a slight advantage over the rest of the competition. Because when we take a look at it, a lot of other meme coins out there, they're on Ethereum. Unlike Myro, Myro is on Solana. And I think this is a very amazing thing because a lot of meme coins on Ethereum, in my opinion, are fundamentally limited. And why do I say this? Because as we all know, Ethereum, it has sky-high gas fees. I mean, it's insane. And also on top of that, it's not scalable as of right now. As a matter of fact, according to Ethereum's very own co-founder, Charles Hoskinson, who also happens to be the founder of Cardano, according to him, it may take Ethereum potentially up to 4 more years to become scalable. I mean, that's just way too long. That's what she said. But when we take a look at Solana, man, it's highly scalable. And also on top of that, gas fees are extremely low. All of the nonsense issues that we see with Ethereum, they're quite essentially gone through Solana. Solana can process 10,000 orders per second. And also on top of that, it has a transaction finality time of around 2.5 seconds. However, on the flip side, you take a look at Ethereum, it's around 6 minutes long. That's just way too long. Again, that's what she said. For instance, if I was looking to launch a meme coin, why would I choose Ethereum? I would hands down choose Solana. I think it's a much better network in my opinion. And with that being said, for instance, we take a look at Shiba Inu. Shiba Inu, it's one of the biggest meme coins out there. And initially, in my opinion, it was held back because it was on Ethereum. At least that's the way I view it. However, ever since then, Shiba Inu has now a layer 2 scaling solution called Shibarium, which quite essentially fixes all of the nonsense issues that we see with Ethereum. However, for smaller meme coins out there, especially that may not have the resources that Shiba Inu has, how are they going to be able to make their own layer 2 scaling solution? They're going to be stuck, again, right, with Ethereum's nonsense issues. But when it comes to Myro, that's not the case because, again, Myro is on Solana, in my opinion, a very amazing layer 1 blockchain that fundamentally is better than Ethereum. Now, the ecosystem, it's not as big as Ethereum, but in terms of pure fundamentals, man, I think it's second to none. I think it really does put Ethereum in the dumpster. Ethereum, it's kind of caca, in my opinion. Solana, it's amazing. At least that's the way I view it. But it doesn't end there when it comes to Myro because Myro currently has a very strong community. There's over 25,000 holders, and it's even listed in over 10 major exchanges already. I mean, that's impressive because a lot of meme coins out there, they struggle to get in 5 exchanges. Over 10 is already very amazing for many meme coins out there. So I think that, if anything, truly showcases just how impressive Myro is. I mean, man, it's fantastic in my opinion, much like these biceps, if you know what I mean. We take a look at Myro. In my opinion, one of the best meme coins out there on Solana, doing a 50x from here and having around a $2.2 billion market cap. Not too much to ask for. At least that's the way I view it. When we take a look at Baby Doge, it's different from the majority of other meme coins out there because a lot of meme coins out there, let's face it, they have no use case. But that is completely not the case when it comes to Baby Doge. Because, for instance, there's something called Baby Doge AI, which turns artwork into NFTs, which I find very impressive. There's also Baby Doge Swap. And through Baby Doge Swap, individuals can swap any token on the BNB chain in just a matter of seconds. I mean, that's very fast. That's what she said. Furthermore, there's also Baby Doge Chess. And yeah, you heard that right. It's chess, like in the game chess. And this right here is a play-to-earn chess game that's still currently in its testing phase. And I think this right here could be so massive for the future of Baby Doge because when we take a look at it, according to Grandview Research, the blockchain gaming market could be worth over $300 billion by 2030. That's just 6 years away at this point. Around $300 billion, that's bigger than some countries' GDP. So having Baby Doge Chess, I think it's such an amazing move in the right direction. And let's not forget, there's also Baby Doge Card, which I think is the cherry on top for me. But there's also something that's extremely revolutionary, and that's farming as a service. And now when I say this, some people, they may be wondering, what is that? And through this service right here, quite essentially, any project can create a staking farm or pool within a matter of minutes. I mean, that's very impressive because when you take a look at it, usually this process is very laborious. It usually takes a very long time. That's what she said. But again, this right here is just in a matter of minutes. I mean, that's how amazing Baby Doge is. However, it doesn't end there because Baby Doge is also focused on charitable giving. And as a matter of fact, when it comes to this, they actually broke a Guinness World Record. And no, that's not a joke because Baby Doge set a world record for most pet food donated within 24 hours. I mean, isn't that crazy? That's very impressive. Now, this isn't really directly contributing to the utility of Baby Doge, but I think this is very impressive nonetheless. You know, not many meme coins out there are focused on charitable giving, let alone breaking world records. But Baby Doge, I mean, man, they're just on a whole different level. And Baby Doge, they have a fast and growing community. As a matter of fact, there's currently over 2.5 million followers across all social networks. I mean, that right there truly shows the conviction that the community has for Baby Doge. So when those Baby Doge critics out there, when they pull out their G-strings, their pom-poms, their Taylor Swift edition ding-dongs, and Lee the Captain edition bratwurst extenders, and they say, oh, Baby Doge is caca, it sucks, it's doo-doo, I completely disagree. Baby Doge, in my opinion, has amazing utility. It's focused on the right markets, and the statistics are A+. I mean, as a meme coin, what more can you ask for, right? And of course, that's not financial advice. We take a look at Baby Doge doing a 50x from here. At that point, it would have a market cap of around $8.2 billion. I don't think it's insane, especially when I consider the utility of Baby Doge and just how different it is from the majority of other meme coins out there. But a reason why I believe that could hypothetically happen during the next bull run, I think is going to boil down to the fact that Moonbeam has incredible A+ fundamentals. If we take a look at Moonbeam, what is it, right? Moonbeam is a smart contract-enabled parachain that enables full Ethereum compatibility within a Polkadot parachain environment. And what that means right there is that Moonbeam is quite essentially offering the power of Polkadot while at the same time maintaining the ease of use of Ethereum, which I find very fantastic. However, with that being said, some of the Moonbeam critics, they may think that, oh wow, that means Moonbeam, it's just simply an Ethereum virtual machine implementation. What's so special about that? But here's the thing. For those critics that say that, I actually disagree because I think Moonbeam is a lot more than just that, so to speak. Moonbeam, in actuality, is a highly specialized parachain that mirrors Ethereum's Web3 remote procedure call, accounts, keys, subscriptions, logs, and much more. The Moonbeam platform extends the base Ethereum feature set with additional features such as on-chain governance, staking, and cross-chain integrations. I think it's absolutely fantastic. However, it doesn't end there because here's something crazy and insane. Carajo! If we take a look at this, Moonbeam and its companion network called Moonriver already has over 100 projects, integrations, and collaborations already, which I think is insane. However, before I continue on any further, when it comes to Moonriver and its native cryptocurrency called MOVR, that I also think I made a very good call because that actually did over a 5x ever since I started talking about it. So you got to think about that, right? Lee the Captain making good calls, if you know what I mean. However, besides that point, enough boasting, the fact that there's over 100 projects and integrations on both Moonriver and Moonbeam, I think that truly says something. I think that showcases the conviction that people have for both the future of Moonriver and Moonbeam. You know, if they were caca projects, if they didn't have good fundamentals, this wouldn't have been a possibility. So I think this truly speaks volumes as to just how special they both are. And personally for me, something that really gets me excited for the future of Moonbeam, that's what she said, is the fact that on its ecosystem, we will find many amazing projects that are related to NFTs and DeFi. And the reason why I find this very bullish for the future of Moonbeam is because if we take a look at this, according to Grandview Research, the NFT market by 2030 is expected to be worth over $211 billion. That's bigger than some countries' GDP. That's insane. In addition, also according to Grandview Research, the DeFi market is anticipated to be worth over $230 billion by 2030. So you gotta really think about that, right? The combined market size for both DeFi and NFTs over the next 7 years is anticipated to be worth nearly $500 billion. Absolutely crazy. And I think that, if anything, truly showcases the future potential of both NFTs and DeFi. And I think that moving forward, as those two markets continue to grow, I think so will fantastic projects, much like Moonbeam, that do have many fantastic NFT and DeFi projects on its ecosystem. I think that its future could look so bright. Now we take a look at Glimmer doing a 50x from here. I don't think this is outlandish. having a market cap of around $14.5 billion, it's not too much to ask for, especially when I consider just how special Moonbeam is. I think Kadena is a fantastic layer 1 blockchain because when you think about it, Kadena is highly scalable, it's secure, it's fast, and it's highly decentralized too. As a layer 1 blockchain, I think that's a complete package. Also, when it comes to Kadena, I think oftentimes people ignore the fact that they have fantastic leadership. And the reason why I think this matters a lot is because if we take a look at, for example, in the world of animals, we take a look at ants. We take a look at an ant colony. Who controls the ant colony? It's the queen ant. Everything starts from the leader. As the old saying goes, the fish rots from the head down. I think leadership is extremely important. And Kadena, they have this covered because when we take a look at Kadena's founders, it's two individuals by the name of Will Martino and Stuart Popejoy. And they are the real deal in my opinion because they both actually helped created JP Morgan's first ever blockchain, otherwise now known as JPM Coin. So clearly, they know what they're doing, they have an amazing track record, and their resume is A+ in my opinion. However, here is something even more insane because when we take a look at their advisory team, there is a guy by the name of Dr. Stuart Haber. And when I say this name, some people who are informed, they may think, wow, I can't believe he's even part of the team. However, for the people who may not know who he is, he happens to be the co-inventor of blockchain. And that's not a joke, by the way. In addition, he was the most cited author in Satoshi Nakamoto's Bitcoin white paper. I mean, just let that sink in, right? This guy is the real deal. And the fact that he's even involved with Kadena in the first place, I think that truly showcases the conviction and belief that he has for Kadena. Because when Dr. Stuart Haber believes in a project, so do I. He's the real deal. He has an amazing track record. He is a pioneer in the space overall. And when he believes in Kadena, I believe in it too. He's not going to believe in some random nonsense, caca, trash project. He's not going to do that. He's only going to believe in the best of the best. Kadena, it's like that A1 sauce, if you know what I mean. It's the real deal. However, here's the thing. Kadena, very impressively, already has over 50 projects on its ecosystem, which is very fantastic in my opinion because a lot of projects out there, they struggle to get 10, let alone over 20. And in this case, over 50, I mean, that's insane. Kadena, they've been doing work. They've been going ham. We take a look at KDA doing a 50x from here, having around a $13 billion market cap. I don't think it's too much to ask for. Kadena, it's one of the best blockchains out there, in my opinion. If we take a look at Kaspa, it happens to be the world's first ever block DAG, which is a revolutionary and permissionless ledger that enables parallel blocks and rapid transaction finality, and all while being secured by a robust proof-of-work engine. I think that Kaspa is absolutely fantastic. And here's the thing. Kaspa, they have such an amazing long-term goal because if we take a look at it, Kaspa currently can process 1 block per second, which is already very impressive, but they will soon be upgrading to 10 blocks per second, which is crazy because that right there is very unprecedented in the crypto space overall. But Kaspa, they don't want to stop there. That's what she said. As a matter of fact, Kaspa's ultimate vision is to be able to create 100 blocks per second. I mean, carajo, that's insane right there. Poha. You know, that's crazy. If Kaspa is able to achieve that, it would literally make Kaspa the fastest out there, which is an amazing goal to have. Unlike in real life, right? In real life, in some situations, you don't want to be the fastest out there, especially when it comes to matters in the boom boom in the bedroom. I don't think anyone has ever bragged and said, oh wow, I'm the fastest out there. I mean, no one wants to be a one-pump stunner. At least that's what I'm assuming. But yeah, besides that point, I think Kaspa is fundamentally fantastic. And now I'm going to talk about some crazy statistics about Kaspa. And no, I'm not going to be talking about Britney Spears anytime soon. That's for another video. Because if we take a look at this, Kaspa currently has a speed of 400 plus transactions per block and up to 18 simultaneous parallel blocks. And this makes Kaspa approximately 600 times faster than Bitcoin, which is absolutely ridiculous. And here's the thing, Kaspa, they have amazing leadership because, as the old saying goes, the fish rots from the head down. Even if we take a look at the world of animals, for instance, we take a look at ants. You know, who controls the ant colony? It's the queen ant. It all starts from the leader. And here's the thing, when it comes to Kaspa, their fantastic leadership, in my opinion, is going to carry them to great heights moving forward, because Kaspa's founder is a guy by the name of Jonathan Sopolinsky. And when it comes to Jonathan, he's the real deal. You know, he happens to hold a postdoctoral position at Harvard University. I mean, that's insane. It's an Ivy League school right there. Very fantastic. You know, a lot of other projects out there, sometimes I would go on their website, sometimes I would take a look at their leadership, and I'll think, oh man, it just looks so caca. It looks like these people came off of Chipotle or something like that. But that's completely not the case when it comes to Kaspa. Kaspa's leadership is A+. You know, a lot of leaders out there, their resume can't even compare to Jonathan's. It doesn't even come close. And even in some cases to me as well, right? Some other leaders out there for projects, they don't have an economics degree like I do. But yet, besides that point, I'm kind of boasting. I think Kaspa, again, has fantastic leadership. And I think that its amazing leadership is going to carry them to great heights moving forward. We take a look at Kaspa doing a 50x from here, having around $114 billion market cap. Not too much to ask for, especially when I consider how Kaspa is the world's first ever block DAG. And keep in mind, Gala is very special. You know, it has rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. For instance, when you take a look at Gala Games, in my opinion, truly represents the new age of blockchain gaming, because a lot of blockchain games out there, they're absolute trash as of right now. You know, it's complete caca. Oftentimes when people think about blockchain gaming, they think about, oh, it's a bad game that has play-to-earn mechanics. But Gala, it's changing all of this, because when you take a look at the games on the Gala Games library, I mean, man, it's a stark contrast to the majority of the competition. For instance, we take a look at Spider Tanks, we take a look at Superior, we take a look at Grit. You know, these are fantastic A+ quality games. And I do believe that moving forward, Gala Games is going to be the standard. The games are very high quality, and it's very different from the traditional play-to-earn games, so to speak, that exist right now. And also keep in mind, Gala is focused on the metaverse with something called Voxverse, which I think could be so bullish for the future of Gala moving forward, because according to McKinsey, the metaverse could reach $5 trillion in value by 2030. I mean, that's bigger than a lot of countries' GDP. That's a very insane figure. And, you know, even having the idea to want to launch Voxverse in the first place, I think that, if anything, truly showcases the forward thinking that Gala has. You know, I think that, if anything, truly showcases how they understand where a lot of the potential is at. Furthermore, when it comes to Gala, they also have their very own layer 1 blockchain called the Gala Chain. And when it comes to Gala Chain, if we take a look at the statistics, currently there's over 30,000 active nodes and over 400,000 assets minted already. I mean, carajo, porra. Gala Chain, it's doing very well as of right now. You know, a lot of other projects out there that are related to blockchain gaming, they're not launching their very own layer 1 blockchain, but Gala already did. You know, that's how amazing Gala is. They have that foresight to think about the future. A lot of other projects out there, they're focused on the heat of the moment. They just think, oh, you know, we're just going to focus on the short to medium term gains. But when it comes to Gala, they're focused on the long term. They're thinking about how can we exist not only just next year, in the next 2 years, but in the next 5, 10, 15, and beyond. They're thinking about that, because if they don't think about the long term, they wouldn't be making good quality games. They wouldn't be focused on the metaverse, and they wouldn't be launching their very own layer 1 blockchain. You know, if they had a short-term mindset, they wouldn't be doing that. But again, they're doing all of that. They have a very amazing long-term mindset, in my opinion. And also, let's not forget, when it comes to the Gala ecosystem, there's something called Gala Film and Gala Music. And now, when it comes to Gala Music, am I a big fan of it? Not really. I mean, it has its very own token, which I think is actually a very bad idea. I don't know why they did that. You know, if I were to find a flaw when it comes to Gala, it would be Gala Music having their own token. But I guess nothing's ever perfect, right? You know, no one's ever perfect, in my opinion, much like in the world of crypto projects. But even despite that, I do believe that Gala Music could be a good addition to the Gala ecosystem, because if we take a look at this, according to verified market research, the music streaming market size is expected to be worth over $100 billion by 2030. So when you think about that, the music streaming market size, it has a lot of potential. So Gala being focused on music, I think it could be somewhat bullish for its future. Now, do I think it's going to be the major driving force behind Gala moving forward? I don't think so, but it's a good addition nonetheless. And now, let's take a look at Gala Film, because when it comes to the global movies and entertainment market size, it is predicted to reach over $160 billion by 2030, according to Zion Market Research. So when it comes to Gala being focused on films, I think that also could be somewhat bullish for its future. So really, any way I view it, I think that Gala has a very impressive ecosystem. It's well diversified, it's focused on a lot of markets, and more specifically, when it comes to Gala Games, I think it's revolutionizing blockchain gaming forever. Gala, I think that it really is A+ in my opinion. And now, some people, they like to talk about how Gala has some legal issues going on behind the scenes, allegedly speaking, of course, with the Gala team members. And when it comes to this, do I think it's ideal? Of course not. I mean, who wants to see that a crypto project that they're bullish on have its team members have somewhat of a legal drama behind the scenes? I mean, of course, that's not desirable. But even still, despite that, I still do believe that Gala is fundamentally amazing, and it's improved by a lot ever since 2021. You know, a lot of people, they like to say, wow, the peak for Gala was 2021. But I actually disagree, because when you think about it, back in 2021, Gala was not that fundamentally good. There was no Gala chain back then. Also, furthermore, at that time, there was nowhere near this many games out on the Gala Games platform. So when you really think about that, right, is Gala fundamentally better now or back then? I think it's a lot better right now, even despite, again, the ongoing illegal, alleged issues going on behind the scenes. You know, even so, despite that, the fundamentals of Gala has improved by a lot ever since back around in 2021. You know, so when people say, oh wow, Gala is going backwards, I disagree, it's going forwards, if anything. And now we take a look at Gala doing a 50x from here, having around a $35 billion market cap. Not too insane of a goal, especially when I consider just how diverse the Gala ecosystem is. You know, HBAR is the native cryptocurrency of the Hedera Hashgraph network. And when it comes to Hedera Hashgraph, it actually doesn't utilize blockchain. Instead, it utilizes something called a DAG, which stands for Directed Acyclic Graph. And a DAG, in my opinion, has several advantages over traditional blockchain technology. For instance, DAGs are known to be a lot faster, a lot more scalable, having improved data storage, and as well as consuming way less energy as well. As a matter of fact, Hedera per transaction on average consumes less energy than the BNB chain, Solana, Avalanche, Algorand, Polkadot, Ethereum, Cardano, and many others. I mean, man, carajo, that's very impressive. Furthermore, Hedera's native services reliably scales up to 10,000 transactions per second and even beyond, making it highly scalable and very fast. Now, Hedera being fast, it's a very good thing, but in the boom boom in the bedroom, do you really want to be that fast? I mean, does anyone want to be a single pump stunner? But I guess that's up to personal preference. But yeah, besides that point, Hedera, it's amazing in my opinion. The statistics are very impressive. And let's not forget, on Hedera, as of right now, there's around 4 million mainnet accounts. And also on top of that, it has been able to facilitate over 100 million transactions in the past 24 hours alone. I mean, that's crazy, man. That's ridiculous. And in my opinion, Hedera has the best governing council out there. And no, I'm not just saying this because I'm a fan of it. It's because it's actually true. For instance, if we take a look at Hedera's governing council, it includes multiple multi-billion-dollar giants. That's what she said. For instance, such as DBS Bank, Google, IBM, LG, Ubisoft, Dell Technologies, and many others. I mean, that's a very impressive list right there. That's crazy. And in my opinion, Hedera has such a wide array of use cases. For instance, it has solutions for stablecoins and auditing, carbon markets, and traceability. Furthermore, it also has solutions for DeFi, NFTs, decentralized logs, decentralized identity, and even payments as well. You know, when it comes to Hedera, I mean, man, it's amazing, in my opinion. Now, we take a look at HBAR doing a 50x from here, having around a $116 billion market cap. Not too much to ask for, in my opinion, especially when I consider just how special Hedera is. And why do I say this? Because I believe that Peer, during the next bull run, could hypothetically at least go to the price of $200. And now, of course, this is not financial advice, but the reason why I believe that could very well happen, I think it's going to come down to the fact that Vulcan Forge simply has a rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. Because Vulcan Forge, the way I view it, is the ultimate Web3 ecosystem. You know, Vulcan Forge, it's known for a lot of things, much like Kim Kardashian. For instance, when it comes to Vulcan Forge, one of the main things it's known for is Vulcan Studios, which is its very own Web3 gaming studio. In addition, it's also known for Elysium, which is a carbon neutral, a layer one blockchain, and even something called Metascapes as well. which is an upcoming metaverse as a service project. And here's the thing, right? When we take a look at the Vulcan Forge ecosystem, there's currently over 10 NFT and gaming projects. In addition, it has over 20,000 community members as well, which I find very impressive. And personally for me, I think that Vulcan Forge is clearly focused on all the right markets. Why do I say this? Because as we all know, through Vulcan Studios, they are focused on blockchain gaming. And when it comes to blockchain gaming, according to Grand V Research, its market size is expected to be worth over $300 billion by 2030. So clearly, blockchain gaming has a lot of potential. Vulcan Forge understands where the potential is at. In addition, Vulcan Forge is also focused on the metaverse through Metascapes. And according to McKinsey, the metaverse could reach $5 trillion in value over the next 6 years. I mean, isn't that ridiculous? That's bigger than a lot of countries' GDP. Again, Vulcan Forge did such a genius move by being focused on the metaverse. And let's not forget, they also have Elysium, which is their very own carbon-neutral Layer 1 blockchain. And I think this right here is fantastic. You know, when I say this, though, a lot of people, their main argument for Elysium is the fact that, oh, there's too many blockchains out there. Why do we need another one? You know, why did Vulcan Forge use their resources to even have Elysium in the first place? Oh, it's a waste of resources. But I disagree, because I do believe that there's not too many blockchains out there, because by 2030, the global blockchain technology market is expected to be worth over $1.4 trillion. And the reason why I even discussed this statistic in the first place was because I want to showcase how there's room for everyone to eat. You know, when a market size is expected to be worth over $1.4 trillion, again, right, I think there's going to be room for everyone to eat. Much like in the world of cars, for instance, we take a look at, there's so many car brands out there, right? There's Volvo, Rivian, Tesla, BMW, Mercedes, Toyota. There's so many out there. But why are a lot of these car brands able to succeed? Why are many car brands out there able to generate billions upon billions of dollars in revenue? And why are them even in some cases able to hire tens, even hundreds of thousands of employees? And the reason for that is because, again, the car market is massive. That's what she said. So there's room for everyone to eat. Do you think that Volvo has 90% market share? No, it doesn't, right? But it's still widely regarded as being successful. And why is that? It's because the car market is massive. So a car brand, it doesn't need 90% market share to be successful. Just a couple percent will do just fine. And I think that same principle applies to in the world of blockchains, because, yeah, sure, there's many blockchains out there, but I do not think that other blockchains have to fail in order for Elysium to succeed. You know, other blockchains out there can be successful, that's great, but Elysium can as well. Each blockchain, much like a car brand, is going to have their own fans, their own unique selling point, and their own targeted market. So I do not think that Elysium is going to be lost in the commotion, so to speak, right? I don't think other blockchains out there are just going to leave Elysium behind. I don't think so. Other blockchains can prosper, but so can Elysium. The market is so massive to the point that Elysium still has a place, and I think its future could look so bright. However, with that being said, I think it should be noted how when it comes to Vulcan Forge, its ecosystem is not only powered by just a single token, in this case Peer, that's not the case. It's also powered by something else called Lava. And Lava is a secondary token of Vulcan Forge. You know, Lava can be acquired from either cryptocurrency exchanges or even by playing games on its ecosystem. However, when it comes to Lava, I'm not that bullish on Lava, to be honest. You know, it's kind of like the side piece, right? Peer, it's like the main piece, and that's why I'm a lot more bullish on Peer than Lava. To be honest, I don't really care about Lava. I'm just focused on Peer. Because again, it's the primary token of Vulcan Forge. And when it comes to Vulcan Forge, I really do think that it ticks all the boxes. Focus on all the right markets, fantastic statistics, and it's very diverse. I mean, man, as a project, it's really fundamentally fantastic in my opinion. It's one of the best out there, arguably. Now we take a look at Peer, doing a 50x from Peer. At that point, it would only have a market cap of around $6.6 billion. I mean, isn't that insane? I think that if anything truly visualizes just how much room Peer has to grow. I think Vulcan Forge is just too good of a project for Peer not to do that. At least that's the way I view it. Engine, its fundamentals are rock solid. That's what she said. You know, Engine gives the ability for developers and creators to launch top-tier Web3 games and applications. And Engine, so far, it's already been involved with many amazing gaming projects. For instance, we take a look at Lost Relics, Six Dragons, Nine Lives Arena, and many others, which I find very impressive. However, the cherry on top for me is the fact that Engine is even involved with Microsoft as well. And that's not a joke, by the way, because Engine, they're involved with something called Azure Heroes, which is Microsoft's blockchain-based digital badge rewards program. So the fact that Engine has even a partnership with Microsoft in the first place, I think that truly speaks volumes. Many projects out there that are good have a hard time becoming associated with Microsoft. That's what she said. Let alone if the project was Kaka, there'd just be no way. So the fact that Engine can even do this in the first place, I think that truly shows how they're just levels above the majority of the competition. And something that I find very amazing about Engine is the fact that they're focused on blockchain gaming right now. Think about this, right? A lot of projects out there, they're focused on blockchain gaming, but fundamentally, they're very bad. They're atrocious. But Engine, it's amazing. It's a lot better than the competition, and I think they're entering the market at a perfect time because when we take a look at this, according to Grandview Research, the blockchain gaming market by 2030 is expected to be worth over $300 billion. That's bigger than some countries' GDP. And the reason why I even showed this statistic is to showcase how, when it comes to blockchain gaming, we really haven't seen anything yet. I think it's relatively still in its infancy. So again, I think it's the perfect time for Engine to enter right now because I think Engine, they are anticipating the wave. The wave being blockchain gaming. Right now, the wave hasn't come yet, but I think that Engine is putting themselves in a prime position to catch the wave later on. It's much like surfing, right? If I'm surfing and I want to catch the wave, I have to put myself in a position in the ocean on the board, so then when the wave does come, I'll go along with the ride. However, if let's say someone is 50 feet away, they're trying to chase the wave, there's no way they can swim faster than the waves in the ocean. That's just not a possibility. And I think Engine, they understand this. Instead of chasing the hype of blockchain gaming later on, they're focused on it right now. So then when the market does take off, again, they're going to go along with the ride. They're going to have a good time. And now I want to talk about something very special, and that is the Engine blockchain. And when it comes to the Engine blockchain, a lot of people, they seem to think it's bad for whatever reason, but that's not the case because if we take a look at this, the Engine blockchain currently can facilitate over 5,000 transactions per second, and it's even able to process upwards of 2,000 mints per transaction, which I think is insane. In addition, the average cost per transaction on the Engine blockchain is less than a penny. I mean, carajo, porra. That's insanely low. That's very amazing in my opinion. However, it doesn't end there because when it comes to Engine, they're also focused on NFTs and the metaverse. And now, when it comes to NFTs and the metaverse, I get why a lot of people may be skeptical on its future because they may think, oh, wow, NFTs are down, a lot of metaverse-related projects, they're not doing that hot right now. And when it comes to that, I agree, especially when you compare it to 2021, 2021 was a hot year for NFTs and metaverse-related projects. But I think that the future could look very different. I think that what we saw back in 2021 is just the beginning. I think that's just a small taste of what's to come in the future. And why do I say this? Because according to Grandview Research, the NFT market by 2030 is expected to be worth over $211 billion. Furthermore, according to McKinsey, the metaverse, they predict, could reach $5 trillion in value by 2030. I mean, isn't that insane? I think moving forward, as the NFT and metaverse market continues to grow, I think so will amazing projects, much like Engine, that are focused on those markets. People, they may be laughing at NFTs and the metaverse right now, but I think in the future, it could look very different. I think Engine, it's fundamentally fantastic, and I think it's focused on all the right markets. Now, we take a look at Engine Coin doing a 50x from here. At that point, it would have a market cap of around $30 billion, which, by the way, is around $10 billion less than Shiba Inu's all-time high market cap. Not too much to ask for, especially when I consider just how special Engine is. When we take a look at the Quant network, it's extremely revolutionary. If we take a look at it, what is it made out of, right? It's made out of the Overledger OS and the Overledger network. And first of all, when it comes to the Overledger OS, it's no joke because it allows something called a multi-chain application to be built. And what this means right here is that it's an application that is not built on just one blockchain. Oh no, that's not the case. It's built on multiple blockchains. Let's say I'm a developer and I'm using the Overledger OS and I'm looking to build an application that takes advantage of the speed of the Stellar blockchain while at the same time maintaining the security of the Bitcoin blockchain. If let's say I want to do that, I could do that. I can make an application again, right, that takes advantage of the speed of the Stellar blockchain while at the same time maintaining the security of the Bitcoin blockchain. I mean, isn't that crazy? If I were to put an analogy on it, it's like, for instance, let's say I made an NBA 2K character, but then I can make a character that has amazing attributes. I can just max it out. Let's say, originally a character when it's tall, it can't run very fast, but what if I can make a character that can not only run fast, but it's also very tall, it can dunk and whatnot, right? That'd be amazing. Through the Overledger OS, it's someone like that. Individuals and institutions no longer have to be stuck building on only just one blockchain. That's boring. Multi-chain applications, it's the way to go, in my opinion. And now that you've heard all about the Overledger OS, I want to talk about the Overledger network, because the Overledger network, it's not as exciting as the Overledger OS, but it's very special nonetheless, because the Overledger network is made up of the Overledger OS users, and these Overledger OS users on the Overledger network can share their data, their apps, their resources, and monetize them. Now that's how special it is. The Quant network is very special. Furthermore, I think it should be noted how Quant has such a wide array of use cases. It can be used for enterprise and developer licenses, gateways and staking, transaction processing, for application users, and even for platform fees as well. I think it's fantastic. And the way I view it is that Quant is such an amazing alternative for me instead of Bitcoin, because a lot of people out there, they rave all about Bitcoin, but I just don't get it because I don't own any Bitcoin. And why would I own any Bitcoin if there is something like Quant that exists? Because when you think about it, a lot of people, they rave about how rare Bitcoin is. Okay, I get it. The maximum supply is 21 million. I understand that. But here's the thing. The maximum supply of Quant is around 14.5 million. So, you got to take that into consideration, right? You compare 14.5 million around to 21 million. That's like a night and day difference right there. That's like comparing Baker Mayfield, a trashy NFL quarterback, to someone like Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. You can't do that. That's unfair. And also, when it comes to Bitcoin, for the most part, it's viewed as just primarily as a store of value. Doesn't really have such a diverse use case. But again, just like I mentioned before, Quant, its use case is very diverse. It has a very strong use case in my opinion. So why wouldn't I choose Quant? The more rare than Bitcoin and much better use case in my opinion. It's more diverse. So when all of those people out there, they say, Bitcoin's the way, Bitcoin. Now I disagree. I think that Quant's the way moving forward, has a way lower market cap, more room to grow, more rare, more use cases. Why wouldn't I choose that? So when people say, you're crazy for not having any Bitcoin, I don't think so. If I'm owning Quant, I don't think I'm crazy. I think Quant is the way to go for me. A lot of people, they treat Bitcoin as their own personal S&P 500, so to speak, but I don't do that. I treat Quant that way. I think Quant is the new Bitcoin, so to speak. At least that's the way I take a look at it. And now, of course, I'm not directly comparing Quant to Bitcoin, but I'm just emphasizing how instead of acquiring Bitcoin, I'd rather acquire Quant instead. I think it's that special. Now we take a look at Quant. Just like I mentioned before, right? The Quant network is extremely revolutionary. Quant doing a 50x from here, I think it's a no-brainer. And of course, that's all financial advice. Link is a token that powers the Chainlink decentralized Oracle network. And now, when I say this, some people out there, they may be saying, what is an Oracle? Is that the name of Justin Bieber's new pet bratwurst extender? No, that's not the case whatsoever. An Oracle is basically a data feed that brings data from off the chain, aka off-chain data, and brings it over into the blockchain. And the reason why this is very important is because without off-chain data, many decentralized applications out there simply would not be able to function properly. So off-chain data is extremely crucial in my opinion. Various crypto projects, developers, and companies from all around the world are currently utilizing Chainlink's data feeds for their operations. And these oracles that do provide data feeds are awarded in Link tokens. And just to provide a real-life example as to what a use case for Chainlink may look like, for instance, it can be used to provide pricing data for various cryptocurrency exchanges or even for crypto pricing websites as well, such as, for instance, in the case of CoinGecko. But with that being said, some of the Chainlink critics out there, they may be saying, oh wow, Chainlink, it only provides data feeds. Oh wow, it's not diverse, but that is not true. For instance, Chainlink has something called Keepers. And what Keepers is that it can allow for developers to automate certain smart contract tasks and functions that involve off-chain data. Furthermore, Chainlink also has proof of reserve services as well. And the benefit of this is that it can be used, for instance, by stablecoin issuers or cryptocurrency exchanges in situations where they want to showcase that they are holding a certain amount of assets. It could be beneficial for that. And also, let's not forget, Chainlink also provides a service called VRF, which stands for Verifiable Random Function. And the use case of VRF is for random number generation, and this could be especially useful for, let's say, in the case of video games. So when it comes to Chainlink, the use cases are very strong, it's very diverse, and I think that it's fundamentally fantastic. However, it doesn't end there because currently, global enterprises such as Google Cloud, Swift, T-Systems, Amazon Web Services, Swisscom, and even Associated Press are currently utilizing Chainlink, which I think is insane. I mean, carajo, porra. But yeah, besides that point, there's also currently over 1,800 projects using Chainlink, and Chainlink also has been able to enable over $9 trillion worth of transactions. I mean, again, I'm going to say this. Carajo. I mean, that's insane, man. The stats, they don't lie. You know, a Chainlink critic, they may lie that they weren't begging for that used Bratwurst extender from their girlfriends, boyfriends, grandmas, side piece. Maybe they're lying about that. They're saying, oh, you know, they weren't begging for that Bratwurst extender, but, you know, the numbers, they don't lie. Chainlink's numbers, they're fantastic. They're amazing. So when I consider just how special Chainlink is, I don't see why Link during the next bull run won't hypothetically do around a 10x from here. When we take a look at Tron, what is it, right? It is an open source, decentralized, layer 1 blockchain operating system that's highly scalable, fast, and secure as well. You know, in the world of cryptos, in the world of blockchains, you want to be fast. But in real life, do you really want to be that fast? Do you want to be a one-pump stunner? You got to ask yourself that question. I know I don't. I want to be that 1 hour wrecking ball machine. I mean, okay, we're getting off topic here. But yeah, besides that point, even Tron themselves claim that they are an ambitious project dedicating to building the infrastructure for a truly decentralized internet. And I think this right here is amazing because Tron, it's heavily focused on decentralizing the internet, which I think is a genius move because when you think about it, the internet, it's a large market. And also on top of that, there is room for improvement because when we take a look at the internet right now, it could be argued as being highly centralized and as well as arguably being controlled by big tech giants. However, through decentralization, these aspects that I just mentioned before, you know, these drawbacks, they're quite essentially gone. Through the decentralization of the internet, there's potentially going to be a lot more freedom, added data security, no longer are there going to be single points of failures, and not being controlled by big tech giants as well. You know, the benefits are just endless when it comes to the decentralization of the internet. And I think that Tron, they perfectly understand this, which is why they're focused on doing that. I think they're extremely revolutionary. And now, I want to talk about some crazy statistics for you because currently on Tron, there's around 200 million accounts, which is insane to think about. And also on top of that, it has been able to boast over 6 billion transactions so far, which is crazy. I mean, carajo, that's insane. Porra. And also, Tron's been doing a lot of work because not too long ago, they actually acquired BitTorrent, which is a very famous and reputable P2P file sharing service. So the fact that Tron even had the foresight and initiative and motivation to acquire something like BitTorrent, I think truly speaks volumes about how special they really are. And now I want to take a look at TRX. You know, if TRX were to do a 10x from here, it would have a market cap of around $100 billion, which I think is not too much to ask for, especially when I consider just how special Tron is. Uniswap, I believe, is one of the best decentralized exchanges out there. As a matter of fact, it is a decentralized cryptocurrency exchange that is powered by Ethereum. You know, users on Uniswap can exchange any Ethereum ERC20 tokens without having to go through any centralized intermediaries, such as, for instance, a centralized exchange, which I find very impressive. Furthermore, anyone can earn fees on Uniswap by lending out their cryptocurrencies to Uniswap's liquidity pools. However, here are some crazy statistics for you, and no, I'm not talking about Britney Spears. That's for a different video. Currently on Uniswap, there has been over 300 integrations. Carajo, porra, that's impressive. And there has even been over 70 million all-time trades and nearly 500 billion in trade volume. I mean, that's crazy, man. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's just crazy. And personally for me, I do believe that Uniswap is focused on the right market. And why do I say this? Because the decentralized finance market by 2030, according to Grandview Research, is expected to be worth over $230 billion. I mean, that's very jaw-dropping because that's bigger than some countries' GDP. That's ridiculous. And I think that, if anything, truly showcases just how massive, that's what she said, the decentralized finance market could be in the very near future. Now, some of those, Uniswap critics, they may say, oh, the decentralized finance market, it's down from a lot, especially when compared to 2021. Okay, yeah, I get that. But I think that the comeback could be far greater than the setback. It's much like in real life, right? When we're down, when we're sad, what do? We have to go back up again. Our comeback has to be greater than our setback. We have to prove the haters wrong. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen to the decentralized finance market. It's going to make a massive comeback. And I think that when the decentralized finance market makes a massive comeback and becomes bigger, better, and stronger than ever before, I think that's when all of those Uniswap critics, they're going to come running over to their girlfriend's, boyfriend's grandma, because I think at that point, Uniswap is going to go along with the ride. As the decentralized finance market prospers, I think so will fantastic projects, much like Uniswap, that are focused on decentralized finance. Now, we take a look at Uni doing a 10x from here. At that point, its market cap would be around $46 billion, which, by the way, is around the same as Shiba Inu's all-time high market cap. So I don't think this is too insane to ask for, especially when I consider just how special Uniswap is. First of all, I think that Solana is one of the best layer 1 blockchains out there. And why do I say that? Because Solana is highly decentralized, it's highly scalable, and it's secure and fast as well. Let's not forget, it's also very sustainable in terms of its fees. Solana is currently powering tools and integrations from companies from all around the world, such as Brave, Discord, Google, Shopify, Meta, and even Circle as well. And as we all know, Circle is the creator behind USDC. So I think that right there is very amazing. And of course, that's USDC, the stable coin. The fact that Solana is even powering tools and integrations for companies such as what I just mentioned before, I think is truly a testament to ask that just how special Solana is. If Solana was a random nonsense clown show project, this wouldn't have been a possibility. But it is. I think this really showcases just how incredible Solana is. However, it doesn't end there, because if we take a look at this, there's already over 10 million active accounts on Solana, and it also has been able to mint over 20 million NFTs already, which I think is absolutely unbelievable. Over 20 million NFTs, that's almost as many boyfriends as Kim Kardashian hypothetically has. I'm just joking. That's probably not true, but yeah, I'm going to skip that joke. Furthermore, I think it should be noted that Solana is incredibly energy efficient. For instance, Solana has a net carbon impact of 0%, which, by the way, is on par with that of Algorand. So I think that's very impressive. In addition, there's currently over 400 decentralized applications and tools on Solana as well, which I think is a clear indicator as to just how much growth is happening on Solana. A lot of those Solana haters out there, they like to say, oh man, they like to pull out their G-strings, their pom-poms, their bratwurst extenders, and they say, oh, there's no development going on in Solana. The Solana ecosystem is done, but that is clearly not the case. The numbers don't lie. And also, in addition, I think it should be noted that Solana has one of the best staking ratios out there. As a matter of fact, Solana has a higher staking ratio than Casper, Cardano, Avalanche, Polkadot, Phantom, Near, and even Polygon as well. And now when I say that, it's nothing to take away from the other blockchains I just mentioned. However, I think that if anything truly showcases just how amazing the staking ratio is for Solana. In terms of staking ratio, it's one of the best. I think that hands down, Solana is truly one of the best layer 1 blockchains out there. Statistically, it's fantastic. Fundamentally, it's amazing. I think the ecosystem is doing very well, and it already has massive adoption. That's what she said. Now, we take a look at Sol doing a 10x from here. At that point, it would have a market cap of around $429 billion. Which isn't insane in my opinion, especially when you consider how Ethereum back in 2021 had an all-time high market cap of over $500 billion. Avalanche is a fundamentally spectacular layer 1 blockchain. Avalanche is highly scalable, it's secure, it's fast, and it's highly decentralized too. I think as a layer 1 blockchain, Avalanche, it's truly the complete package. In addition, I think that it should be noted that Avalanche so far on its network has been able to facilitate over 1 billion transactions, a very eye-boggling amount. Furthermore, I think it should be noted how Avalanche has one of the best DeFi ecosystems out there, and that's actually not a joke. In terms of total value locked on DeFi, Avalanche is currently ranked number 7 in the world. I mean, that's insane, right? Its total value lock is so high to the point that it actually beats out the giants like Solana, Cronos, Bitcoin, Cardano, and much more, which I find very impressive. And I think all of this right here is actually going to be very bullish news for the future of Avalanche, because I think that the DeFi market has insane potential. If we take a look at this, according to Grandview Research, by 2030, the DeFi market is anticipated to be worth over $230 billion. I mean, just think about that, right? So for the people, or should I say for the critics that like to say that, oh, DeFi's done, it has no future, I completely disagree. I think that the best is yet to come when it comes to the DeFi market. And I think that as it continues to grow moving forward, I think so will amazing blockchains, much like Avalanche, that do have an amazing DeFi ecosystem. I think that the future of Avalanche could look so bright. And here's the thing, right? A lot of the Avalanche haters out there, they like to say, oh, there's too many layer 1 blockchains out there. Why would Avalanche survive? And the reason why I think it's going to survive in the long term is because I think it's a lot better than the competition. For instance, I think Avalanche is a lot better than Ethereum. Yeah, I said it. Those Ethereum haters, they may not be happy that I said that, but I truly do believe that, because when you take a look at the fundamentals of Ethereum, I think it is a very archaic layer 1 blockchain. I think, a big contributing factor why Ethereum is so popular is because, it was one of the first out there. So I think, it really has quite essentially a first mover advantage, which is why I think it is so popular today. But in terms of fundamentals, I don't think it's that good. First of all, gas fees are through the roof. It's insane in my opinion. No one likes Ethereum's gas fees. Even Ethereum fans themselves, I think, really hate that. And also on top of that, Ethereum, despite being proof of stake, despite being Ethereum 2.0, despite all of that, it's still not scalable, which is complete nonsense. I mean, how is a layer 1 blockchain in 2023 not scalable? It's crazy. Even its very own co-founder, Charles Hoskinson, who, by the way, also happens to be the founder of Cardano, he himself says that it may potentially take Ethereum up to 5 more years in order to achieve scalability, which I think is just way too long. I mean, why does a layer 1 blockchain have to wait up to 5 more years potentially to become scalable? I mean, that's complete nonsense. Avalanche, as of right now, gas fees are very low, extremely sustainable, and it doesn't have to potentially wait up to 5 years to become scalable. It's already scalable right now. I think Avalanche is a lot better than Ethereum. However, besides that point, I now want to shift gears real quick and talk about the reviews that people have for Avalanche. Because if we take a look at this, Avalanche has very fantastic reviews. According to the founder of Aave, he claims how Avalanche is well suited for building DeFi applications due to its scalability features. And keep in mind, the founder of Aave, he's a real deal individual. So the fact that he's even saying this, I think truly speaks volumes. But it doesn't end there, because the co-founder of Chainlink Labs, and you got to really think about that, right? Chainlink, it's a real deal project in my opinion. I'm also bullish on Chainlink. You can go ahead and check those videos out. Besides that point, according to its co-founder, he claims that Avalanche gets us closer and closer and possibly arriving at parity with the speed of Web 2 systems. These are absolutely amazing reviews from individuals who are extremely reputable in the crypto space. So you got to think about that, right? The fact that they're even saying this about Avalanche in the first place, I think truly showcases just how special Avalanche is. These two individuals, they're not just some random dude that Avalanche picked off of from Chipotle or El Pollo Loco, something like that. That's not the case whatsoever. They're extremely, again, right, reputable individuals, and what they say matters in my opinion. So when they say this about Avalanche, I think it truly shows how Avalanche is something very incredible. When it comes to AVAX doing a 10x, at that point, it would have a market cap of around $130 billion, which isn't insane in my opinion, especially when I consider how Avalanche is one of the best layer 1 blockchains out there. And one of the major reasons why I think that could happen, I think is going to boil down to Polkadot's rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. The goal of Polkadot is to connect blockchains together. Quite essentially, they are focused on interoperability. And just to put into perspective as to what I mean by this, as of right now, there's a lot of networks out there, a lot of blockchains, but for the most part, they are independent of one another. And as a result of this, they are not freely able to send value and data to each other. And just an example of this would be Bitcoin and Ethereum. Two independent networks, they are not able to freely send data and value to each other. But there is a solution for this. And this is where the amazing Polkadot steps in, because through Polkadot, this issue right here is quite essentially gone. Again, right, they are aiming to connect blockchains together. They are focused on interoperability. And now when I say this, some of the Polkadot ding-dongs, or should I say critics, they like to say, oh, there's no future in the interoperability market. Who even bothers with that? But here's the thing. I think there's a lot of future potential in that, because if we take a look at this, the global blockchain interoperability market is anticipated to more than triple in size over the next 5 years. So yeah, that's essentially pie in the face for those Polkadot critics, because these numbers show that the interoperability market still has a lot of potential. However, it doesn't end there, because Polkadot has one of the best staking ratios out there. As a matter of fact, it currently has a higher staking ratio than Phantom, Near, and even Polygon as well. And now, this is taking nothing from these other blockchains that I just mentioned, but the fact that Polkadot has a higher staking ratio than these amazing projects, I think truly speaks volumes. Polkadot, in my opinion, it's fantastic. And now, here's the thing. As of August, Polkadot and its canary network called Kusama was ranked number 1 in the world in terms of crypto development activity, beating out giants, that's what she said, such as Chainlink, Cardano, Hedera, and many others. So there is clearly still a lot of activity going on Polkadot. People still have great conviction for its future, and a lot of people, they're still developing on it. And when it comes to DOT doing a 10x, I don't think it's too much to ask for, especially when I consider just how amazing Polkadot is. Again, right, it's focused on interoperability, which in my opinion, as of right now, is a major issue. Polygon is a layer 2 scaling platform for Ethereum-based applications to tackle the problems that exist with Ethereum right now, while at the same time leveraging Ethereum's security. And now when I say this, some people, they may be wondering, what's the benefit of a layer 2 scaling platform, much like Polygon? Why is it even necessary? And the reason why it's necessary is because when we take a look at Ethereum right now, it has a couple of drawbacks. For instance, it's not scalable as of right now, which I think is a major issue. Even according to Ethereum's very own co-founder, who happens to be the founder of Cardano, a guy by the name of Charles Hoskinson. According to Charles, it may take Ethereum up to 5 more years potentially to become scalable, which is absolute nonsense. That's just way too long in my opinion. In addition, Ethereum gas fees, they're completely crazy. Even despite being Ethereum 2.0, even despite being proof of stake, I still disapprove of the gas fees. They're still a no bueno if you ask me. I mean, it's absolutely insane. Just think about this, right? If, let's say, someone wants to send some ETH over to their baby mama to buy that new lingerie set, let's say they want to do that, they're going to have to spend a lot of gas fees, which is complete nonsense. It's not acceptable in my opinion. However, through Polygon, all of these issues, they're quite essentially gone. That's how amazing Polygon is. Through Polygon, all of this nonsense is completely eradicated. However, it doesn't end there, because Polygon, it has amazing statistics. For instance, if we take a look at this, it currently has been able to process over 3 billion transactions, and it even has been able to facilitate over 2 million transactions in the past 24 hours alone. I mean, that's insane. Caralho, porra. I mean, that's a little bit of Portuguese right there. But yeah, that's insane in my opinion. Those are some crazy statistics. In addition, if we take a look at this, there's currently over 600,000 holders as well, which is almost unbelievable. But that's figuratively, of course, because this is realistic. It is facts, so it is believable. And facts, they don't care about feelings. Polygon haters, they may be in their feels, so to speak. They may be feeling a little bit agitated that Polygon is doing so well. But hey, facts are facts. They don't care about their feelings. And of course, that sounds kind of mean. But again, facts are facts at the end of the day. And personally for me, I think that a major catalyst which could very well allow Polygon to reach great heights in the future is due to the fact that the global blockchain technology market is anticipated to be worth over $1.4 trillion by 2030. I mean, that's crazy, right? And I think that as it continues to grow moving forward, I think so will amazing blockchains much like Polygon. So when people say that, oh, the best days are behind Polygon, it's past its prime, I completely disagree. I think that the future of Polygon could look so bright, and I think that the best is yet to come. And when we take a look at Matic doing a 10x from here, I don't think it's too outlandish, especially when I consider how Polygon is one of the best layer 2 scaling solutions out there. The rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals of Monero. Because I first think it's important to note how as of right now, a lot of cryptocurrencies out there, they have blockchains that are transparent. For instance, we take a look at Bitcoin or Ethereum. On both of their networks, transactions can be easily verified and traced. So again, it makes it not very private. However, this is where Monero steps in, because Monero transactions are untraceable and confidential. As a matter of fact, Monero is the only major cryptocurrency where every user is anonymous by default. For instance, on Monero, the sender, the receiver, and the amount of the transaction is completely hidden. And this right here is done through the use of 3 important technologies. And let me show you what I'm talking about. The first being stealth addresses, which is an automatic one-time address for every transaction. Furthermore, the second thing is called ring signatures. And this is where there is a group of cryptographic signatures with at least one real participant, but then there's no way to tell which one is the real participant. And the reason for this is because they all appear valid. So then it's very difficult to pinpoint and say, oh, this one's the real participant. It's just very difficult to do that. However, it doesn't end there because there's also something called ring CT. And this is a way to hide the amount that is sent in a Monero transaction. So with that being said, I think it's fair to assume that Monero transactions, they're very private, they can't be traced. And as a result, it makes Monero a true fungible currency, which I think is fantastic. And the cherry on top for me is the fact that individuals accepting Monero, they don't have to worry about blacklisted or tainted coins. That's how special Monero is. Usually, right, transferring funds through centralized intermediaries like a bank, for instance, that can take such a long time. There's a lot of procedures to go through. It could be a complete nightmare. But through something like Monero, that whole process is just simplified in such a fantastic way. And again, it's private. It's fantastic in my opinion. The way I view it is that Monero is revolutionizing the payments market forever. It's just so revolutionary. And now with that being said, I want to talk about the future potential of the payments market, because if we take a look at this, according to Mordor Intelligence, and no, this is not some Harry Potter or The Hobbit nonsense, it's an actual reputable firm. If we take a look at this, right, again, according to Mordor, they predict that the global payments market size is expected to be worth over $4 trillion by 2028. I mean, that's crazy. 2028, it's not even that far away at this point. We're nearing 2024 as of right now. Clearly, the payments market, it has a lot of potential. And I think as the payments market grows moving forward, I think so will amazing projects, much like Monero, because unlike a lot of the competition, which is not private, unlike Monero, I really do believe that Monero has that special advantage over others out there. I really do believe that. A lot of people, they're raving about, oh, wow, you can send Bitcoin to anyone in the world. But here's the thing. It's traceable, right? It's not that private. A lot of people out there, they're saying that, oh, wow, look at this payment solution. Look at this payment solution. Wow, look at this blockchain. They're revolutionizing the payments market. But most often than not, a lot of their transactions, they're out there. They're public. So that's just not good in my opinion. Again, right, Monero, it's extremely private. It just gives it that extra competitive advantage, in my opinion. And I think that the future of Monero could look so bright. Now, we take a look at XMR doing a 10x. I don't think it's too outlandish. You got to take into consideration just how revolutionary Monero is. Optimism is a layer 2 network that is built to address the scalability issues of Ethereum. Furthermore, Optimism uses a technology called optimistic rollups to bundle transactions to reduce fees on Ethereum. And now when I say this, some of those Ethereum fanboys, they may be jumping out of the woodworks, they may be pulling out their Taylor Swift edition, or should I say Selena Gomez edition, pom-poms, G-strings, thongs, and ding-dongs, and they may be saying, oh, isn't Ethereum perfect? Optimism, it's caca. Its purpose is so bad. But I disagree, because when you take a look at Ethereum, gas fees, they're completely insane. I mean, they're sky high. It's ridiculous. And no, I'm not talking about Britney Spears. I'm talking about Ethereum's gas fees. Furthermore, Ethereum, it's not scalable in its current form, which is a major issue. I mean, you take a look at Ethereum's very own co-founder, Charles Hoskinson, who, by the way, also happens to be the founder of Cardano. According to him, it may take Ethereum potentially up to 4 more years to become scalable. I mean, that's way too long. That's complete nonsense. So again, that is where an amazing layer 2 network, much like Optimism, steps in. Through Optimism, all of the nonsense issues that we see with Ethereum, they're quite essentially gone. They're eradicated, much like Sam Bankman-Fried. I'm just joking. But yeah, besides that point, well, maybe not, Sam Bankman-Fried, come on. But besides that point, Optimism so far has been able to save over $3 billion in gas fees. It has over $2 billion in on-chain value, and it even has been able to facilitate over 140 million transactions so far. I mean, carajo, porra. And I had to speak a little bit of Portuguese there because I think this, if anything, truly showcases the amazement that I have for these statistics, if you know what I mean. I mean, they're impressive. That's what she said. and we take a look at OP doing a 10x from here, at that point, it would have a market cap of around $29 billion, which isn't insane in my opinion. Again, right, optimism, it serves such an amazing purpose. I don't think it's outlandish. Shiba Inu critics, they like to pull out their G-strings, pom-poms, and Taylor Swift edition ding-dongs. But I completely disagree because the Shiba Inu ecosystem, in my opinion, is absolutely impressive. For instance, we take a look at Shibarium, which is a layer 2 network built on Ethereum. And the goal of Shibarium is to increase the efficiency of the decentralized applications that are built on it. And now, when I say this, some people out there, they may think, oh, Shibarium, it's useless. Yeah, sure, it sounds cool. But the stats, they don't lie. Because, for instance, transaction speeds on Shibarium are up to 100 times faster than Ethereum, and its transaction fees are extremely low. Through Shibarium, all of the nonsense that we see with Ethereum, it's quite essentially gone. You take a look at Ethereum. Scalability is a major issue. Gas fees are sky high. It's crazy. That's what she said. So when you think about it, Shibarium, it's very amazing in my opinion. And also, furthermore, every transaction on Shibarium burns SHIB tokens, increasing its deflationary pressure. I mean, that's crazy. A lot of meme coins out there, they pride themselves on the fact that they don't have a use case. Sometimes they even explicitly say that. But I think these meme coins, they're making a big mistake because they're still living in the past. This is not 2021 anymore. This is not 2020, not 2018. This is 2024. And in 2024, I think that amazing meme coins, much like Shiba Inu, are the ones that have amazing potential, especially moving forward because the utility is very strong. Yeah, sure, meme coins that have no utility, they could have short to medium term success, but I think in the long term, fundamentals will always win. And I think that's why Shiba Inu is primed for such amazing long-term success. And that's very fantastic because Shiba Inu, it shows how the ecosystem is willing to evolve. It's willing to change. It's not just stuck in their old ways, so to speak. However, with that being said, when it comes to Shibarium, I think that it should be noted how there's something called BONE, and the BONE token is the foundation of its network. BONE on Shibarium is used for gas fees, and also on top of that, BONE is one of the ecosystem's governance token. And personally for me, I do believe that Shiba Inu, it's focused on all of the right markets. Because for instance, when we take a look at the ecosystem, for instance, we will see something called SHIB the Metaverse. And of course, as the name goes, it's focused on the Metaverse. And I think this is so amazing because when you take a look at the Metaverse, according to McKinsey, they predict that it could reach $5 trillion in value by 2030. That's bigger than a lot of countries' GDP, which is crazy. Hashtag Snooki from Jersey Shore. I think that SHIB the Metaverse could be so amazing for Shiba Inu moving forward. Furthermore, there's something called Shiba Swap, which is a decentralized exchange. And according to Grandview Research, over the next 6 years, the decentralized finance market could be worth over $230 billion. So when you think about that, launching Shiba Swap, I think it's a genius move. And let's not forget, we also take a look at Shiba Eternity. And now when it comes to Shiba Eternity, I get it. It's not a AAA title game, so to speak. It doesn't have Call of Duty or Batman style graphics. But the fact that Shiba Eternity even exists in the first place, I think is very amazing. A lot of other meme coin projects out there, they don't have a game out. Shiba Inu, the ecosystem, it's top notch in my opinion. And I think that the gaming market does have a lot of potential because according to Vantage Market Research, the gaming market is anticipated to be worth over $680 billion over the next 6 years. That's ridiculous. And also, the Shiba Inu ecosystem is also focused on NFTs. And yet again, according to Grandview Research, they predict that by 2030, the NFT market is expected to be worth over $211 billion. So when I take all of those into account, I really do believe that the Shiba Inu ecosystem, it's focused on all of the right things, in my opinion. It's focused on all the right markets, and all the markets that they're focused on have amazing potential. From top to bottom, any way you take a look at it, I think that Shiba Inu, it's arguably one of the best meme coins out there. However, with that being said, I also want to talk about Leash. And when it comes to Leash, some people, they may be wondering, what is that? But it is another token on the Shiba Inu ecosystem. And the Leash token, quite essentially, is for loyal Shiba Inu supporters. And it gives holders certain benefits and perks. However, when it comes to Leash, who really cares about that? I don't. I'm SHIB all the way. We take a look at SHIB doing a 10x from here, having a market cap of around $53 billion. This isn't insane because you got to take into consideration Dogecoin back in 2021 had an all-time high market cap of around $88 billion. So this is over $30 billion less than that. And I think that Shiba Inu is just much better than Dogecoin. At least that's the way I view it. I don't think this is unrealistic. Yo, what is up, YouTube? Lee the Captain here. And I believe that Aave is insane. And why do I say this? Because I believe that Aave, during the next bull run, could hypothetically at least go to the price of $2,000. And during the process, make all of those Aave critics, or should I say ding-dongs, come running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma and start begging for that used Bratwurst extender Taylor Swift edition. If you know, you know. But yeah, besides that point, that's neither grandma, baby mama, nor financial advice. But in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe Aave could hypothetically at least go to the price of $2,000 during the next bull run. And a major reason why I think that could happen, I think it's going to boil down to the rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals of Aave. When we take a look at Aave, it is a decentralized and permissionless decentralized finance platform where users can lend and borrow cryptocurrencies. Aave uses liquidity pools to replace central parties, and lenders can supply liquidity to its pools to earn interest, which I think is fantastic. While on the other hand, borrowers can withdraw over-collateralized loans. And what this means right here is that a prospective borrower, let's say, that wants to borrow from Aave, this individual has to deposit crypto assets that are worth more than the amount that they want to borrow. And the reason why this is the case is because this protects lenders from potential loan defaults. And it just protects them overall from a lot of risk, which I think is fantastic. You know, personally, I believe that Aave is one of the best decentralized finance projects out there. And it has the stats to back it up because here's the crazy thing. Currently, there's over $7 billion worth of liquidity that is currently being locked on Aave, which I think is insane. And also on top of that, there's over 150 Aave token holders as of right now, which by the way, is more than a lot of cryptocurrencies out there. You take a look at Apecoin. Apecoin has around 140,000 holders. You take a look at Pepe, which everyone's a fan of for whatever reason. You know, Pepe has around 130,000 holders. So Aave having around 150,000 holders, that truly says something in my opinion. The community is very strong. And also on top of that, it doesn't end there because Aave has over $90 million in its community treasury as of right now. I mean, that's very impressive in my opinion. And I think that Aave is clearly focused on the right market. And why do I say this? Because according to Grandview Research, the decentralized finance market by 2030 is anticipated to be worth over $230 billion. I mean, just imagine that, right? We're nearing 2024 at this point. 2030, it's not that far away. It's crazy to think about just how insanely massive, that's what she said, the decentralized finance market could potentially be in the very near future. And I think that moving forward, as the decentralized finance market continues to grow, I think so will amazing projects, much like Aave, that are focused on decentralized finance. I think its future could look so bright. And I believe that Algorand's native token called Algo is ridiculous. And no, I'm not talking about Britney Spears because that's for a different video. And a major reason why I think Algo is ridiculous is because I think that Algo could hypothetically at least go to the price of $5 during the next bull run, and during the process make all of those Algorand critics come running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma and start begging for that G-string Brock Lesnar edition. And of course, that's going to be a little bit embarrassing, but hey, that's neither G-string nor financial advice. But a major reason why I believe that could hypothetically happen, I think is going to come down to the fact that Algorand, in my opinion, is arguably one of the best layer 1 blockchains out there. Algorand is highly decentralized, it's highly scalable, it's fast, and it's secure as well. Furthermore, Algorand is currently the technology of choice for over 2,000 global organizations. I mean, that's ridiculous. Carajo, porra. You know, if Algorand was caca, if it was doo-doo, would this have been possible? I think absolutely not. You know, the fact that this is even a reality in the first place, I think truly showcases just how special Algorand is. And in my opinion, Algorand is a lot better than Ethereum because oftentimes people, you know, especially those Ethereum fanboys, they keep saying that, oh, you know, Ethereum, it's the best layer 1 blockchain out there. It's the future, all this type of nonsense. But I disagree. I think Algorand is the future. And I think that Algorand is a lot better than Ethereum because when you take a look at Ethereum, I think it's fundamentally flawed. For instance, it's not scalable as of right now, which I think is a major issue. I mean, how is a layer 1 blockchain in this day and age not scalable? I mean, that's complete nonsense. Even according to Charles Hoskinson, who, by the way, is not only just the founder of Cardano, but he's also the co-founder of Ethereum. According to him, he believes that it may take Ethereum potentially up to 4 more years to become scalable. I mean, that's way too long. That's what she said. And also, Ethereum gas fees, I mean, man, they're sky high. Just taking a look at Ethereum's gas fees, that's just a complete turnoff right there. That's what she said. I think Ethereum is just a very archaic layer 1 blockchain. Now, was Ethereum good back in 2018? I think it was. But now in 2024, I think it's pretty much a dinosaur at this point. I think Algorand is the future. Algorand, extremely cheap gas fees, and also on top of that, it's highly scalable, unlike Ethereum. It doesn't have to wait potentially 4 more years. It's already amazing right now. It's already scalable again, right? So yes, when it comes to Ethereum, the ecosystem is much larger than Algorand as of right now. But in terms of pure fundamentals, I think Algorand is just a lot better. However, when it comes to Algorand statistics, it's not all that bad because when you think about it, there's currently over 30 million accounts on Algorand, and it even has a block height of over 31 million, which is impressive. And let's not forget, Algorand already has over 500 decentralized applications on its ecosystem, which I think is very amazing, especially when you compare it to most of its competition. And when it comes to Algorand, I do want to talk about a very crazy statistic, because if we take a look at this, Algorand per year consumes as much energy as about 10 American homes, which to some people they may think, wow, 10 American homes, that's a lot. But I disagree, because when you take a look on the flip side, Bitcoin per year consumes as much energy as around 8.5 million American homes. So when you think about that, Algorand in the grand scheme of things consumes very little energy. As a matter of fact, on an annual basis, Bitcoin consumes more energy than the entire country of Finland. I mean, you got to think about that, right? A country, there's lights on the street, there's all these energy expenses for hospitals, all this type of stuff. But again, Bitcoin consumes more energy than an entire country, and not just any country. Again, it's Finland, a very amazing country. So when you think about that, Bitcoin, in terms of being sustainable, I think it's just not that good in that aspect. However, when I say this, some people, they may think, oh, it's not fair to compare something like Algorand to Bitcoin. Okay, that I agree. But if anything, I just wanted to showcase how impressive the energy consumption is when it comes to Algorand. I just wanted to use Bitcoin as an example because, again, Bitcoin, everyone knows Bitcoin. So I just wanted to use this example. I think that AMP during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of 10 cents. And even though that's not financial advice, and even though that's not a guarantee, here are several reasons why I think that could very well happen. And a major reason why I think that could happen, I think is going to boil down to AMP's rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. And why do I say this? Because AMP was created by Flexa, a crypto payments company, and as well as ConsenSys, which is a blockchain development enterprise. And shortly before AMP was launched, Flexa launched an app called SpedN. And SpedN allowed users to pay at thousands of merchants using various cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, and many others. And the reason why AMP was even launched in the first place was because the original Flexa Coin Smart contract could not be upgraded to meet the new demands that Flexa was looking for. However, keep in mind that AMP and Flexa are actually two separate technologies. And what makes Flexa different from other crypto payment services out there is the fact that crypto payments through Flexa are automatically converted into whichever fiat the merchant wants. And these conversions from crypto to fiat are done through crypto exchanges that Flexa has partnered up with. And now with that being said, some people, they may be wondering, what is the use case of AMP? And the use case of AMP is to act as collateral for cryptocurrency transactions that are made through Flexa's payment protocol. And just to visualize what I mean by this, let's say for instance, right, a person wants to make a purchase at a store through the SpedN app using a cryptocurrency. Let's say this person wants to buy a Bratwurst extender Taylor Swift edition. Let's say that's the case. When this person makes this purchase, it's going to take some time in order for the merchant to know that the transaction is final. And here's the thing, during the transaction, it may fail because if let's say during the transaction there's a chain halt or a hard fork, then the transaction is not going to go through. It's going to become caca, so to speak. The number 2 caca, not the soccer player caca. However, there is a solution for this because this is where AMP steps in. A certain amount of AMP that is actually worth slightly more than their transaction will be temporarily locked up into a special smart contract. And the benefit of this is that if, let's say, for whatever reason, the transaction fails, then the AMP that is temporarily locked up will then be automatically sold into fiat. And this right here is done to ensure that the merchant is going to get their payment no matter what. And also another benefit of locking up AMP temporarily that is slightly worth more than the transaction is so that if, let's say, the prices of cryptos are falling, let's say, it's going down, even despite that, the merchant is still going to get their entire payment regardless. So I think there's a lot of benefits by locking up AMP that is slightly worth more than the transaction temporarily. I think there's a lot of benefits with that. I think it's a genius move. And now when I say this, some people, they may be wondering, where is this AMP coming from? And the AMP is coming from users who are staking their AMP with payment providers who are leveraging the Flexa payment protocol. So really, anyway, take a look at it. I think that AMP has such a fantastic use case. I think it's A+, and I think it has tremendous utility. However, it doesn't end there because I think AMP has such a bright future ahead. And why do I say this? Because I think that there is a lot of potential in the global crypto payment gateway market. For instance, by 2028, the global crypto payment gateway market is anticipated to be worth over $90 billion, which I think is insane. So clearly there is a lot of potential there. And I think that moving forward, as the global crypto payment gateway market size continues to increase, and I think that as adoption for crypto payments continues to prosper, I think so will amazing cryptocurrencies, much like AMP. I think its future could look so bright, much like the veneers that those celebrities have. People are always wondering, why does Zac Efron have such white teeth? He didn't get white teeth from twerking with Vanessa Michaels on High School Musical or whatever her name is. He didn't get white teeth from doing that at High School Musical. He got that from veneers. And you got to really think about this, right? Just getting a veneer on a single tooth is approximately $2,000 to $4,000. Very expensive. You got to calculate, right? How much teeth are in the mouth, you multiply that by $2,000 to $4,000, that adds up. So if a celebrity is smart, would they rather be choosing $2,000 to $4,000 per tooth for a veneer? Or would they rather be acquiring $2,000 to $4,000 worth of AMP per month? You got to really think about that, right? And of course, that's not an invitation to buy, sell, or trade AMP. But yeah, I get why these celebrities want white teeth. It's because they're always on TV or whatever. And I believe that ApeCoin during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $50, and during the process, make all of those ApeCoin critics come running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma and start begging for that used Broadwurst extender that they saw was on the sale rack from down at the thrift shop. And of course, it's Taylor Swift edition. But yeah, besides that point, even though that's neither used Broadwurst extender nor financial advice, in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe ApeCoin could hypothetically go to the price of $50 during the next bull run. And before I explain the reasons why I think that could happen, I first want to explain how $50 is not as crazy as what some people may think, because when I say ApeCoin hypothetically going to the price of $50, some people, they may cringe, they may think, oh wow, that's highly unrealistic. But I disagree, because if ApeCoin were to go to the price of $50, considering its current circulating supply, at that point, it would have a market cap of around $18 billion. And now when I say 18 billion, some people out there, they may think, yo, that's crazy. But I disagree, because you got to take this into consideration, right? Dogecoin had an all-time high market cap of over $80 billion. You take a look at Shiba, it had an all-time high market cap of over $40 billion. So around an $18 billion market cap, when you really think about it, it's not too much to ask for, in my opinion. However, when I say this, some people out there, they may think, oh, it's not fair to compare something like ApeCoin to SHIB and Doge. Shiba Inu and Dogecoin, they have more fans, more holders, the community is stronger. Okay, that I agree. But I think if anything, this showcases how in the world of cryptos, reaching around $18 billion in market cap is not uncharted territory. And that's why, again, I use this example. It's just to showcase how this target is not outlandish. It's not unrealistic, in my opinion. And I believe that the native token of Aptos, called APT, could hypothetically at least go to the price of $200 during the next bull run. And a major reason why I think that could happen, I think is going to boil down to the fact that Aptos, it has rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. Because when we take a look at Aptos, it is a layer 1 blockchain that is fast, secure, highly decentralized, and highly scalable too. In the world of blockchains, you want to be fast, much like Aptos. It's a good thing. Being a sprinter, yeah, you want to be Usain Bolt. Swimmer, you want to be Michael Phelps. But when it comes to matters in the boom boom in the bedroom, is it such a good thing to be that fast? I really don't think so. And now, of course, this is not boom boom advice, but no one wants to be a one pump stunner. You don't want to be known as a single pump machine, if you know what I mean, oil rigging machine. But yeah, besides that point, here's something insane about Aptos, because Aptos already has partnerships with giants such as Microsoft, Google Cloud, Amazon Web Services, MasterCard, Universal, MoonPay, and even Coinbase as well. This is absolutely insane. I mean, carayo. When I take a look at the list of partnerships that Aptos has right now, it's almost second to none. It's that amazing. And something that really gets me enthusiastic about Aptos is the fact that they're focused on AI, aka artificial intelligence. And I think this is a genius move, because when you take a look at this, by 2030, the AI market is expected to be worth nearly $2 trillion. I mean, that's insane. We're nearing 2024 as of right now. And by the way, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. However, so I think this, if anything, showcases how the AI market could potentially be so massive in such a relatively short amount of time. I think that Aptos is doing such a genius move by being focused on AI as of right now. However, here are some crazy statistics for you, because there's currently over 100 projects on the Aptos ecosystem, and it even has been able to facilitate over 300 million transactions so far. Furthermore, it even has over 1 million monthly active users, which I think is insane. So for those Aptos haters out there, for the ding-dongs, they like to say that, Aptos is no more, it's past its prime. Oh my goodness, it's like LeBron James past its prime. If they say all of this type of nonsense, I completely disagree, because I think the stats show that Aptos is doing very well as of right now. The numbers, they don't lie. An Aptos critic, they may lie that they didn't beg for that Bratwurst extender, Hannah Montana edition, from their girlfriend's boyfriend's neighbor. They may lie about that, but Aptos numbers, they don't lie. These are facts, right? Facts doesn't care about feelings. They are just facts at the end of the day. It is what it is. Furthermore, something that really gets me enthusiastic about the future of Aptos is that on its ecosystem, we will find many amazing projects that are related to NFTs and DeFi. And I think this could be so amazing for the future of Aptos, because according to Grandview Research, the NFT market by 2030 is expected to be worth over $211 billion, a very crazy amount, bigger than some countries' GDP. In addition, also according to Grandview Research, the DeFi market over the next 7 years is anticipated to be worth over $230 billion. Very crazy figures in my opinion. So clearly, the NFT and DeFi market, it's no joke. And I think as they grow moving forward, I think so will amazing projects, much like Aptos, that do have fantastic NFT and DeFi projects on its ecosystem. And now when I say this, the main argument that people may have for Aptos is the fact that, there's too many layer 1 blockchains out there. What makes you think that Aptos can survive? And here's the thing. By 2030, the global blockchain technology market is expected to be worth over $1.4 trillion. A very insane amount, again, right, by 2030. And when a market is expected to be that massive in such a relatively short amount of time, I think that there is going to be room for a lot of blockchains to eat, so to speak. And what do I mean by this? For instance, we take a look at the world of cars. There are so many car brands out there. There's Volvo, Rivian, Tesla, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, you name it. But why are a lot of these car brands able to succeed? Why are they able to generate billions of dollars in revenue? And why are they able to hire thousands of employees? And the reason for that is because the car market, again, it's insanely massive. That's what she said. And I think it's going to be very similar to in the world of blockchains because, again, the blockchain technology market over the next 7 years is expected to be worth over $1.4 trillion. And when a market size is expected to be that massive, I think there's going to be room for a lot of blockchains to prosper, including Aptos. A blockchain, it doesn't need 90% market share to be successful. That's not the case whatsoever. Just a couple percent will do just fine. So with that being said, I think that the future of Aptos could still look so amazing. And I believe that Arweave's native cryptocurrency called AR is insane, much like Sam Bankman-Fried. And why do I say that? Because I believe that AR during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $200, and during the process, make all of those Arweave critics come running over to the Chad that's been DMing their grandma. And of course, that's not financial advice, but in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe AR could hypothetically at least go to the price of $200 during the next bull run. First of all, I think that Arweave has A+ fundamentals. Arweave is a decentralized storage as a service platform, and it allows users to store data in an immutable and censorship-resistant environment. And it does all of this at an affordable one-time fee. Arweave connects users with disk space with other individuals who are looking to store their data permanently. And this whole process right here is incentivized through the AR token. However, it doesn't end there, because I think it should be noted how Arweave was actually created using a blockchain-like infrastructure called a Blockweave. And it was built on top of the HTTP protocol, which, by the way, is the foundation of the internet. Data on Arweave can easily be accessed by commonly used web browsers, and it even supports all data formats as well, such as wikis, PDFs, video/web applications, and much more. And here's the thing, Arweave has something called a permaweb, which is a decentralized and permanent web that stores data and hosts decentralized applications. Arweave storage is natively available on major blockchains such as Avalanche, Arbitrum, and even Polygon as well, which I find very astounding. Anyone can permanently store their data on Arweave, and NFTs can even be minted on Arweave as well, which I find very impressive. Quite essentially, Arweave is focused on decentralizing data storage, which I think is a genius move, because when you think about it, a lot of data storage nowadays, it's happening in a centralized way, which I actually think is a bad thing, because when you take a look at centralized data storage, typically has a single point of failure, and it's also usually controlled by a single entity. And those, in my opinion, are complete no buenos. They're not good, because who wants their data being controlled by a single entity and having a single point of failure? I mean, who wants that? However, through decentralization, these issues right here are completely eradicated. Through decentralized data storage, no longer will it be controlled by a single entity, and also on top of that, there's going to be improved data security as well. So really, I think any way I take a look at it, I think that there are a lot of benefits through decentralized data storage, and I think that moving forward, as more and more enterprises start understanding just how special decentralization is when it comes to data storage, I think that's when we will truly see projects much like Arweave that are focused on decentralized data storage truly take off. I think it's just a matter of time, and I think that the best is yet to come for Arweave. And in my opinion, the future potential of the data storage market is unbelievable, because if we take a look at this, by 2030, the data storage market size is expected to be worth over $777 billion. I mean, that's crazy. That's nearly $1 trillion. Absolutely insane. So I think that, if anything, visualizes just how massive, that's what she said, the data storage market size could really be in the very near future. 2030, it's not even that far away at this point. I think clearly Arweave is focused on the right thing. I think they're focused on a market that has insane potential. However, here are some crazy statistics for you. And no, it's not about Britney Spears. If we take a look at this, there's currently over 175,000 addresses on Arweave, and it even has been able to facilitate over 1 billion transactions. I mean, that's crazy. Over 1 billion. Man, that truly speaks for itself. Ever since I started talking about the Mina protocol, the price of Mina has done around a 3x in terms of price increase. So I must say I did a pretty good call on that. And while I was talking about Mina initially, a lot of people, or should I say the Mina protocol critics / ding-dongs, they were saying, wow, the Mina protocol, it's a joke. What is this all about? It's complete nonsense. But where are all these critics right now? I do have a guess though. Once they're seeing what's going on with Mina right now, they're probably, hypothetically, running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma, and they're begging for that used Bratwurst Extender Taylor Swift edition, and they're probably saying, oh wow, I can't believe Lee the Captain made such a good call. They're probably doing that. And of course, even despite this price bump, I think this is just a small taste of what's to come in the future, because that's what she said. But yeah, besides that point, I do believe that Mina during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $30, and during the process, make all of those Mina protocol critics this time actually come running over to probably the Chad that's been DMing their grandma or something like that. even though that's not financial advice, a reason why I believe Mina could hypothetically at least go to the price of $30 during the next bull run, I think it's going to boil down to the fact that the Mina protocol has fantastic A+ fundamentals. Because when we take a look at the Mina protocol, it is a blockchain that was designed to have a blockchain size of only just 22 kilobytes, which is very impressive, by the way, because when you take a look at a lot of blockchains out there, they have an increasing size. That's what she said, of around 300 gigabytes. So when you compare that to the Mina protocol's 22 kilobytes, I mean, man, that's a totally night and day difference right there. You know, that's like comparing Baker Mayfield, a trashy NFL quarterback, to someone like Tom Brady. You can't even compare the two. And here's the thing, the Mina protocol actually is the world's lightest blockchain due to its small size, so to speak. And in the world of blockchains, this is a good thing, right? You want a small size, much like the Mina protocol. But in real life, do you really want a small size? I don't really know about that, right? But here's the thing. It's better having a bratwurst that works, be it small, as opposed to a big one, but doesn't work. And in my opinion, the Mina protocol, it perfectly embodies a 6-inch bratwurst that, while it not may be the biggest out there, but hey, it's extremely revolutionary and it's extremely functional. What more can you ask for, right? But yeah, besides that point, the key to the Mina protocol is something called a ZK SNARK, which by the way stands for Zero Knowledge Succinct Non-Interactive Argument of Knowledge. And while this may be a mouthful, that's what she said, this computing concept was actually initially developed by Silvio Micali, an Italian computer scientist who happens to be the founder of Algorand. And I'm very bullish on Algorand, by the way, so if you love Algorand, go ahead and watch my Algorand videos. But yeah, besides that point, the ZK SNARK allows users to confirm certain data without revealing that data to each other. And in the case of the Mina protocol, what this means right here is that it does not have to verify a transaction with every block that is created. Instead, the blockchain is represented with an easily verifiable proof, aka the ZK SNARK. With the implementation of ZK SNARK combined with a proof-of-stake consensus mechanism, the Mina protocol significantly has a reduction in terms of the resources needed to process and record transactions, which again makes the Mina protocol the lightest blockchain out there, the lightest blockchain in the world. It's absolutely fantastic in my opinion. However, it doesn't end there because the Mina protocol even offers use cases such as end-to-end privacy. And what this means right here is that users have the ability to access critical on-chain services without having to reveal their sensitive personal information. For instance, a user can, let's say, connect to a credit score provider to prove that their credit score is above a certain threshold, while at the same time, again, right, maintaining the privacy of their sensitive personal information. I think it's absolutely fantastic. The Mina protocol, again, right, it offers end-to-end privacy. Absolutely legendary. However, here's a crazy statistic for you. The Mina protocol has a blockchain length of over 295,000, which I think is insane. Carayo, porra. And now, when I say this about the Mina protocol, some people, their main argument about Mina is the fact that there's too many blockchains out there. There's so much fierce competition. What makes you think that the Mina protocol can succeed moving forward? And here's the thing. I think that there's going to be a space for the Mina protocol to prosper in the future, because if we take a look at this, by 2030, the global blockchain technology market is expected to be worth over $1.4 trillion, a very insane amount. And I think when a market is expected to be that massive, I think there's going to be room for everyone to eat. Because just think about this, right? When we take a look at the world of cars, for instance, there's so many car brands out there. There's Tesla, Rivian, Volvo, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, you name it. But why are all of these car brands able to prosper? Why are they able to generate billions of dollars in revenue? Why are they able to hire thousands upon thousands of employees? Why is that? It's because the car market, again, it's relatively massive, so there's room for everyone to eat. You know, a car brand, it doesn't need 90% market share, for instance, to be successful. 90% market share, it'd be great, but it's not necessary to experience success, in my opinion. A couple percent will do absolute wonders already. And I think that's going to be very similar to in the world of blockchains because, you know, the Mina protocol, it doesn't need 90% market share. That's not necessary, in my opinion. Just a couple percent is just fine. And I think that each blockchain, it's going to have its own specific audience, its own targeted market, its own fans, very much similar to like in the world of cars. You know, Volvo has its own fans, its own market. BMW, Mercedes, Tesla, you name it, right? Very much similar to in the world of blockchains. Avalanche has a lot of DeFi action going on in its ecosystem. You take a look at Solana, a lot of NFTs on its ecosystem. But when I take a look at the Mina protocol, it has end-to-end privacy. It's fantastic. So each blockchain, right, has its own unique selling point, its own advantages, and I think it's going to have its own specific audience. So, Avalanche, Solana, all these other blockchains, they don't have to fail for the Mina protocol to succeed. That's not the case whatsoever. They can prosper, but Mina can as well. And I believe that Cardano's native token called ADA could hypothetically at least go to the price of $10 during the next bull run, and during the process, make all of those Cardano critics come running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma and start begging for that used Bratwurst extender Taylor Swift edition that they want to use for their kitchen. If you know, you know. Gonna be a little bit embarrassing if you ask me, but hey, that's neither financial nor Bratwurst extender advice. But when I say ADA going to hypothetically the price of $10 during the next bull run, some people out there, they may cringe. They may say, ooh, wow, that's so unrealistic. But I disagree, because if ADA were to go to the price of $10, considering its current circulating supply, at that point, it would actually have a market cap that is over $200 billion less than Ethereum's all-time high market cap. And that is not a joke, by the way. That's actually true. When people say ADA going to the price of $10, that's crazy. I disagree, because in the past, we actually saw a fundamentally bad, I should say, layer 1 blockchain, or should I say limited blockchain, much like Ethereum, far exceed this market cap. And why do I think that way about Ethereum? Because when we take a look at Ethereum, I think it has fundamental compromises, unlike Cardano. Because when we take a look at Ethereum, first of all, gas fees, they're through the roof. If someone wants to send their baby mama some ETH, man, can you imagine the gas fees they're going to have to pay for that? That's going to be insane. If an Ethereum fanboy, if they want to buy a used Bratwurst extender Taylor Swift edition, if they want to do that, they're going to have to pay a lot of gas fees as well. Complete no bueno if you ask me, but you don't see any of that type of nonsense with Cardano. Want to send over some ADA to buy that used Bratwurst extender? It's all Gucci, as they say. In addition, when we take a look at Cardano, it's scalable, unlike Ethereum. Ethereum, it has scalability issues, which I think is no bueno as well. You take a look at Ethereum, despite being Ethereum 2.0, despite being proof of stake, fundamentally, it's not all there. Even according to Charles Hoskinson, who I like to call Charles the Great, he's the co-founder of Ethereum. And he's also the founder of Cardano. But according to Charles, it may take Ethereum potentially up to 4 more years to become scalable. What is that all about? How is a layer 1 blockchain in this day and age still not scalable? Carajo, porra! That's unacceptable in my opinion. But again, right, you don't see any of that type of nonsense with Cardano. So when I take all of that into consideration, why can't ADA at least go to the price of $10 and go to a market cap that is over $200 billion less than Ethereum's all-time high market cap? Why won't it do that? At least that's the way I take a look at it. And think about this, right? I think that the next bull run could actually very well dwarf what we saw back in 2021, because when we take a look back in 2021, there was only roughly around 300 million people owning cryptos, which to some people that may sound already very impressive, but when you compare to today, there's currently over 420 million people owning cryptocurrencies around the world. So if the 2021 bull run was that crazy, just imagine what the next bull run will look like, especially now when we have this many people owning cryptocurrencies. So when I take that into consideration, when I consider just how insane the next bull run could be, and when I consider the fundamental A+ qualities of Cardano, and last but not least, when I take into consideration how in the past, a fundamentally, bad layer 1 blockchain, I should say, reached over $500 billion in terms of market cap, if I take all those factors into account, why can't ADA at least go to the price of $10 during the next bull run? When I take a look at Cardano, its fundamental A+ qualities are second to none, because if we take a look at this, there's currently over 75 million transactions processed on Cardano, and it even has a block height of over 9 million, which I think is insane. However, it doesn't end there, because there's currently over 2,000 projects building and thriving on Cardano, which I find very impressive. In addition, Cardano has one of the best staking ratios out there. For instance, it currently has a higher staking ratio than Avalanche, Polkadot, Phantom, the Near protocol, and even Polygon as well. I mean, that's fantastic. I think that when it comes to a layer one blockchain, Cardano, it ticks all the boxes. It's secure, it's fast, it's highly decentralized, it's highly scalable, it has A+ statistics, and I think the ecosystem is fantastic. I mean, what more can you ask for, right? As a layer one blockchain, I think that's amazing. And I believe that the native token of Cosmos called Atom is crazy. And I'm not going to be mentioning Britney Spears at all because I'm not talking about that type of crazy. I'm talking about the craziness in which I believe that Atom could hypothetically at least go to the price of $200 during the next bull run and having a crazy bull run. And a major reason why I believe that could hypothetically happen, even though that's not financial advice, I think it's going to boil down to the rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals of Cosmos. Because I think Cosmos, it's one of the best projects out there. The Cosmos blockchain uses a novel proof-of-stake consensus algorithm called Tendermint. And Tendermint makes it possible for Cosmos to process up to 10,000 transactions per second. I mean, caralho, that's crazy. That's a little bit of Portuguese right there. However, besides that point, I think it should be noted how Tendermint created a toolkit called the Cosmos SDK, which makes it possible to launch application-specific blockchains. There's over 50 Cosmos-based blockchains already, which is insane to think about, and that list includes giants such as the BNB chain, Crypto.com's Cronos, Kava, and even Luna Classic as well. All of this is insane. All of these Cosmos-based blockchains combined have a market cap of over $55 billion. I mean, that's crazy. And I'm not talking about the Swifties at the Taylor Swift concerts. I'm not talking about that. And here's the thing, the glue, so to speak, that connects all of these Cosmos-based blockchains together is something called IBC. And no, you heard that right, because I didn't say BBC. Oh no, I didn't say that. I'm not talking about the British Broadcasting Corporation. I'm not talking about the BBC you might be thinking about, right? If you catch my drift. However, IBC stands for the Inter-Blockchain Communication Protocol. Any blockchain out there that has IBC enabled, I misspoke there, can easily transfer assets to and from any other blockchain that does have IBC enabled. Again, not BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, of course. And this right here, in my opinion, creates a cross-chain experience that is almost unrivaled in the crypto space overall. I think that Cosmos is fundamentally fantastic. It's rock solid. That's what she said. And now, when people say that, the future doesn't look so bright for Cosmos, I disagree because a lot of people, they seem to think that Cosmos is a dying horse. They seem to think that, the best days are behind it. But I disagree because the blockchain technology market by 2030 is expected to be worth over $1.4 trillion. Clearly, there's still a lot of room for blockchain adoption, in my opinion. So I do not think that the best days are behind Cosmos. I think the best days are actually ahead. I still think that even despite having over 50 Cosmos-based blockchains as of right now, I think that's just the beginning. I think that its future is going to look absolutely fantastic. Cosmos is just getting started. That's what she said. And I believe that Decentraland's native token called Mana could hypothetically go to the price of $15 during the next bull run, and during the process, make all of those Decentraland critics come running over and start begging for that used lime green thong that they saw was on the sale rack from down at the thrift shop from their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma. And of course, that's neither, thong nor financial advice. But in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe that could very well happen. And a major reason why I think that could happen, I think it's going to boil down to the fact that Decentraland is an amazing and well-established metaverse. When people say that, Decentraland is done, it's caca, I completely disagree because if we take a look at this right here, on Decentraland, in the past 30 days alone, there has been over 2,000 unique active wallets, and there has also been over 40,000 transactions as well. I mean, those are some insane statistics right there. So when people say that, Decentraland is done, it's caca, I disagree. It may be down by a lot ever since 2021, but relatively speaking, as of right now, it's still doing very well. And now, with that being said, the main argument that people may have for Decentraland is the fact that there's too many metaverses out there. Some people, they may think that, there's too much competition. But I disagree. I don't think there's too many metaverses out there, and I don't think there's too much competition because, according to McKinsey, the metaverse could reach $5 trillion in value by 2030. And when I take a look at something like that, the way I view it is that the metaverse market overall has room for everyone to eat. And what do I mean by this? I think the market could be so massive moving forward to the point that a lot of metaverses out there still have a chance to have amazing success, much like in the world of cars. For instance, you take a look at the car brands. You take a look at Volvo, Tesla, Rivian, Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, you name it. The list goes on and on and on. But how come a lot of these car brands, they're able to succeed? Why are some car brands, in some cases, able to hire tens of thousands of employees and be able to generate billions of dollars in revenue? And the reason for that is because the car market, again, it's massive. That's what she said. So a car brand, it doesn't need 90% market share to be successful. For instance, we take a look at Volvo. And when we take a look at Volvo, I think we can all agree that it's a wildly successful car brand. But again, it doesn't have 90% market share. Just having a couple percent market share in the car market, in my opinion, is already very impressive. And I think it's going to be very similar to in the world of the metaverse market. There's a lot of metaverses out there that I agree. There's a lot of competition. But a metaverse, it doesn't need 90% market share to be successful. Just a couple percent is already very amazing. So when people say, there's too much competitors, Decentraland doesn't have a place moving forward, I disagree. When a market, again, right, is predicted to be $5 trillion in size, I think there's going to be room for a lot of metaverses to eat. Even despite the market downturn that we've experienced in 2022 and somewhat in 2023, even despite that, Decentraland, they're not giving up. They're continuing to persevere moving forward. As the late, great Steve Jobs once said, business is the game of attrition. And quite essentially what that means right there is that if a business continues to stand, continues to persevere, and continues to press on moving forward, eventually it will be the winner. And why is that? Because some businesses out there, they could experience massive short-term success. Let's say they generate $20 million in profit in 3 years. But what is the benefit in doing that if in the next 5 years they end up crashing and the business ends up going bankrupt and disappearing off into the abyss? What's the point in that? In my opinion, it's better for a business to maybe not, let's say, experience that amazing short-term growth, but be able to stick it for the long term and be able to achieve success over time. And I think that when it comes to Decentraland, it perfectly embodies that, in my opinion. If a business generates a lot of revenue, but it crashes and burns in the next couple of years, it's going to eventually lose to a business that may not experience that short-term success, but sticks around for the next 20 years. Again, right, this one's going to be the winner because it's going to be the last one standing. Very similar to in the world of crypto projects, in my opinion. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and I think Decentraland understands this, and that is why they're not giving up. Overall, the way I view it, I think that Decentraland is fantastic. They're not giving up. The team is strong. They're persevering. They're focused on the right market, and statistics are A+. I mean, as a metaverse-related project, what more can you ask for, right? And I believe that Phantom's primary token, called FTM, could hypothetically at least go to the price of $10 during the next bull run, and during the process, make all of those Phantom critics come running over to that Taylor Swift fan club and start begging for that used Bratwurst extender, Brock Lesnar edition. And now, of course, that's neither Bratwurst extender nor financial advice. But in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe that could hypothetically happen. And a major reason why I think so, I think it's going to come down to the fact that Phantom is a fundamentally fantastic Layer 1 blockchain. Phantom is highly secure, it's fast, it's highly decentralized, and it's highly scalable too. And not to mention, it's even EVM compatible as well. I mean, isn't that fantastic? In the world of blockchains, you want to be fast, much like Phantom. That's a good thing. But in the boom boom in the bedroom, do you really want to be that fast? Do you want to be a single pump stunner? I don't know about that. I guess it's up to personal decisions. But yeah, besides that point, when it comes to the Phantom ecosystem, there's currently over 250 projects on it already. I mean, that's crazy. God, And while we're at the topic of the Phantom ecosystem, I do want to mention the projects that are on it, because on the Phantom ecosystem, we will find many amazing projects that are related to NFTs, DeFi, and blockchain gaming. And I think this right here could be so bullish for the future of Phantom because, according to Grandview Research, they predict that the DeFi market is anticipated to be worth over $230 billion over the next 6 years. I mean, that's bigger than some countries' GDP. That's crazy. In addition, yet again, according to Grandview Research, the NFT market, they predict, could be worth over $211 billion by 2030. I mean, that's insane. Furthermore, yet again, according to Grandview Research, they predict that the blockchain gaming market could be worth over $300 billion by 2030. So, I mean, when you truly think about that, the future potential of NFTs, DeFi, and blockchain gaming, it's no joke. And I think that moving forward, as these markets do continue to grow, I think so will amazing projects, much like Phantom, that do have fantastic projects on its ecosystem that are related to NFTs, DeFi, and blockchain gaming. I mean, man, the future of Phantom could look so bright, in my opinion. And now, here are some crazy statistics for you. And no, I'm not talking about Britney Spears because that's for a different video. If we take a look at this, Phantom currently has been able to process over 500 million transactions. And as of November of last year, it was able to process upwards of 5 million transactions a day. I mean, isn't that ridiculous? I mean, caray, porra. And let's not forget, Phantom, it has a very amazing staking ratio. If we take a look at this, Phantom currently has a higher staking ratio than the Near Protocol and Polygon as well. And now, this is taking nothing away from the Near Protocol and Polygon. I think they're both amazing projects in their own right. But the fact that Phantom has a higher staking ratio than them, I think that truly speaks volumes. Phantom, carajo. It's fantastic, as they say. And here's the thing. When I say Phantom's primary token, called FTM, going to the price of $10, some of those Phantom critics out there, they may be pulling out their G-strings, thongs, ding-dongs, pom-poms, and Taylor Swift edition Bratwurst extenders, and they may be saying, oh wow, that's unrealistic. You know, that's such a crazy pipe dream. However, I disagree, because if FTM were to go to the price of $10, considering its current circulating supply, you know, at that point, it would only have a market cap of around $28 billion. And now, $28 billion, I get it. You know, to some people, they may think, wow, that's a lot. But in the world of cryptos, it's actually not that much. Keep in mind, Dogecoin reached around an $88 billion market cap back in 2021. So FTM at a market cap of around $28 billion is approximately $60 billion less than Dogecoin's all-time high market cap. Again, right, $60 billion. I mean, that's ridiculous. So when you really think about that, is reaching over $20 billion in market cap in the world of cryptos uncharted territory? Is it unrealistic? I don't think so. In the past, we've even seen meme coins far exceed that. And now, when I say this, some people, they may think, oh, it's not fair to compare something like Doge to FTM. Doge, more fans, more hype, community is stronger. Okay, that I understand. But again, the reason why I use this example is to just showcase how, in the world of cryptos, reaching this market cap is not unrealistic. Now, if I'm saying FTM is going to go to a $500 billion market cap, you know, to a $1 trillion market cap, yeah, okay, I get why that's crazy. But FTM reaching a market cap that is approximately $60 billion less than Dogecoin's all-time high market cap, I don't think it's too much to ask for. At least that's the way I view it. And I believe that Filecoin's native token called Phil could hypothetically at least go to the price of $100 during the next bull run, and during the process, make all of those Filecoin critics come running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma who works at the thrift shop and start begging for that used Bratwurst extender Taylor Swift edition. If you know, you know. However, that's neither Bratwurst extender nor financial advice, but in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe that could very well happen. And a major reason why I think that could happen, I think is going to boil down to the amazing, rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals of Filecoin. You know, Filecoin is a peer-to-peer network that stores files with built-in economic incentives and cryptography to ensure that files are stored reliably over time. You want to be reliable, much like Filecoin, especially when it comes to matters in the boom boom in the bedroom, if you know what I mean. But yeah, besides that point, we're getting a little bit off track here. Filecoin, very amazingly, is built on top of the same software that is powering the IPFS protocol, which, by the way, is a peer-to-peer distributed storage network that leverages content addressing to allow permanent access to the data and avoids relying on specific devices or cloud servers for addressing the content. However, I think that it should be noted how Filecoin is actually different from the IPFS protocol, because when you think about it, Filecoin has an incentive layer on top, again, making it different from the IPFS protocol. And the reason why this is even done in the first place is to incentivize contents to be reliably stored and accessed, which I think is fantastic. However, it doesn't end there, because if we take a look at this, Filecoin enables several use cases, such as Web3 native NFT and metaverse/game asset storage, and even to incentivizing permanent storage, and as well as to archiving Web2 datasets as a cheaper alternative to cloud storage. So with that being said, I do believe that Filecoin is fundamentally fantastic. Quite essentially, what Filecoin is trying to do is that it's attempting to revolutionize the data storage market through decentralization, which I think is a genius move, because when you think about it nowadays, a lot of data storage, it's happening in a centralized way. It's not decentralized. And I actually think this is a bad thing, because centralized data storage is typically controlled by a single entity. There's usually these single points of failure. And as a user storing that data, we usually don't have that much freedom and control over the data. However, through decentralization, all of these issues that I just mentioned before, they're pretty much gone. That's how amazing decentralized data storage is. And I think it's just a matter of time before enterprises truly start catching on to this. But once enterprises slowly but surely start adopting Filecoin, I think it's really going to start this domino effect, because once more and more enterprises start understanding the benefits of decentralized data storage solutions, much like Filecoin, once they start adopting it, it just takes a couple to start this domino effect, right? Because enterprises, once they see others doing it, they're going to be more inclined to do it as well. So I think that it's truly just a matter of time before Filecoin achieves amazing long-term success. When a lot of projects out there are focused on the retail market, they can experience amazing short to medium-term gains. Let's say the retail market, they can easily latch onto things, right? They follow trends, they follow the hype. For instance, right, you see Pepe popping off, you see Bonk popping off, all of these meme coins, and as well as people joining into other hype projects. But really, when you take a look at something like Filecoin, that's focused more so on the enterprise market, it's going to take more time for that to happen. It's not going to happen overnight, in a week, in a month. It's a long process. And I think sometimes people, they don't understand that. They say that, Filecoin's native token called Phil, why is it not exploding like Pepe? Why is that? Yeah, it's because Filecoin, it's more so targeted towards the enterprise market. It's not focused on chasing hype or chasing trends. That's not the case whatsoever. And you got to think about this, right? Filecoin, they're focused on decentralizing data storage right now, when there's relatively low competition. Many projects out there are not focused on the data storage market, unlike Filecoin. And I think this is a genius move, because Filecoin, they are anticipating the wave. Because a lot of projects out there, they're focused on chasing trends, chasing hype. But in my opinion, that's a bad idea. Because once enterprises truly start adopting decentralized data storage solutions, once that truly starts kicking off, Filecoin is in a prime position for success. It's much like in real life, right? When you go surfing, for instance, and you're on the board, if you're putting yourself in a prime position, putting yourself in place to catch the wave, then you're going to have a good time. Then you're going to be able to go along with the ride. You're going to be able to surf because you anticipated the wave. You expected it to come, so you put yourself in a position for that wave. However, let's say the wave is 50 feet away and it starts popping off and you're like, wow, I got to chase it now. You start swimming. There's no way you can swim faster than the waves in the ocean. That's just not possible. That's some Aquaman stuff. But yeah, besides that point, I think it's better anticipating a market to grow as opposed to chasing the market later on once it finally does grow. And I think that Filecoin, they understand this concept, and that's why they're focused on data storage right now. And why wouldn't they be, right? Because when you take a look at it, the data storage market size by 2030 is anticipated to be worth over $777 billion. That's bigger than some countries' GDP. That's insane to even think about. So I think with that being said, I think it's fair to assume that Filecoin, it's focused on the right market. And now when I say this, some people, their main argument for Filecoin is the fact that, hey, there are other competitors out there. While there may not be that many, there are other competitors. For instance, there are competitors like Arweave, Jasmy, Saya, Storage, and many others. Again, right, some people out there, they're saying, oh, Filecoin is going against some fierce competition here. Even though there isn't that many, how is it going to have long-term success? How is it going to have a place in the data storage market? And my response to that is this. For instance, right, we take a look at the world of cars. There are so many car brands out there. There's Volvo, BMW, Volkswagen, Mercedes, Rivian, Tesla, you name it. There are so many car brands out there. But why are these car brands able to succeed? Why are they able to generate billions of dollars in revenue? Why are they able to have thousands upon thousands of employees? Why is that the case? It's because the car market, it's insanely massive. That's what she said. A car brand, it doesn't need 90% market share, for instance, to be successful. It doesn't need that. That'd be great, but it doesn't need that to be successful. Just a couple percent will do absolute wonders already. You think Volvo has 90% market share? It absolutely doesn't. But why is it able to be successful? Because again, right, The car market, it's so massive. Just having somewhat of a market share is already just fine. And I think that's going to be exactly the same when it comes to decentralized data storage solutions, much like Filecoin. So for instance, right, Sia can prosper, Storj, Arweave, Jasmy, these projects right here, they can prosper. That's fine. And I'm extremely bullish on them too. But I think it doesn't diminish anything from Filecoin because I think Filecoin will have its own place. Like each car brand, it has its own fans, its own unique selling point, its own targeted demographic. I think much like Filecoin. So when I take a look at Filecoin, I think it's not going to disappear off into the abyss. The data storage market size, it's expected to be worth over $777 billion again, right, over the next 7 years. And when a market size is expected to be that large, there's going to be room for everyone to eat. Jasmy is going to be successful, Sia, Storj, Arweave, in my opinion at least, and as well as Filecoin. They're all going to have their own place. They don't need 90% market share to be successful. I want to explain several reasons why I believe Compete could hypothetically at least go to the price of $1 during the next bull run. And one of the major reasons why I think that could happen, I think is going to boil down to the rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals of Compete. Because when we take a look at Compete, what is it, right? Compete is a blockchain-based, all-in-one sports simulation game that is built on Unreal Engine. Compete features a variety of sports modes, which include Blitz Royale, kart racing, and many others. And there's even more to come in the future. So I think that's very fantastic. And personally for me, I think that Compete really represents the new age of blockchain gaming. And why do I say this? Because a lot of blockchain gaming projects out there, let's face it, they suck. They're just focused on pumping out these tacky blockchain games that are just really bad and caca. But when we take a look at Compete, I mean, man, the game looks absolutely spectacular. And overall, the graphics are A+. A lot of blockchain games out there, they can't even sniff the jock straps of Compete. I really do believe that. I think it's that amazing. However, it doesn't end there because I think that it should be noted how Compete was created by Modernized Games. And Modernized Games was actually founded by a person by the name of Dastro. And Dastro is an ex-pro gamer. And Dastro happens to have a very unique skill set because if we take a look at this, according to the Modernized Games website, Dastro has a decade of experience running a successful marketing company and even 4 years as a pro gamer in NBA 2K, Madden, and Fortnite as well. They also claim that his marketing company has helped businesses sell millions of dollars of products while creating 8 proprietary in-house software solutions. I think that Dastro is an amazing leader. He has an amazing resume. And I think that Modernized Games is going to lead Compete in such a fantastic direction moving forward. And the reason why I'm even focusing on leadership is because when you take a look at it, leadership, it matters a lot. As the old saying goes, the fish rots from the head down. Even for instance, in the world of animals, we take a look at an ant colony, for instance. Who controls the ant colony? It's the queen ant. Everything starts with the queen. And in the world of cryptos, I think it's very similar. Everything starts with the leader. And when it comes to Compete, again, they're founded by Modernized Games, and Modernized Games, they have a fantastic leader in the name of Dastro. And here's the thing, I think that the future of Compete could look so bright because the blockchain gaming market by 2030 is actually expected to be worth over $300 billion, according to Grandview Research. Keep in mind, 2030, it's not even that far away at this point. It's insane to think about just how massive, that's what she said, the blockchain gaming market could very well be in such a relatively short amount of time. And I think that as it grows moving forward, I think so will amazing projects much like Compete. And I believe that the native cryptocurrency of Kusama called KSM is insane. And why do I say this? Because I believe that KSM during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $1,000 and during the process make all of those Kusama critics come running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma and start begging for that used bratwurst extender. And now, of course, that's neither baby mama, grandma, nor financial advice. But in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe KSM could hypothetically at least go to the price of $1,000 during the next bull run. And a major reason why I think that could happen, I think is going to boil down to the rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals of Kusama. Because when we take a look at Kusama, what is it, right? Kusama is quite essentially a canary network to Polkadot. And what that means right there is that Kusama is almost an identical, but a more experimental version of Polkadot. Projects that wish to launch on Polkadot will typically first launch on Kusama first as a way to test out the project under real economic conditions. And now, when I say this, some people, they may be wondering, what is Polkadot focused on? And what Polkadot is focused on is interoperability. Quite essentially, they're focused on connecting blockchains together. And the reason why this is especially important, in my opinion, because a lot of blockchains out there, a lot of networks, they're independent of one another. And as a result, they're not able to freely send value and data to each other. However, through Polkadot, this issue is quite essentially gone. For instance, if we take a look at Bitcoin and Ethereum, they're two independent networks, and as a result, they're not able to freely send data and value to one another. But again, right, through Polkadot, this issue is completely eradicated. It's just gone, much like a Baker Mayfield. I'm just joking. However, with that being said, I think it's fair to assume that Polkadot is extremely revolutionary, and its canary network, Kusama, plays a very important role in my opinion. The way I view it is that Kusama, in a sense, is helping facilitate an amazing project like Polkadot. And now when I say this, some people, or should I say those Kusama critics / ding-dongs, or should I say haters, they may be saying, and they may be pulling out their pom-poms, and they may be yelling and saying, oh wow, Kusama, it's just a testnet. But I completely disagree, because as a matter of fact, Kusama exists as its very own independent cryptocurrency. When compared to Polkadot, it's far easier to make changes on Kusama, and it's also cheaper to rent building space on Kusama as well. And this right here makes it more convenient for smaller projects and startups to start building on Kusama. So with that being said, I think it's fair to assume that Kusama plays a very important role, and it's very revolutionary in my opinion. And while some people may view Polkadot as the big brother, so to speak, I don't think that's such a bad thing, because when you think about it, for every Batman, there's a Robin. Polkadot, the way I view it, it's like Batman. Kusama, it's like Robin. They both play their own role, so to speak. They're not going to be able to beat the Dr. Freeze guy that Arnold Schwarzenegger played if they're not collaborating, if you get my drift. However, I now want to shift gears real quick and talk about something that I find very special, because here's a very crazy statistic for you. And no, I'm not talking about Britney Spears at all. Because if we take a look at this, Kusama and Polkadot, as of August, was ranked number 1 in the world in terms of crypto development activity, and beating out giants such as Hedera, Chainlink, Cardano, Cosmos, and many others. I mean, that's impressive. I think that, if anything, truly showcases the conviction that people still have for Kusama and Polkadot. I mean, being ranked number 1 in the world in terms of crypto development activity. I mean, man, that's crazy in my opinion. A lot of people believe in its future. At least that's the way I view it. And so do I, because why would I not believe in its future? If we take a look at Kusama as of right now, there's already amazing projects on its ecosystem, such as Moonriver, Bifrost Finance, Darwinia Crab, Sakura, and many others. I mean, it's very amazing in my opinion. A lot of projects out there, they really struggle to get any sort of good projects to get built on their ecosystem. But that's completely not the case when it comes to Kusama. It's very special. However, it doesn't end there, because I think that it should be noted how currently on Kusama, there is around 300,000 holders, and it even has been able to facilitate nearly 10 million transfers so far, which I find very impressive and fantastis, if you get what I mean. Fantastic. I'm going to be talking about why I believe the native token of Multiverse X, called eGold, could hypothetically at least go to the price of $1,000 during the next bull run. And even though that's not financial advice, and even though that is not a guarantee, in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe that could very well happen. And one of the major reasons why I think that could happen, I think is going to come down to the Multiverse X network's rock solid fundamentals. That's what she said. And why do I think it has rock solid fundamentals? It's because if we take a look at Multiverse X, it is a highly scalable, highly decentralized, fast, and secure blockchain that is heavily focused on DeFi, NFTs, and the metaverse. As a matter of fact, if we take a look at this, according to Multiverse X themselves, they claim that they are the most advanced blockchain architecture in the world and the most impactful ecosystem spanning DeFi, NFTs, Web3, and the metaverse. And I think this right here is absolutely amazing, because personally, I do think that there is a lot of potential in DeFi, the metaverse, and NFTs as well. And let me show you what I'm talking about. If we take a look at this, according to McKinsey, they predict that the metaverse could reach $5 trillion in value by 2030, which I think is insane. 2030, it's not even that far away at this point. I think clearly the future potential of the metaverse, it's no joke. And if we take a look at NFTs, according to Grandview Research, they predict that over the next 7 years, the NFT market is expected to be worth over $211 billion. And last but not least, also according to Grandview Research, they predict that the DeFi market by 2030 is anticipated to be worth over $230 billion. I mean, those are some crazy statistics right there, much like Britney Spears. I'm just joking, but I think that, if anything, truly showcases just how much potential those markets have. I think Multiverse X is clearly focused on all the right markets, and I think they know where all the potential is at. And now, I want to talk about the stats of Multiverse X because I think it's very impressive. If we take a look at this, on its network, it currently has been able to facilitate over 360 million transactions, and it's even fully carbon neutral as well, which, by the way, is on par with that of Algorand. So I find all of this very astonishing. In terms of a layer 1 blockchain, in terms of its fundamentals, Multiverse X, it's really one of the best out there, in my opinion. And not only does it have amazing fundamentals, but it also has one of the best staking ratios out there. And that's not a joke. Currently, on the Multiverse X network, there is around 67% of eGold being staked, which, by the way, means that the Multiverse X network has a higher staking ratio than Avalanche, Polkadot, Phantom, Near, and even Polygon as well. And now, this is taking nothing away from all the other blockchains that I just mentioned before, but the fact that the Multiverse X network has a higher staking ratio than them, I think truly speaks volumes. I think it's amazing. In terms of staking ratio, it's one of the best. And now, this brings me to my next topic, which is how a lot of these Ethereum fanboys, they like to say that, oh, Multiverse X sucks. They like to say that, oh, Ethereum is so amazing. But I just don't get it, because when you take a look at Ethereum, first of all, it's pretty much a dinosaur at this point. People like to think it's the best layer 1 blockchain out there, but how can it be? You got to think about this, right? Ethereum, as of right now, it's not scalable, which I think is a big issue, because how is a layer 1 blockchain in 2023, well, almost 2024 at this point, still not scalable? That's crazy, in my opinion. As a matter of fact, according to Ethereum's very own co-founder, who also happens to be the founder of Cardano, a guy by the name of Charles Hoskinson, according to him, it may potentially take Ethereum up to 5 more years in order to achieve scalability, which I think is just way too long. I mean, how is a layer 1 blockchain having to wait potentially up to 5 more years to become scalable? That's nonsense. You take a look at, on the other hand, Multiverse X doesn't have to wait potentially up to 5 years. It's already scalable as of right now. And also, when it comes to Ethereum, gas fees are through the roof. I mean, it's insane. If someone wants to send some ETH over to their baby mama, I mean, man, they're going to be very angry because they're going to have to spend a lot of gas fees. Or if, let's say, they want to send some ETH over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandmother, again, right, they're going to have to pay a lot of gas fees. And that's not good. Multiverse X, on the other hand, has extremely low gas fees. They're very sustainable in terms of the price. It can't be denied that Ethereum, it does have a much bigger ecosystem. It has a lot more holders. It has a lot more fans. But when it comes to pure fundamentals, I think that Multiverse X is just a lot better. If I were to take a look at Ethereum, it's kind of like a Nokia from the late 1990s. But then when I take a look at Multiverse X, it's like the new iPhone, the iPhone 15. You can't even compare the two. Yeah, sure, the Nokia probably has a lot more fans, but, it's pretty much a dinosaur. iPhone, it's the real deal. Ethereum, it's like a 12-inch bratwurst. Yeah, sure, it's massive, but then it's only going to work, at least if I were to put an analogy on it, when the room's dark and when there is no one watching. There is a fundamental compromise there, not very diverse. But when I take a look at Multiverse X, I would equate it to a 6-inch bratwurst, but then it's going to work in a lot of places. It's going to work at the Taco Bell bathroom, going to work when you're waiting in line at Chipotle, it's going to work at the Walmart parking lot, it'll work at Costco. And it'll even work at the McDonald's drive-thru or even the Taco Bell drive-thru. It'll work anywhere. And you already know what I would rather prefer. I'd much rather prefer a 6-inch bratwurst that works 100% of the time and works in all places over a 12-inch one that has a fundamental compromise, much like Ethereum. I don't like that. I would much rather choose Multiverse X, a much smaller network, but a much better one fundamentally speaking. And I believe that the native token of the Near protocol called Near is ridiculous. And no, I'm not talking about Britney Spears or this haircut, because this haircut is amazing, man. It's a buzz cut after all. But besides that point, a major reason why I think that is because I believe that Near during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $50, and during the process make all of those Near protocol critics come running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma and start begging for a used Bratwurst extender, Lee the Captain edition, or maybe even Taylor Swift edition. I guess we'll never know. But even though that's neither Bratwurst extender nor financial advice, in today's video, I do want to explain several reasons why I believe that could very well happen. And a major reason why I think so, I think it's going to come down to the fact that the Near protocol, in my opinion, is fundamentally amazing. It is a proof of stake blockchain that utilizes sharding technology in order to achieve scalability. Through sharding, the network is split into multiple sections known as shards, and workload on the network is distributed across these different shards. And as a result of that, again, right, the Near protocol becomes highly scalable and very efficient. Now, that's a good thing to have in the world of blockchains, but in the boom in the bedroom, if you're too efficient, if you're a single pump stunner, a 5-second oil rigging machine, as they say, is that such a good thing? I don't really know about that, right? But again, in the world of blockchains, much like the Near protocol, that's a very amazing thing, man. Being highly efficient, that's fantastic. That's what she said. However, it doesn't end there, because here are some crazy and insane statistics for you. Because if we take a look at this, on the Near protocol, there's currently over 50 million unique addresses. I mean, carajo, porra, that's insane. And it even has been able to facilitate over 400 million transactions so far. I mean, carajo. I mean, that's just crazy in my opinion. If I were to put an analogy on these statistics, I would compare it to Snoop Dogg's hairline. Snoop Dogg's hairline, it looks like it has handled way too many transactions. His cornrows are all the way back here. I mean, come on, man. But yeah, besides that point. However, it doesn't end there, because the Near protocol has one of the best staking ratios out there. And that's not a joke, because the Near protocol has a higher staking ratio than Polygon. I mean, that's very impressive. Now, this is taking nothing away from Polygon. I'm extremely bullish on Polygon too. So if you like Polygon, go ahead and watch my Polygon videos. But even despite that, the fact that the Near protocol has a higher staking ratio than something as amazing as Polygon, I think that truly speaks volumes as to just how impressive the Near protocol is. Much like these biceps, if you know what I mean. I mean, they're very impressive. One of the best, in my opinion. Ever since I started talking about Cake, the price has done nearly a 3x. I mean, it's insane. I must say I did a pretty good call on that, because when I was talking about Cake, people were commenting, they were saying, oh, Cake is a meme coin. It's done. It's no more. But where are the haters right now? Where are the critics right now? They're probably off going to their girlfriend's, boyfriend's, grandma's home, and they're probably begging for that used Bratwurst extender Taylor Swift edition. If you know, you know. However, I think that this is just a very small taste of what's to come in the future. That's what she said, because I think that Cake during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $50. And even though that's not financial advice, here are several reasons why I believe that could very well happen. And a major reason why I think that could happen, I think is going to boil down to the rock-solid fundamentals of PancakeSwap. It's a BNB chain-based decentralized exchange, and it enables users to trade and swap tokens without having to go through any centralized intermediaries. On PancakeSwap, users can even also add liquidity and earn rewards as well, which I find very fantastic. In addition, users on PancakeSwap can swap any token on the BNB Smart Chain in just a matter of seconds. That's what she said. This is very amazing to have in the world of decentralized exchanges, right? But in the boom in the bedroom, is just a matter of seconds such a good thing? I don't really think so. No one wants to be known as a single pump stunner, if you know what I mean, a one pump stunner. But again, right, in the world of decentralized exchanges, it's a good thing. But again, in the boom, I don't think so. But with that being said, here are some crazy and insane statistics for you, because in the past 30 days alone, PancakeSwap has had over 1 million total users. It has had a total value lock of over $1 billion, which I think is insane. Caralho. And also on top of that, it even has had over 20 million total trades in the past 30 days alone. I mean, that's crazy. But there's more, because currently on PancakeSwap, there's over 1.7 million community members, over 15 multilingual communities, and over 35 community ambassadors. I mean, man, when it comes to PancakeSwap's statistics, it's really second to none. I mean, it's crazy. And personally for me, I think that PancakeSwap is focused on the right market. And why do I say that? Because according to Grandview Research, the decentralized finance market by 2030 is anticipated to be worth over $230 billion. I mean, that's more than some countries' GDP. So when you truly think about it, the decentralized finance market, it really hasn't seen anything yet as of right now. It's already doing okay, but I think that the future is where all the action is at, because I think the best is yet to come. And I think that moving forward, as the decentralized finance market continues to grow and prosper, I think so will amazing projects, much like PancakeSwap, that are focused on decentralized finance. You know, PancakeSwap, sure, it's done well in the past, but I think the best days are still ahead, because again, right, the market they're focused on is not even that relatively massive yet. That's what she said. It's still in its infancy, in my opinion. And now when I say PancakeSwap's native token called Cake going to the price of $50, hypothetically speaking, you know, when I say that, some people, they may think, wow, that's so insane, $50. How is that even realistic? But if we take a look at this, Cake at the price of $50, considering its current circulating supply, you know, at that point, it would have a market cap of only around $13 billion, which may sound crazy to some people, but this market cap right here is actually over $70 billion less than Dogecoin's all-time high market cap. I mean, just let that sink in. And now, some people, they may argue, hey, it's not fair to compare something like Cake to Doge because Doge has more fans, more hype, more holders, community is a lot stronger. I get that. But here's the thing. I think this, if anything, showcases how in the world of cryptos, reaching over $10 billion in market cap is not unrealistic. Again, right, we've seen Doge reach over $80 billion in market cap. So when I see Cake hypothetically going to the price of $50 and having around a $13 billion market cap, I don't think it's unrealistic whatsoever. You know, in the past, we've seen projects like Dogecoin far exceed this. You know, it's not like this is unheard of. It's not like it's never been reached before. I believe that the Render token during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $100, and during the process make all of those Render critics come running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma and start begging for that used Bratwurst Extender Taylor Swift edition. And of course, that's going to be potentially very embarrassing, but even though that's neither Bratwurst Extender nor financial advice, in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe that could hypothetically happen. And a major reason why I think so, I think is going to come down to the strong and amazing utility of the Render network. Because when we take a look at the Render network, what is it all about, right? It enables users to contribute unused GPU power to help projects render motion graphics and visual effects. And as a result, for these individuals who do provide unused GPU power, they are awarded in Render tokens, which is the network's utility token. And with that being said, some people out there, especially those Render critics, or what I like to call ding-dongs, they like to say, oh wow, you know, there's no potential in the rendering market, 3D rendering, oh, it's a caca market. They may be pulling out their pom-poms, G-strings, thongs, and ding-dongs. But I disagree, because if we take a look at this, according to Global Market Insights, the 3D rendering market valuation is anticipated to cross $20 billion by 2030. I mean, isn't that crazy? Caralho. So when all those critics say, oh, there's no potential in the rendering market, I disagree. Furthermore, when we take a look at the Render network, it has other use cases as well, other than just rendering, because it even is focused on markets such as augmented reality, mixed reality, gaming, medical, and virtual reality as well. And more specifically, in my opinion, having use cases in virtual reality and gaming could be so amazing for the future of the Render network, because if we take a look at this, the blockchain gaming market by 2030 is anticipated to cross $300 billion, according to Grandview Research. I mean, That's insane. That's bigger than some countries' GDP. Furthermore, the virtual reality market, according to the Insight Partners, is expected to be worth over $440 billion by 2030. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Hashtag Snooki from Jersey Shore. So when I take a look at the Render Network, I really do believe that it is the complete package. It's focused on the right markets, utility is amazing, and I think that it's extremely revolutionary. And you got to think about this, right? The Render Network, they are entering at a perfect time. Many projects out there, they're not heavily focused on rendering. Many projects out there, they're not that good right now when it comes to blockchain gaming. And also, when it comes to the virtual reality market, not many projects are focused on that either. I believe that the Render Network is entering at the perfect time because competition as of right now is very weak, and these markets that they're heavily focused on, they haven't really popped off yet. So when you think about it, the Render Network, they are in a prime position to catch the wave later on. So when these markets do prosper in the future, they'll be right there to go along with the ride. It's much better anticipating a trend, in my opinion, as opposed to chasing a trend. Just think about this, right? If Amazon didn't enter back in the 90s, they wouldn't be as big as they are now. Imagine if, let's say, Jeff Bezos wanted to make Amazon today. I mean, the chance of success would be extremely slim. It's a good thing that he started back in the 90s, so he caught the wave later on. And I think the exact same thing is going to happen to the Render Network. I believe that it's like Amazon in the 90s. And now I'm not saying that it's going to be worth, as much as Amazon in the future, but I'm just saying that it's somewhat emulating that, in my opinion, in a sense. As the old saying goes, according to Tony Robbins himself, he says that success leaves clues. And if we take a look at it in history, a lot of the businesses that have been successful are the ones that entered early, aka, again, Amazon. And the Render Network, it's no different. They're entering early as well. That's what she said. I believe that Sandbox is insane. And I think that its utility token called Sand during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $20 and prove a lot of those Sandbox haters wrong. And make them, hypothetically, come running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma and start begging for that new Hori extender that's been on sale for quite a while on eBay. And now, of course, that's neither baby mama, grandma, nor financial advice. But in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe Sand could hypothetically at least go to the price of $20 during the next bull run. Well, first of all, I think that Sandbox is one of the best metaverses out there right now. And why do I say that? Because when I take a look at the majority of the competition, a lot of other metaverses out there, they completely suck. They're complete caca. And no, I'm not talking about the soccer player caca. I'm talking about the number 2 caca. A lot of other metaverses out there, they're just not playable, in my opinion. They're just not that fun. But when it comes to Sandbox, it's exhilarating, it's fun, I love the graphics, and it's very enticing overall. In my opinion, Sandbox, it stands on a league of its own. And personally for me, I think that there is a lot of potential in the metaverse market. And why do I say that? Because according to McKinsey, by 2030, the metaverse could reach $5 trillion in value, which I think is insane. So clearly, I think Sandbox is focused on the right thing. The metaverse overall, as of right now, it may be down, but I think moving forward, it is poised for such a massive comeback. I really do believe that. I think the best is yet to come. I think what we saw back in 2021 was just a small taste of what the metaverse could really be. And here's the thing, on Sandbox, there's currently over 200,000 holders, which is absolutely insane. I think if anything, that truly showcases the conviction that people still have in Sandbox. A lot of people, they're not panic selling, they're not being paper-handed. They actually are holding and believing in the future of Sandbox. Currently, over 200 brands already involved with Sandbox, which include Snoop Dogg, Gucci, Adidas, Ubisoft, and many others, which I find very impressive. The Snoop Dogg partnership, not really that impressive, but other than that, it's very impressive. Furthermore, there's currently over 2.5 million wallets registered on Sandbox, which I find very impressive. Over 2.5 million, that's almost as many lingerie sets as Kim Kardashian's. No, I'm just joking. I'm not even going to make a joke on that. But besides that point, Sandbox in actuality is a subsidiary of Animoca Brands. And now when I say this, some people, they may think, oh, what's Animoca? Is it an animal brand? And no, that's not the case whatsoever. Animoca is a real deal company, in my opinion. As a matter of fact, Animoca Brands is a Hong Kong-based software game development / venture capitalist company that as of January of 2022 was valued at approximately $5 billion. which I think is insane. Clearly, Animoca is such a massive company. That's what she said. And I think that Animoca is truly the real deal. I think that Sandbox has the right company leading them moving forward. Really, when I take a look at Sandbox, I think that overall, it's very fun to play. I think it's amazing. I think it's a lot better than the competition. I think they're focused on the right market. I think statistically, it's doing very well. And I think that they have the right company leading them moving forward. When I take all of those factors into consideration, I truly do believe that that is a recipe for success. A lot of crypto projects out there, they really have no use case at all. Let's face it. A lot of them don't even have any sort of proper leadership. They don't have any proper guidance. But that is completely not the case when it comes to Sandbox. I think Sandbox is going to be around for the long term, unlike a lot of other crypto projects out there that you don't really know if they're going to be around in the next couple of years. But I think Sandbox will be around for a very long time because I believe that Sia Coin during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of 20 cents. And even though that's not financial advice, and even though that's not a guarantee, in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe that could very well happen. And a major reason why I think that could happen, I think is going to boil down to the rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals of Sia Coin. As a matter of fact, Sia Coin is the utility token of the Sia network. And no, I'm not talking about Sia the singer because while Sia may cover her face with hair, the Sia network is completely different because Sia aims to break the boundary. It aims to revolutionize the data storage industry, and it's doing so through decentralization. The goal of Sia is to quite essentially allow users to store their data in a way that gives them full exclusive control. And I think this right here is amazing because I think through decentralization, it's going to bring a lot of benefits to the data storage market. Because if we take a look at data storage nowadays, most of it is happening in a centralized way, which I actually don't think is a good thing because as a result of this, it's typically controlled by a single entity, and also on top of that, there's usually a single point of failure. However, through decentralization, all of these issues, they're quite essentially gone. No longer will the data be controlled by a single entity, no longer will there be a single point of failure, and also on top of that, I think it's going to provide people with a lot more freedom when it comes to storing their data. I think that there are just too many benefits through the decentralization of data storage. And I think that it's just a matter of time before enterprises start understanding this. I think that as more and more enterprises start understanding the benefits of it, I think it's going to really create a domino effect in a sense, because once this enterprise starts adopting decentralized data storage, another one's going to join in, and it's just going to end up having this snowball/domino effect. I think it's just a matter of time. As of right now, decentralized data storage, it may not be so hot, so to speak, but I think it could very well be different in the future. And there's actually data that shows how this could very well be the case, because if we take a look at this, over the next 7 years, by 2030, the data storage market size is anticipated to be worth over $777 billion, which is a very crazy amount. So clearly, the data storage market size, it still has a lot of room to grow. And I think that the best days are still ahead for Sia. However, it doesn't end there, because here are some crazy statistics for you. And no, I'm not going to be talking about Britney Spears anytime soon, because on Sia, there's currently over 950,000 holders, and it even has been able to facilitate over 20 million transactions so far, which in my opinion are very impressive statistics, because I believe that storage during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $20, and during the process, make all of those storage critics come running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma and start begging for that used Bratwurst extender Taylor Swift edition. And now, of course, that's neither baby mama, grandma, nor financial advice, but in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe storage could hypothetically at least go to the price of $20 during the next bull run. And a major reason why I think that could happen, I think is going to boil down to storage's rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. Storj is a decentralized cloud storage platform that uses blockchain technology to provide decentralized and encrypted cloud storage. And here's the amazing thing. According to Storj themselves, they claim that they are able to cut cloud storage costs and carbon footprint by over 80%, which I find very amazing. Quite essentially, Storj is focused on revolutionizing the data storage market through decentralization. And I think this right here is amazing because a lot of data storage nowadays, it's happening in a centralized way, which I don't think is actually a good thing because through centralized data storage, there's typically a single point of failure, and it's typically also controlled by a single entity as well. However, through decentralized data storage, these issues right here, they're quite essentially gone because through decentralized data storage, no longer will there be a single point of failure, and also it won't be controlled by a single entity, which I think is amazing. I think that there are so many benefits through the decentralization of data storage, and I think it's the way to go moving forward. However, it doesn't end there because storage currently has over 20 major partnerships, which is very impressive because a lot of other projects out there, they struggle to even get 5 partnerships, let alone 10. But storage over 20? I mean, man, that's crazy. That is insane. Hashtag Britney Spears. I'm just joking. Probably not really. But yeah, that's a very crazy stat right there. I mean, that's impressive. And in my opinion, storage, it's clearly focused on the right market. And why do I say this? Because the global data storage market size by 2030 is expected to be worth over $777 billion. I mean, man, just let that sink in. That amount right there is bigger than a lot of countries' GDP. So that's very impressive in my opinion. Clearly, the global data storage market size, its potential, it can be underestimated in my opinion. I think it has such a bright future ahead. And I think that as the global data storage market size continues to grow moving forward, I think so will amazing projects, much like storage, that are focused on data storage. I believe that sushi during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $50. And even though that's not financial advice, and even though that's not a guarantee, here are several reasons why I think that could very well happen. And the major reason why I think that could happen, I think is going to boil down to sushi's rock solid fundamentals. That's what Britney Spears said. Because, as a matter of fact, sushi is a decentralized exchange that allows users to buy, sell, and trade various cryptocurrencies and assets. It also gives the ability for users to earn passive income, and it even has their own DeFi payment solution as well. And here are some crazy statistics for you. And no, it's not about Britney Spears. Sushi currently has a total volume of over $250 billion, and it also has over $800 million in total liquidity. But it doesn't end there because it even has over 50,000 pairs as well. And here is another crazy stat because Sushi currently per day is able to facilitate over 4,000 transactions. So for the haters that say, oh, Sushi, there's no activity on it anymore, it's done, as the people in the United Kingdom, they say, you're done now, that's completely not the case. The stats don't lie. A Sushi critic's girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma, they may lie, they may be saying, oh, that chat isn't DMing me, but the chat is. They may lie about that, but these numbers, they don't lie. They show that Sushi still has a lot of activity on it, still has a lot of traffic, and I think a lot of people still have great conviction in its future. And here's the thing, I think that Sushi is clearly focused on the right market. And why do I say that? Because the decentralized finance market by 2030, according to Grandview Research, is expected to be worth over $230 billion. I mean, that's insane. So I think what we're seeing with the decentralized finance market right now, I think it's nothing yet compared to what's to come in the future. I think that there is still a lot of room to grow for projects that are focused on decentralized finance, much like Sushi. So I do not think that Sushi is past its prime, much like Cristiano Ronaldo. I don't think that whatsoever. I think that the best is yet to come for Sushi. And I think that moving forward, as the decentralized finance market continues to prosper, and as adoption for decentralized finance continues to increase, I think so will amazing projects, much like Sushi. I think its future could look so bright. And I believe that the time is coming for XTZ, the native cryptocurrency of Tezos. And why do I say this? Because I believe that XTZ during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $30, and during the process, make all of those Tezos critics come running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma and start begging for that used Bratwurst extender Taylor Swift and Selena Gomez edition. And now, of course, that's neither baby mama, grandma, nor financial advice. But in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe XTZ could hypothetically at least go to the price of $30 during the next bull run. And a major reason why I think that could happen, I think is going to boil down to the rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals of Tezos. Because Tezos, I think it's one of the best blockchains out there. It's a highly energy efficient blockchain where artists, brands, entrepreneurs, and developers can build and engage with a network of decentralized applications. Tezos is designed to evolve. It's security focused and it's built to last as well. And that right there is a that's what she said moment, because much like in real life, in the boom boom in the bedroom, we want to be built to last, right? At least that's what I assume, hypothetically speaking. No one wants to be known as a single pump stunner. No one wants to be known as a 1 second oil rigging machine, if you catch my drift. However, besides that point, quite essentially, the way I view it is that Tezos was specifically designed to power the Web3 revolution, which I think is amazing. I think Tezos is extremely revolutionary. However, it doesn't end there, because on top of just amazing fundamentals, Tezos currently is doing very well statistically speaking. For instance, on its network, there's currently a block height of over 4.5 million, and it even also has around 5 million accounts as of right now, which I think is insane. That's crazy. Furthermore, on its network, it currently has a staking ratio of around 70%, which is very impressive, by the way, because that right there means that Tezos has a higher staking ratio than Avalanche, Polkadot, Phantom, the Near Protocol, and even Polygon as well, which I find very impressive. And now, when I say this, it's taking nothing away from the other blockchains that I just mentioned, but the fact that Tezos has a higher staking ratio than blockchains that amazing, I think truly says something. These are well-established blockchains, and the fact that Tezos, again, right, has a higher staking ratio than them, it says something in my opinion, and it showcases just how special they are. And something that really gets me enthusiastic for the future of Tezos is the fact that on its ecosystem, we will find many amazing projects that are related to NFTs and DeFi. And I think this right here is fantastic because according to Grandview Research, the NFT market by 2030 is expected to be worth over $211 billion. So clearly, NFTs, they're no joke in my opinion. In addition, also according to Grandview Research, they predict that by 2030, the DeFi market is expected to be worth over $230 billion. So when you think about this, right, the NFT and DeFi market combined by 2030, according to Grandview Research, is anticipated to be worth nearly $500 billion. And keep in mind, 2030, it's not even that far away at this point. We're nearing 2024 as of right now. The future potential of NFTs and DeFi, it could be so massive. And I think it could very well showcase that in the very near future. And I think that moving forward, as the NFT and DeFi market continues to grow and prosper, I think so will amazing blockchains, much like Tezos, that do have an amazing NFT and DeFi ecosystem. The Graph's native token called GRT could hypothetically at least go to the price of $5 during the next bull run and have such a crazy bull run. And before I continue on any further as to the reasons why I believe that could very well happen, I would like to mention how when it comes to GRT, I think I did a pretty good call on that, because ever since I started talking about GRT, the price has pumped over 2 times. I mean, just think about that, right? It's done over 2x. So when I was talking about GRT initially, a lot of the haters, they were saying, oh, wow, the graph, it's a meme. Oh my goodness, GRT, look at the price chart, looks like an absolute clown show, looks like a disaster. But where are all these critics right now? They're probably off running to their girlfriend's, boyfriend's grandma, because they're probably whining and saying, oh, wow, Lee the Captain did such a good call on that. Oh, they're probably begging for that used Bratwurst extender Taylor Swift edition. And while these critics, they may be doing that right now, I still think that the best days are ahead of GRT, because I believe that GRT during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $5. And a major reason why I think that could happen, I think it's going to boil down to the fact that the graph simply has rock solid fundamentals. When we take a look at the graph, what is it, right? It is an open source software that is used to collect, access, store, and process data from various blockchains. And the reason why this is done right here is to facilitate information retrieval. The primary goal of the graph is to help developers use relevant data to help increase the efficiency of their decentralized application. The graph analyzes and gathers blockchain data before storing it into various indices, or otherwise known as subgraphs. And the beauty about this is that this allows an application to send a query to its protocol and receive an immediate response. I mean, isn't that fantastic? That's what we all need in real life as well, in my opinion, right? Sometimes we message people, they don't want to respond back. Who cares, man? During the next bull run, once the price of GRT pumps, we're going to be the one ignoring them. they won't be able to ignore us anymore. They're going to be like, oh, wow, look at that guy. But yeah, besides that point, we're getting off track here. All these queries, by the way, are posed through decentralized applications through something called GraphQL. And GraphQL, by the way, is a widely used language that was originally created by Facebook, which I find very unique. However, I think that it should be noted how anyone can actually use subgraphs to power applications across 40 plus networks, which, by the way, include Polygon, Ethereum, Moonriver, Moonbeam, Harmony, and many others. Furthermore, I think that it should be noted how the graph is currently being used by popular Ethereum applications such as Aave, Curve, and as well as Uniswap. I mean, man, that's amazing. I also do believe that the graph has fantastic A+ statistics because as of right now, on the Graph network and hosted service, there has been over 45,000 projects and over 1 trillion queries served. And yeah, that's trillion with a T, like thong. You know, thong, the beginning letter is T. Yeah, trillion. That's crazy. Furthermore, on the Graph network, there has been over 200 indexer nodes. You know, a statistic that I don't think people really care about, but yeah, it's very amazing nonetheless. And now when I say all of this, some people, they may be saying, you know, the Graph's native token called GRT, going to the price of $5. That's ridiculous, but I don't think so, because if GRT were to go to the price of $5, you know, considering its current circulating supply, at that point, it would have a market cap of around $46 billion. And now when people hear around $46 billion, they may think, yo, that's crazy, carajo. But I don't think so, because when we take a look at Doge, you know, back in 2021, during that insane bull run, Dogecoin had an all-time high market cap of over $80 billion. So this right here is actually around $40 billion less than Dogecoin's all-time high market cap. The primary native token of the VeChain platform during the next bull run could hypothetically at least go to the price of $1, and during the process, make all of those VeChain critics come running over to their girlfriend's, boyfriend's, grandma's boyfriend and start begging for that used Bratwurst extender Taylor Swift edition, or it might even be Hannah Montana edition. I guess we'll never know, right? But yeah, besides that point, that's neither Bratwurst extender nor financial advice. But in today's video, I want to explain several reasons why I believe that could very well happen. However, before I continue on any further, I think it's first important to note how the VeChain platform actually contains two distinct tokens. The first being VET, which stands for the VeChain token, and VET is used to transfer value across the network, while on the other hand, there's something called VTHO, which stands for VeChain Thor Energy, and this right here is used for gas fees. But personally speaking, I'm a lot more bullish on VET when compared to VTHO. When it comes to both VET and VTHO, they are used on the VeChain Thor blockchain. And when it comes to the VeChain Thor blockchain, I think it's arguably one of the best blockchains out there. It's fast, that's what she said. It's secure, that's what she said again. It's reliable, that's what she said a third time. And it's highly scalable and highly decentralized as well. As a blockchain, the VeChain Thor blockchain, it's fantastic in my opinion. And here's a crazy statistic for you that harps on the fact that it's reliable, because if we take a look at this, ever since 2018, the VeChain Thor blockchain has experienced a total of 0 network outages. I mean, wow, that's crazy, man. Carajo, porra. That's ridiculous. Furthermore, there's currently over 2 million active wallet addresses, and it even has been able to facilitate over 50 million transactions. I mean, that's crazy, man. But yeah, besides that point, furthermore, when it comes to VeChain, I do believe that it's focused on the right market. And why do I say this? Because, as we all know, VeChain is heavily focused on supply chain management. And when it comes to the supply chain management market size, I mean, man, its future potential is no joke. Because if we take a look at this, according to Polaris Market Research, the supply chain management market size is expected to be worth over $58 billion by 2030. I mean, that's crazy right there. VeChain, again, I think they understand where a lot of the potential is at. I think they're focused on the right thing. And now, when it comes to VeChain, it has fantastic partnerships because as of right now, VeChain already has amazing partnerships with giants, that's what she said, such as PricewaterhouseCoopers and Deloitte. And as we all know, PricewaterhouseCoopers, or PwC for short, and Deloitte are part of the Big Four accounting firms, so that's a big deal. In addition, they also have partnerships with Walmart China, BMW, H&M, Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy, and even the government of Cyprus as well. I mean, anyway, take a look at it. I think that VeChain is fantastic. But with that being said, what is a crucial component which I believe could allow VeChain to reach great heights in the future, on top of just its strong fundamentals and use case? I think it's going to be its leadership, because as we all know, the fish rots from the head down, as the old saying goes. Everything starts from the leader. Much like in the world of animals, if we take a look at an ant colony, an ant colony is controlled by the queen ant. Everything starts with the leader, and that's why I think it's very important. And I think it's going to be no different in the world of crypto projects. If we take a look at VeChain, its CEO is a guy by the name of Sunny Lu, and he's the former CEO of Louis Vuitton China, so he's the real deal. In addition, we take a look at Jackie Chan, Jay Zhang. That was a little bit of a, typo right there, whatever you want to call it, misspeaking. But yeah, Jay Zhang, aka Jackie Chan, the CFO of VeChain, he is a former employee of Deloitte and PwC. So when it comes to Jay Jingalang, or whatever his name is, he has an amazing track record, even though some people think, I'm related to him or whatever, I'm not, right? You take a look at these biceps, you think Jay Zhang's got these biceps, but yeah, besides that point, VeChain, its leadership is A+, fundamentals are A+, and I think that it's focused on the right market. I mean, man, I think it's the complete package. That's what she said. The rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals of 1inch. Because in real life, 1inch, no one ever really says, hey, 1inch has rock solid fundamentals. That's what she said. But in the world of cryptos, that's a different case, because 1inch is very special in my opinion. 1inch is a decentralized exchange aggregator, and it helps users find the optimal price and lowest fees for their transaction. And what do I mean by this? As of right now, there's a lot of decentralized exchanges out there. And let's say as a user, let's say I want to acquire a cryptocurrency. If let's say I want to find the lowest possible price, I have to go through a bunch of decentralized exchanges, and this can be very time consuming. It's going to be a massive hassle. It's like having a side piece. There's no need for that, in my opinion. So instead of having to manually check each and every decentralized exchange, I can, for instance, use something like 1inch. And what 1inch does is that it takes all of the data from all of these decentralized exchanges, and it does all of this in a single platform, which I find very impressive. The way I view 1inch is that as if it's a version of Expedia.com or Booking.com, but for decentralized exchanges. And why do I say this? Because when we take a look at Expedia or when we take a look at Booking.com, let's say we want to fly to a destination, let's say we want to get a hotel room, we don't have to check each and every hotel in the city we want to go to, right? We don't have to check each and every airline for the best possible price. We can just use that platform. We can sort it out, either most expensive, cheapest, you name it, right? We don't have to check each and every airline or each and every hotel again, which I find very impressive. That's a genius move. But I think what's even a more genius move than that is the fact that 1inch decided to, in a sense, implement those same principles, but in the world of decentralized exchanges. That's very smart in my opinion. As a decentralized finance project, I think that 1inch is extremely revolutionary. I really do believe that. But it doesn't end there, because 1inch allows users to optimize their trade across hundreds of decentralized exchanges on multiple networks, such as Ethereum, Arbitrum, Phantom, Avalanche, BNB Chain, Polygon, and much more. However, it doesn't end there, because if we take a look at this, 1inch currently has over 450 liquidity sources. It has a total volume of over $400 billion. Carayo, that's crazy. But yeah, besides that point, it also has over 10 million total wallets, and it even has over 60 million total trades as well. I mean, man, reading those stats right there makes me want to just go ahead and take a shower, because it's very exhausting reading those stats. And it's exhausting in a good way, because it's very amazing in my opinion. Not such a bad thing to be tired about, I suppose. And personally, in my opinion, the decentralized finance market has a lot of potential, because according to Granby Research, by 2030, the decentralized finance market is anticipated to be worth over $230 billion. I mean, just imagine that, right? That's a very crazy amount. That figure right there is bigger than some countries' GDP. So I think that, if anything, just visualizes just how massive the decentralized finance market could potentially be in the very near future. And I think that as its market continues to grow moving forward, I think so will amazing projects, much like 1inch, that are focused on decentralized finance. It's due to the fact that I believe that Arbitrum has rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. Because when we take a look at Arbitrum, what is it, right? It is a layer 2 scaling solution for Ethereum. And what this means right here is that users can use Arbitrum's chains to quite essentially do everything that they originally could have done with Ethereum. For instance, such as using Web3 apps, deploying smart contracts, and many others, while at the same time maintaining a lower cost and faster transaction speeds. Quite essentially, people through Arbitrum could enjoy Ethereum without having to experience all the drawbacks. And you may be wondering, okay, what are some of the drawbacks of Ethereum? And that's the fact that, first of all, Ethereum gas fees, they're through the roof. This is common knowledge at this point. Furthermore, when we take a look at Ethereum, it's not scalable as of right now. As a matter of fact, according to Charles Hoskinson, who, by the way, is the very own co-founder of Ethereum, and also on top of that, he happens to be the founder of Cardano, according to Charles, it may take Ethereum potentially up to 5 more years to become scalable. I mean, what is that all about? That's just way too long. That's what she said. That's absolutely insane in my opinion. Carajo. But you know what? There's Arbitrum. And when it comes to Arbitrum, it plays a very crucial role in scaling for Ethereum. And that's why I think there's a very special place for something like Arbitrum. Some people, they may be wondering, what is the point of a layer 2 scaling solution, much like Arbitrum? And again, right, quite essentially, through Arbitrum, individuals don't have to quite necessarily experience all of the shortcomings that do exist with Ethereum. So I think that Arbitrum serves such a fantastic purpose. But it doesn't end there, because Arbitrum has amazing statistics. For instance, as of December 1st, it has been able to save 1.73 million ETH, which is crazy. In addition, it has over 600,000 active wallets, which is insane. In addition, it has over $8 billion in total value locked, and it even has over 50% market share in the layer 2 market. I mean, that's insane again, right? However, it doesn't end there, because it also has been able to facilitate over 500 million transactions. I mean, man, Arbitrum, really, I think it's from top to bottom, second to none in terms of fundamentals. It's fantastic. I think that the Astar network has rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. As a matter of fact, it is Japan's leading blockchain, which I find very impressive. And before I think we can understand just how special the Astar network is, I think it's first important to understand how currently there's a lot of blockchains out there. There's a lot of networks out there, but for the most part, they lack the ability to seamlessly send data and value to each other. And why is that? It's because they are independent of one another. And again, right, as a result, they can't freely interact with one another. And I think this is a major issue, because lacking interoperability, I think, is a major hindrance in the whole blockchain space overall as of right now. However, with that being said, there is a solution for this, because Captain Astar Network, as I like to say, steps in and saves the day, because the Astar Network is an interoperable blockchain platform for Ethereum and Polkadot ecosystems, and it provides native access to Polkadot and Ethereum through its parachain slot and layer 2 scaling solution, while all at the same time also offering bridges to other major blockchains as well, which I find very fantastic. And what makes the Astar network very unique, in my opinion, is that it's the first ever multi-chain build-to-earn protocol out there. And what that means right there is that the Astar network gives the ability for developers to actually earn basic income through building on their network, which I find very amazing. For instance, there's play to earn right now. There's a lot of play to earn games out there, and it's extremely revolutionary. But here's the thing. There's something that's even more revolutionary in my opinion, and that's build to earn, because everyone loves the concept of being able to play games and earn income. Everyone loves that. But just imagine being able to earn income while building a product. I mean, that's insane. If let's say I'm a developer and I want to build a decentralized application and I'm building on the Astar network, if I'm doing that, I have the ability to potentially earn income by doing so. I mean, that's crazy. And as a builder on the Astar network, I could potentially earn income through a process called dApp staking. And dApp, by the way, stands for decentralized application. And by engaging in dApp staking, for instance, if I was a developer, I could potentially earn basic income through the use of Astar tokens. I think that the Astar network is revolutionizing the whole blockchain space overall. We've heard all about play to earn, but when it comes to build to earn, I mean, man, that's just on a whole nother level in my opinion. Again, the Astar network is the first ever multi-chain build-to-earn protocol. I think it's absolutely incredible. However, it doesn't end there because here are some insane statistics for you. And no, I'm not talking about Britney Spears. If we take a look at this, currently, the Astar network has over 50 decentralized applications and over 500,000 community members. I mean, carajo, that's crazy. Boha. Absolutely ridiculous. And why did I buy the governance token of Axie Infinity called AXS? And a major reason why I even decided to acquire it in the first place is due to the fact that I do think that Axie Infinity is one of the best blockchain games out there. And now, when I say this, some of those Axie Infinity critics out there, they may be pulling out their G-strings, their pom-poms, and they may be running over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma, and they're now begging for that used Bratwurst extender because they're probably saying, wow, I can't believe Lee the Captain just said that Axie Infinity is one of the best blockchain games out there. But I really do believe that because if we take a look at this, these statistics, they do not lie. As a matter of fact, there's currently over 370,000 active players in the past 30 days alone for Axie Infinity. Furthermore, it also has gained over 18,000 users in the past 30 days alone. So when people are complaining, they're saying, wow, Axie Infinity, it's a bad game. If it's bad, would the statistics be this amazing? You got to ask yourself that question. And now I'm saying this to those Axie Infinity critics that may be wondering that because I think they haven't taken a look at the stats. If they take a look at the stats, I think they'll understand just how amazing Axie Infinity is. And also on top of that, Axie Infinity, it's a well-established game. A lot of people, they like to put emphasis. They like to say, oh, wow, look at this micro-cap gem. Oh, wow, look at this. You know, it's the governance token for this blockchain game. But then the blockchain game is barely functioning. It's caca. Yeah, sure, the graphics look cool. But if it's not functioning, what's the point? It's much like in real life, right? A bratwurst, you know, it has to actually be functioning. If it's not functioning, what's the point in that? Axie Infinity, it's a well-functioning bratwurst. That's what she said. And you got to think about this, right? The blockchain gaming market, it's no joke. Because according to Grandview Research, by 2030, the blockchain gaming market is expected to be worth over $300 billion. I mean, that's crazy. That's bigger than some countries' GDP. So when people say, oh, blockchain gaming has no future, I disagree. I think the future could look so bright for blockchain gaming. And I think that Axie Infinity, they're clearly focused on the right market. In addition, Axie Infinity, NFTs are also a big part of it. And when it comes to NFTs, when I say that word right there, NFT, some people, they may cringe. They may say, ooh, oh my goodness. I can't believe this guy just mentioned NFTs. Oh, wow, there's no future in that. But here's the thing. Also, according to Grandview Research, the NFT market by 2030 is expected to be worth over $211 billion. So yes, NFTs, they may be down right now, but I think in the future, this story could look very different. You know, much like in real life, right? I think the NFT market, it's going to make a massive comeback, much like humans. Sometimes when we're down, yeah, sure, the NFT market, it's down from 2021. Again, right? Sometimes we as people, we may be experiencing a downturn, but hey, we got to make a comeback. We got to go that way. We got to go up. The comeback is always going to be greater than the setback. You know, that's just the way it works, in my opinion. The major reason why I even decided to buy Bonk in the first place is due to the fact that I think that Bonk is arguably one of the best meme coins out there. Because when we take a look at Bonk, Bonk currently has over 640,000 holders. The community is very strong. It's fast growing. Furthermore, there's already been over 100 integrations already for Bonk. I mean, isn't that insane? Furthermore, Bonk is currently listed in over 30 exchanges, both centralized and decentralized. And now, this is nothing to laugh about because a lot of those Bonk critics out there, they like to pull out their Taylor Swift edition thongs, ding-dongs, and pom-poms, and they like to say, wow, only slightly above 30? That's not impressive. But I disagree because when you take a look at a lot of other meme coins out there, they struggle to even get listed in 5 exchanges. And many of them can't even get past 10, let alone in this case over 30. I mean, this is crazy in my opinion. Carajo. And personally speaking, I do believe that a lot of the sectors that Bonk is integrated in has a lot of potential. Because for instance, we will see how Bonk is integrated in sectors such as decentralized finance, aka DeFi, blockchain gaming, and as well as NFTs. And more specifically, when it comes to DeFi, something that really gets me enthusiastic about the future of Bonk is BonkSwap, which is a decentralized exchange. And I think this right here could be so huge. for Bonk moving forward. That's what she said, because according to Grandview Research, over the next 6 years, the decentralized finance market could potentially be worth over $230 billion. I mean, that's bigger than some countries' GDP. So I think that's insane. And also, when it comes to Bonk's integrations in NFTs, I think this right here is a step in the right direction, because the NFT market by 2030, yet again, according to Grandview Research, is expected to be worth over $211 billion. I mean, that's insane. And last but not least, when it comes to Bonk's integrations in blockchain gaming, I do believe that this could also be very amazing for its future, because, yet again, I'm going to have to mention this, Grandview Research predicts that the blockchain gaming market could be worth over $300 billion over the next 6 years. So really, any way I view it, I do believe that Bonk is fundamentally fantastic. There's a lot of holders. The community is strong. It's listed in a lot of exchanges. And also on top of that, it's integrated in a lot of sectors that I believe have amazing long-term potential. The cherry on top for me when it comes to Bonk is the fact that it is on Solana. And when it comes to Solana, I believe that it's arguably one of the best layer 1 blockchains out there. You know, Solana is fast. That's what she said. It's secure. It's highly scalable. And also on top of that, gas fees are extremely low. You see a lot of other meme coins out there. They're on Ethereum. But Ethereum, gas fees, sky high, not scalable. What is that all about? That's complete nonsense. With Solana, you don't see any of that type of stuff whatsoever. Gas fees are extremely low, and the network is lightning fast. Again, that's what she said. And you want to be lightning fast, right? In the world of blockchains. But in the boom boom in the bedroom, do you really want to be that fast? You know, I don't know about that. But yeah, besides that point, Solana, it's a very amazing layer 1 blockchain. And the fact that Bonk is on Solana, man, again, that's just the cherry on top for me. And one of the major reasons why I even decided to buy Crow in the first place is due to the rock solid fundamentals of the Cronos chain. That's what she said. Get it, rock solid. But besides that point, the Cronos chain, in my opinion, is an extremely revolutionary blockchain. And I think that right there is going to be the major driving force behind Crow moving forward. The Cronos chain is fast. It's EVM compatible. It's secure. It's highly scalable. And it's even open source as well. I think as a blockchain, it's the complete package. However, it doesn't end there, because it has amazing stats. For instance, on Cronos, there is over 1 million distinct addresses, and it even has been able to facilitate over 80 million transactions so far, which I think is crazy. Furthermore, let's not forget, on Cronos, there's over 400 decentralized applications spanning across NFTs, DeFi, gaming, and much more. I think that right there is very insane. And here's the thing, when I say the Cronos chain is amazing, a lot of the Binance fans, or should I say fanboys, they like to say that, oh, you know, the Cronos chain, it's not as good as the BNB Smart Chain. But I completely disagree, because just last year, in 2022, over 20% of the crypto hacks that happened actually occurred on the BNB Smart Chain ecosystem, which I think is complete nonsense. You don't see any of that type of craziness going on the Cronos ecosystem. You just don't see it. I think it's way too secure. However, beyond the Cronos chain, something else that gets me very excited, that's what she said, for the future of Crow, is Crypto.com, the exchange, which in my opinion is the best exchange out there. Currently, Crypto.com has over 80 million users, and it even generated over $1 billion in revenue just last year alone, which I think is very impressive, because when you consider what happened last year, you know, a lot of FUD, a lot of people left the crypto space, bear market, and yet still, even despite that, Crypto.com, just as a business, was still able to perform that well, which I think is a true testament to just how special they truly are. And in my opinion, Crypto.com, it's highly regulated. As a matter of fact, Crypto.com has the highest number of licenses and registrations in Tier 1 jurisdictions. For instance, we take a look at the EMI license in Europe and in Brazil. We take a look at how Crypto.com is registered in amazing countries like Singapore, Canada, United Kingdom, South Korea, Australia, and many others. You know, Crypto.com, when it comes to being well regulated, I think it's just on a whole nother level when it comes to the competition. And in this aspect, I don't think the Binance fanboys can even argue with me, because not too long ago, as we all know, CZ did step down as CEO of Binance, and he even got fined $50 million. And this all came after Binance agreed to a $4.3 billion fine to resolve federal crime charges in the US. So you got to rethink about that, right? When it comes to being well regulated, what's more regulated? Is it Crypto.com Or is it Binance? You got to ask yourself that question. Crypto.com is registered with the CFTC in the US. Binance, they recently got sued by the CFTC in the US. I would also like to mention how the Binance user interface, in my opinion, is not that good. At least that's the way I view it, because I think Crypto.com is a lot better. When it comes to the app, Crypto.com is just much more simpler to use. In my opinion, it's much more intuitive, and I just think it's a lot better. You know, if I were to equate Crypto.com's user interface, I would call it like an Apple phone, you know, like an iOS. That's how amazing it is. But when it comes to Binance, the user interface, it reminds me of an Android. It's kind of just all over the place. At least that's the way I view it. And also, Binance, they have questionable advertising decisions, in my opinion, because their two biggest brand ambassadors is Khaby Lame, an Italian TikToker, who I've never heard him speak English. I've heard him speak Italian, but never English. So I don't know what's the strategy with that. And also on top of that, another brand ambassador that Binance has is a guy by the name of Cristiano Ronaldo, which is a soccer player who's past his prime. I don't even know if he's playing soccer anymore. I don't know what team he's playing for. You know, the only time I've seen him be associated with Binance was when he was taking a lie detector test / polygraph test, and he was using a Binance shirt. Very weird. He lied a bunch of times in the polygraph test. What was that about? But on the flip side, you take a look at Crypto.com's advertising, how they're partners with the UFC, Paris Saint-Germain, Aston Martin racing team, Formula One, Crypto.com Arena, of course, Philadelphia 76ers. You take a look at Matt Damon, Fortune Favors the Brave, and not too long ago, the FIFA World Cup. Crypto.com's advertising, it's on point in my opinion. You know, really, any way you take a look at it, I think that Crow is such a no-brainer pick for me. The Kronos chain, in my opinion, is A+, and also Crypto.com. I think it's arguably the best exchange out there. I think it's fantastic. And as a business, it's also doing wonderful. I think Crow is extremely revolutionary. And a major reason why I even decided to acquire IMX in the first place is due to the fact that Immutable simply has rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. If we take a look at Immutable, what is it, right? It is a layer 2 scaling solution that provides an NFT infrastructure on Ethereum. Furthermore, it also has a mission to power the next generation of Web3 games. And when I say a layer 2 scaling solution, some people out there, they may think, what is the benefit of a layer 2 scaling solution, much like Immutable? Why does something like Ethereum benefit from it? And to answer that question, I will say this. When it comes to Ethereum as of right now, it can't be denied that the gas fees, they're through the roof. I mean, it's insane. If someone wants to send their baby mama some ETH, they're going to have to pay a lot of gas fees. Want to send some ETH over to buy a used Bratwurst Extender Taylor Swift edition? Gonna have to pay a lot of gas fees for that. That's a no bueno if you ask me. In addition, when we take a look at Ethereum, it's not scalable as of right now. Yeah, sure, Ethereum, it's Ethereum 2.0. Yeah, it's proof of stake now. But again, it's not scalable. You know, even according to Charles Hoskinson, who happens to be the co-founder of Ethereum and the founder of Cardano, you know, according to him, it may take Ethereum up to 4 more years to become scalable, which I think is just way too long. That's what she said. I mean, how is a layer 1 blockchain in this day and age not scalable? That's complete nonsense. However, this is where Immutable steps in, because all of these issues that I just mentioned before, all of the nonsense that exists with Ethereum right now, you know, it's quite essentially gone through Immutable. That's how fantastic Immutable is. And that's why I think something like Ethereum greatly benefits from a layer 2 scaling solution, much like Immutable. I think Immutable plays a very crucial role. However, it doesn't end there, because Immutable, it has fantastic A+ statistics. For instance, it can offer transaction speeds of up to 9,000 transactions per second, while at the same time leveraging the security of Ethereum, which I find very fantastic. Furthermore, Immutable is even over 600 times more efficient than Ethereum. I mean, carajo, that's an insane stat. Currently on the Immutable ecosystem, there's over 150 games, over 20 marketplaces, and it even has $1 billion in total ecosystem funding. I mean, that's crazy, man. In addition, if we take a look at the gaming ecosystem of Immutable, I mean, it's fantastic. It includes games like Gods Unchained. We take a look at Illuvium, of course. Illuvium, very popular. We also take a look at Habbo and many others. I mean, man, the gaming ecosystem of Immutable, it's almost as amazing as these biceps, if you get what I mean. You know, it's one of the best, I must say. But yeah, besides that point, what really gets me enthusiastic about the future of Immutable is the fact that they're heavily focused on blockchain gaming and NFTs. And the reason why this gets me excited, that's what she said, is because I think that these two markets right here have a lot of potential. As a matter of fact, according to Grandview Research, the NFT market is expected to be worth over $211 billion over the next 6 years. Also, according to Grandview Research, the blockchain gaming market by 2030 is expected to be worth over $300 billion. So if you take a look at it, right, the two markets that Immutable is heavily focused on by 2030, according to Grandview Research, is expected to have a combined market size of over $500 billion. Isn't that crazy? That's bigger than some countries' GDP, a very insane amount. And I think that Immutable is clearly focused on the right markets, in my opinion. And why did I buy the Livepeer Network's native asset called LPT? In today's video, I'm going to be explaining the reasons why. And a major reason why I even decided to do that in the first place is due to the fact that I think that Livepeer is fundamentally fantastic. When we take a look at Livepeer, what is it, right? It is a decentralized video protocol, and it was designed for anyone to be able to integrate video content into applications in a decentralized manner. Livepeer is quite essentially a video infrastructure protocol for live and on-demand streaming. And even Livepeer themselves claim that they can deliver up to 90% cost savings when compared to traditional cloud providers. I mean, man, that's amazing. Any way you take a look at it, I think that Livepeer is fundamentally fantastic. But here's the thing. I do believe that they are focused on the right market. And why do I say this? Because according to Grandview Research, the video streaming market size by 2030 is expected to be worth over $400 billion. I mean, isn't that crazy? Any way I view it, I think that Livepeer is one of the best projects out there. It has fantastic A+ fundamentals, the use case is strong, and I think it's focused on the right market. It's due to the fact that I believe that Pepe is a rock solid, that's what she said, meme coin. Pepe currently has over 150,000 holders. The community is very strong. In addition, Pepe is trading in over 40 exchanges already. I mean, that right there is very mind-blowing in my opinion, because a lot of other meme coins out there, they struggle to get in 5 exchanges. Over 10 is almost unheard of for the majority of meme coins. But in this case, over 40? I mean, carajo, porra. That's insane. When it comes to Pepe, man, it's just a different breed in my opinion. And also on top of that, what I think makes Pepe very special is the fact that it has a no tax policy. And this right here ensures that users can trade and transact without incurring additional fees, which I think is fantastic. In addition, Pepe also has a redistribution system. And this right here means that a portion of every transaction is shared among existing Pepe holders, which I think is jaw-dropping, if you know what I mean. And no, I'm not talking about Britney Spears. And also on top of that, Pepe has a deflationary mechanism where a portion of every transaction is burned. I mean, isn't that insane? Pepe is the real deal in my opinion. Not financial advice, of course. So for the people out there that say, oh wow, Pepe, it's a caca, it sucks, it's doo-doo, I disagree. Pepe, the community is very strong. It has a lot of holders, it's listed in a lot of exchanges, and also on top of that, it has amazing features, just like I mentioned before. For instance, the deflationary mechanism and the no tax policy. Pepe is a no-brainer pick for me in my opinion. When I see a meme coin this amazing, how can I not buy it? And of course, that's not financial advice. And a major reason why I even decided to buy SAY in the first place is due to the fact that I believe it has rock solid, that's what she said, fundamentals. Even more rock solid than the bratwurst that's in the freezer. But besides that point, my rationale behind that is the fact that SAY is regarded by many as being the fastest layer 1 blockchain out there. And these claims, I don't think they're just random nonsense, because SAY can process 20,000 orders per second, which to some people, especially those SAY critics, they may say, oh, it's not that impressive. But when we take a look at Solana, a very amazing layer 1 blockchain, it can only process 10,000 orders per second. So SAY is able to double that, which is crazy. Carajo. Furthermore, when we take a look at SAY has several key advantages over other blockchains out there. For instance, SAY has a transaction finality of only just 380 milliseconds, which is crazy, because when you take a look at, for instance, Bitcoin, it's 60 minutes. It's an hour. Too long, that's what she said. Ethereum, it's 6 minutes, very long as well. Again, that's what she said. Solana, it's 2.5 seconds. Now, Solana is very fast. Again, I'm going to have to say this for the third time. That's what she said. But when we take a look at Sei, again, it's 380 milliseconds. So it really puts a lot of the competition out there to shame. And this is taking nothing away, for instance, for something like Solana. I still think Solana is amazing, but I think this really showcases just how much more amazing Sei is. And when we take a look at Sei, furthermore, it already has been trusted by multiple institutions and investors, such as Coinbase. Coinbase, it's one of the biggest exchanges out there. So the fact that Coinbase even trusts Sei in the first place, I think that truly speaks volumes. And here's the thing. I do believe that the Sei ecosystem is amazing because when we take a look at its ecosystem, it has many amazing projects that are related to NFTs, DeFi, and blockchain gaming. And I think all of this right here is going to be so fantastic for the future of Sei because according to Grandview Research, they predict that the NFT market over the next 6 years is expected to be worth over $211 billion. That's bigger than some countries' GDP. Yet again, according to Grandview Research, they predict that the DeFi market over the next 6 years as well is expected to be worth over $230 billion. And last but not least, yet again, according to Grandview Research, they predict that by 2030, the blockchain gaming market is expected to be worth over $300 billion. That's crazy. And I do believe that moving forward, as those markets continue to grow, I think so will fantastic projects much like Sei that have fantastic, amazing, and fundamentally sound projects on its ecosystem that are focused on those markets. I think the future of Sei could look so bright, much like the veneers that those celebrities have. Some people, they always wonder, why do those celebrities have such white teeth? It's because of veneers. You think Zac Efron got white teeth by twerking with Vanessa Michaels or whatever her name is on High School Musical? No, he got that from veneers. But yeah, besides that point, when I see a project this amazing, how can I not buy it? I'm going to be explaining why I decided to buy Sui. And one of the major reasons why I did decide to buy Sui is because Sui has rock-solid fundamentals, in my opinion. That's what she said. I think that Sui is one of the best Layer 1 blockchains out there. Sui is innovative, it's highly decentralized, and even according to Sui themselves, they claim that they redefine asset ownership. And here are some crazy statistics for you. And no, it's not about Britney Spears or Kim Kardashian. Currently on Sui, there's over 85 projects, and it also has over 8 million active accounts. Man, reading those statistics right there makes me want to just go ahead and take a shower because those are some insane and crazy stats. Very impressive. And in my opinion, I think that Sui is a lot better than the competition because, for instance, when we take a look at Ethereum, a lot of people, they like to say how Ethereum is so amazing. A lot of these Ethereum fanboys, they think that Ethereum is the greatest thing ever since filet mignon or sliced bread. But here's the thing, I completely disagree because when we take a look at Ethereum, I think it has a couple fundamental compromises. For instance, as of right now, it's not scalable, which I think is complete nonsense. How is a Layer 1 blockchain nearing 2024 at this point still not scalable? Totally not acceptable. However, on the contrary, Sui, it's already scalable as of right now. And here's the crazy thing. According to Ethereum's very own co-founder, Charles Hoskinson, who by the way also happens to be the founder of Cardano, he claims that it may take Ethereum potentially up to 5 more years in order to achieve scalability, which I think is complete nonsense. 5 years? That's way too long. That's like watching a movie that's over 4 hours long or watching like a Lord of the Rings marathon or something like that. It's like, man, it's just way too long. That's what she said. But also, when we take a look at Ethereum, it also has insane gas fees, which I think is a no bueno. I think that's no good because even Ethereum fans themselves do not like this, in my opinion, because if, let's say, for instance, an Ethereum fanboy wants to send some ETH over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma, they're going to be very agitated. And no, they're not going to be agitated because they have to send some ETH over to their girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma, which in and of itself is pretty embarrassing if you ask me. But I think what's even going to make them more irate is the fact that the gas fees are crazy. Imagine having to send girlfriend's boyfriend's grandma some ETH, which is already embarrassing. And then on top of that, you have the gas fees. That's no good. But on the flip side, you don't see any of that type of nonsense with Sui. You just don't. Gas fees, extremely low. Want to send some baby mama some Sui, it's all good. Not financial advice though. That's just the way I take a look at it. I think Sui is absolutely amazing, and I think it's a lot better than the competition, in this case, Ethereum. And personally for me, I think that there are many amazing projects on the Sui ecosystem. More specifically, I'm going to focus on the NFT and DeFi projects that do exist on Sui because I think this could be so bullish for its future. And why do I say this? Because I think that the NFT and DeFi market has such a bright future ahead. If we take a look at it, right, according to Grandview Research, the DeFi market is predicted to be worth over $230 billion over the next 7 years. In addition, also according to Grandview Research, the NFT market is anticipated to be worth over $211 billion by 2030. So clearly, the future of NFTs and DeFi, it's no joke. And I think that moving forward as these markets continue to grow, I think so will amazing blockchains, much like Sui, that have fantastic NFT and DeFi projects on its ecosystem. I think that the future of Sui could look so bright, much like the veneers that those celebrities have. People are always wondering, oh, why does Zac Efron or whatever have such bright teeth? It's because of veneers. I mean, do you really think Zac Efron got white teeth from, boogieing on High School Musical or whatever with Vanessa Michaels or whatever her name is? No, he got that from veneers. And you got to think about this, right? Getting veneers on just a single tooth, it's like $2,000 to $4,000. And you got to really think about it. What would a smart celebrity do? Would they rather get $2,000 to $4,000 worth of Sui per month? Or would they rather get $2,000 to $4,000 to spend on their tooth? You got to really think about that. And now, of course, that's not an invitation to buy, trade, or sell Sui. But what's more logical, right? I guess for a celebrity, they would want white teeth because they're always on TV or whatever. But yeah, and also, just on a side note, when we take a look at the Sui website, it looks absolutely unbelievable. It looks extremely professional. A lot of other projects out there, oftentimes I would go on their website, I would take a look at it, and it looks like someone from Chipotle or El Pollo Loco made these websites. I mean, it looks completely caca. And no, I'm not talking about the soccer player caca. I'm talking about the number 2 caca that stinks. It's that bad. But again, right, on the contrary, Sui, the website looks extremely professional. It looks amazing, and it's so well made. So I think we have to take that into consideration. Sui, they just have everything planned out, in my opinion. The website's fantastic. The use case is amazing. The fundamentals are amazing, and it's extremely revolutionary. Why I decided to buy the native token of Trader Joe called Joe. And one of the major reasons why is because I think that Trader Joe is fundamentally fantastic. And no, I'm not talking about Trader Joe's, the grocery store. I'm talking about Trader Joe, which I believe is one of the best decentralized finance projects out there. Trader Joe is a decentralized trading platform on the Avalanche network, and it combines decentralized exchange services with decentralized finance lending to offer leverage trading. The platform also allows users to trade, participate in yield farming, staking, and even borrowing as well. However, it doesn't end there because currently Trader Joe has a treasury that is worth nearly $50 million, and it even has a total value lock of over $120 million, which I think is insane. However, I think it's also important to keep in mind that Trader Joe currently has over 10 monthly developers, which I find very impressive. Clearly there's still a lot of activity going on Trader Joe, and something that really gets me excited about Trader Joe's future is the fact that Trader Joe is on the Avalanche network. And in my opinion, Avalanche is one of the best layer 1 blockchains out there. It's fast, it's secure, it's highly decentralized, and it's highly scalable too. And not to mention, it has extremely cheap gas fees. It's very sustainable in terms of its fees. I think that Trader Joe being on Avalanche is absolutely amazing. An amazing project on an amazing layer 1 blockchain. I mean, what more can you ask for? At least that's the way I take a look at it. Furthermore, I do believe that Trader Joe is clearly focused on the right market. And why do I say that? Because according to Grandview Research, the decentralized finance market is anticipated to be worth over $230 billion by 2030. So you got to rethink about that, right? 2030, it's not even that far away at this point. As the decentralized finance market continues to prosper, I think so will amazing projects, much like Trader Joe, that are heavily focused on decentralized finance. And with all of that being said, what is my buying strategy for these cryptocurrencies? And that is dollar cost averaging. I am not a day trader. I'm not a swing trader. I don't use leverage. I don't do any of that type of stuff whatsoever. Again, I dollar cost average. And what I mean by that is that anytime I earn any sort of income, I set aside some for my favorite cryptocurrencies. All I do is that I acquire as much as I possibly can on a consistent basis, on a set schedule, and I'm hodling, and I'm just going to wait for the next bull run. There's no random nonsense with, pulling up a chart, drawing a random triangle, trying to short, trying to long. I don't do any of that type of nonsense whatsoever. And keep in mind, the next bull run is right around the corner because, as we all know, historically speaking, altcoins, they usually rally in a massive way, anywhere between 6 to 12 months after a Bitcoin halving event. And the Bitcoin halving event is anticipated to happen sometime around April of this year. So the next bull run could very well happen in the very near future. And I think that the next bull run could truly be something legendary. And I think there's no reason to not think this won't be the case because as of right now, according to Crypto.com research, there's currently around 575 million people owning cryptocurrencies, which is a very insane amount because back in 2021, during that crazy bull run at that time, there was roughly only around 300 million people owning cryptos. So now we have nearly double that amount. And you got to take into consideration, back in 2021, the bull run that year was already that insane. So now again, right, that we have this many new crypto owners, could you just imagine what the next bull run is going to look like? The next altcoin season is going to look something out of the storybooks. I think it's going to dwarf what we saw back in 2021. I mean, man, when the next bull run is upon us, the altcoin season is going to be ridiculous. And if you want to check out a very interesting video, make sure to go ahead and click on this thumbnail right here. It's a very fantastic video, and I think you all would really love it. It's been Lee the Captain, and I'll catch y'all on the next one. I'm out. Peace. Bye.